Well, hello, everybody. Welcome. Hopefully this is all working. It's been, Christ, like, a while. It's New Year's, basically. It's Tuesday, the first working week back to New Year's. I kind of wanted to do this stream yesterday, to be honest. Yeah, we're getting back into the rhythm of things. Last I left off, it was the very end of Christmas Eve. And I was naively hoping that I might be able to wake up on the morning of Christmas Day and you know, come and do a mini stream and then maybe be back on Boxing Day. In the end, I just kind of took a bit of a holiday season there. So yeah, it's been what, like 10 days, something like that now. And we're gonna run straight back into it. It's crazy. I almost feel like a totally different person. This always happens whenever there's a little bit of a break. I do so much stuff in the meantime. It's really weird to suddenly come back and be like, okay, we're into season 2. But that is what we're doing here today. On the previous stream, I was hoping to finish the entirety of Living World season 2, but it actually looks like we got halfway, and now we're going to do the other half. So I'm actually really impressed about this fact, because I kind of went into this project assuming that I would probably take 2 days on the core game. We all know the core game's really long, and there's a lot going on there. But then I kind of assumed we'd get Season 2 done in a day. Heart of Thorns in a day. I figured maybe Season 3 or 4 would take 2 days. But all the rest of it was like 1 day. 1 day for the Iceblood Saga, 1 day for, you know, all the expansions. And yet here we are in Season 2. And, you know, that was a pretty long stream before. And we got... Well, they're talking a lot here.
She'd probably appreciate that.
I don't know if I've ever heard that dialogue before. Yeah, hopefully they weren't talking too loudly over me there. I don't know how I've got the audio settings up. So anyway, the fact that this has taken 2 days might mean Season 3 is like a 3-dayer, and Season 4 is like a 3-dayer. So I don't know, really. I'm still pretty confident, though. What it might be is 1 day for Heart of Thorns, and then, you know, 2 for Season 3, 2 for Season 4. In general, the series is still going to be about exactly as long as I thought, just like slightly longer. Anyway, yeah, I hope you guys are all doing good. Because there's been a little bit of a gap here as we had the holidays, I've got like a million different things to talk to you all about, like a million. But in the interest, and I've got so many cool topics that I've got a notepad here on my other monitor as I record this video now with you all, to specifically talk through. But in the interest of just moving on and getting some story done, let's do the first instance here. Let's jump straight on in. And we'll go from there. So, Echoes of the Past is the next part. Let's just remember, the Dragon's Reach Part 1 and 2 was about bringing the peoples of Tyria together so that they could, you know, address this threat of a new Elder Dragon. It was written a little bit weirdly, to be honest, here. Because, you know, one way that this all could have gone is just Pact stuff and Traherne stuff, which is in place. They kind of retold the personal story again, the idea of bringing the races together, but now doing it through the city-state leaders. And the other thing that was written a bit weirdly here was all the Destiny's Edge stuff, which is really obvious. In this playthrough here, where we're just going all in one big long row, all the Destiny's Edge stuff, like, really, you can see how wonky it is here. But anyway, now we get into the back half of the season, which is fantastic. Just so you guys know, the reason this is split in half, if I remember rightly, is the devs were actually kind of crunched back when this was first coming out, and they had to split it. And the original release cadence for Season 2 was very fast. And they went on break. So it's kind of appropriate, actually, I think, that between Part 2 and Echoes of the Past, I had Christmas and New Year's. Because I think when we actually lived this, there was a bit of a break now for Echoes of the Past. These are all really good episodes. Seeds of Truth is... or is it Tangled Paths? I think Tangled Paths is really short, which is a bit of a shame. But the mechanics in these are really good. The story in these is really good. They're very cinematic. This is honestly like Season 3 quality. This isn't really... This section of Living World is like something we haven't experienced for years, because when it came back in Season 3 and then Season 4 and partly in the Iceblood Saga 2, you're always rushing to new maps. Here it's just really high quality storytelling around one map that expands, the Silver Wastes. And we get all the library stuff. I mean, it's really good, guys. This one's very good. So, let's kick it up. We got this mail here 1 week ago from Ella McKay, who says, more trouble at Fort Salma. Greetings, kleptomania artist. I'm sending a young explorer named Campbell to investigate the strange activities at Fort Salma. I know you were at the battle that claimed the lives of so many Seraph. All my other explorers are tied up with missions or preparing to leave. Oh my god, it's my favourite song in the whole game playing right now in the background. This is the login screen music that when I very first played the alpha. I'll tell you guys that story in a minute. All my other explorers are tied up with missions or preparing to leave with the Pact. I need someone I can trust to ensure Campbell's safety. So will you return to Fort Salma and meet her there? Your efforts on my behalf are appreciated. So yeah, we can go do that. This music, right? You know how I have music in the background of all my videos? I have like a custom-made soundtrack that I made for that. And, oh right, yeah, Fort Salma. For some reason I was thinking Concordia the whole time. The very first track that I have on that for myself is that song. It's my favourite song in the whole Guild Wars 2 soundtrack, because I have like this weird nostalgic memory of it, where when I first started playing this game, it was actually in the alphas. And so I was downloading it, and it had a really slow download. So I basically went to bed that night. It was downloading. And so my PC was in my bedroom, you know, I was still at home at the time. And I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my speakers, and I was like, what's that? And I realized what happened was my monitor had gone to sleep, but the PC was still running, and after the download had finished, it had booted the old login screen client, yeah? And, you know, like I use on my streams, there's like a stream starting sometimes, but the original classic one. And it had the big Guild Wars 2 logo there, but it was playing music. One of the songs that plays is that song. And that was the first thing I heard. And just the thrill and the giddiness and the excitement I felt getting into Guild Wars 2 for the first time. Oh, it was incredible, man. It was so cool. And that was the sound coming out quietly in my room. I moved the mouse, the monitor turned on, I saw it. It was amazing. And that will just be burned into my memory forever. Alright, okay, so the ghost at Fort Salma. So we already saw a little bit of this last time. This was where Belinda died. Belinda, we hardly knew you. A character introduced and then killed off very, very, very quickly. The devs actually went on the record saying that they weren't really interested in doing stuff like that again. Wow, I don't remember such cool storm sound effects here. Can you hear that? Wow. Right, so what we got? Ghosts. I like that they have ghosts. They very rarely actually do stuff with ghosts. That's not, let me turn this down a little bit. That's not faux-fire related in the story. I actually quite like this little moment here. Speaking of oh god, there's too many topics I want to talk to you guys about. In fact, did I even write down on my notepad this topic? Oh, I guess I'll just say it. It's not even on my notepad. I've been writing a little bit more of my, so I looked up like how to do screenplays in Visual Studio Code, you know, like have an IDE for it and stuff. And I've been learning a bit about writing screenplays and stuff. And for funsies, I'm doing sort of that Nightfall movie thing, except I'm doing it as like TV miniseries. I'm doing it as like a 4-season TV miniseries. There's 5 episodes per season. And anyway, I'm thinking of opening the whole thing up with some kind of a scene.
Sarah, what are you doing? Stay away from me.
Okay, so we got to get on through there. I'm thinking of opening up with some kind of scene with at the ruins of Mora, but at the city while it's still a thriving city. And what I want to do is like have a bit of an exposition dump about like maybe the gods, or maybe just something maybe about Alona or something. You know, it'll be like a cold opening before even the title screen, and I'm thinking I'll have like the characters will die or something. Well, it's basically it'll be like a time lapse style thing, where you get a little bit of information and you think, oh, so this is what it's all about. But then time speeds up and you watch the whole place become like the haunted city it ultimately is, and you're like, wow, look at this place. Because that's if you structure Nightfall out as a story, as like a quest. Okay, now I like adventure, I like quests, so I'd have it as kind of. That would be like an emphasis for me, the idea of the quest. The goal of the quest, actually, the players of the game probably think Realm of Torment, you probably think Abaddon and so on. But it's not really that. The ultimate destination of the quest really is the ruins of Mora. And it's a really cool place in the lore that doesn't really get, you know, divulged on very much, actually, in the game. So it's exactly the kind of thing that I'd love, like a screenplay, to be able to talk more about. So since that's the ultimate location of the quest, I kind of like the idea of opening the whole thing with a little insight to the place, you know, and particularly get like that the idea of a flashback where you can see Mora before it collapsed. I think it would be very, very cool. Anyway, I'm probably boring the hell out of Guild Wars 2 viewers right now who have no idea, who never played Nightfall and have no idea what I'm talking about at the moment. But yeah, so also hello to everyone who's here watching this live. I know I haven't really looked at chat too much just here. I'm looking now. I kind of wanted to, you know, hold off looking at chat too fast. Just because, you know, I want these to double up as videos too.
Get away from me! I'm not a Mordrum.
And I don't want, you know, video viewers to feel like second-class citizens or whatever.
No! Mordrum. You're confused. I'm not
shit.
Mordrum.
I didn't realize I was still being attacked.
Belinda Jane Delacroix. Oh.
Marty, what's happening?
Belinda, I'm here. It's okay.
You did good, Margie. I promise soon.
I promise I'll care for it.
From darkness over easy. I rend your enemies before they can learn you. Until the day you die immediately. My love is, show me the sword.
Well, that was unfortunate. I was fighting the whole way through the dialogue. Yeah, so the sword here. People had noticed that Belinda had a cool sword before. And we all thought something was going to be happening. So they actually got this little storyline in. It's weird. This almost feels like it's completely unrelated to the rest of the season, almost. Also, apparently the devs went on the record and said that this was never meant to be a hint for Reaper. Someone was saying something like that to me in Discord a couple of weeks ago. It's easy to look back at this now and be like, oh, they're clearly setting up for the next expansion where elite specs are coming in and blah, blah, blah. I want to point out that at the point of this patch, Lion's Archer's still not rebuilt. Specializations still don't exist.
Are you all right?
Belinda, her spirit, she fused herself with the sword.
Are you okay?
I think so.
We're here for you. Just say the word. She thought I was a Mordrum. She was going to kill me.
Was that Tiny's VA there? Yeah, so it's weird to think, isn't it? But if you were actually playing this originally and you pop your hero panel, these were the point system. Still, at this point. Specializations came basically by the end of Season 2 here. Alright, so, the idea of guessing, like, the extent to which Reaper would look like when this came in, I think it was fair to guess, hey, maybe Necro would get a greatsword or something. But, to see how far the devs would go is kind of crazy. You know, I kind of have a thing with stuff like this as well, where it strikes me MMO communities, and maybe even just video gamers in general, they all really like thinking concretely about how a character translates into a game mechanic. So, like, people like to look at Marjorie and they're like, oh, what class? Like, if I take just a random MMO player or whatever, or a new Guild Wars 2 player, and I say, oh, have you met Casimir? What do you want to know about Casimir? One of the first questions they'll ask is, like, what class is she? Like, people really like drawing that line of, like, okay, this character is this class. Like, and I don't know whether it comes from World of Warcraft or, like, other MMOs where there's kind of a bigger sense of that. Obviously, in Final Fantasy, there's been a big thing with that as well. But to me, I don't really draw those. I remember when these patches were coming out, the fact that Marjorie got a greatsword, I didn't think of that as a hint to Necro or anything, because I didn't really ever care about Marjorie in the Necro bucket, if that makes sense. To me, there's, like, a complete difference between game systems and story that's being told, and they don't, like, pollute one another. And like, that's just a line of thinking that never really captivated me ever. And you can listen to my old speculation and conversation videos from way back then, where I sort of talk about some of this. Anyway, Marjorie. When Belinda died, my world turned black. Now I don't know what to feel anymore. Belinda fused her soul with the sword. How? Why? I don't know. I'll have to do some research. Maybe this is a special blade. I can't believe she did that. This is really interesting because when I hear Belinda fused her soul with a blade, it makes me think about ritualists and urns and so on. It makes me think about Canthan stuff. And it makes me think about looking at End of Dragons coming up, the speakers and all that kind of stuff. And Marjorie's going to be there in that expansion, right? So I wonder whether... And, like, weapon skills and stuff from Ritz back then. I wonder whether this might actually kind of get some conversation in the upcoming expansion. Depending on how much, you know, information and depth and stuff they can put in the expansion. I would keep your eyes out for this, guys, really. This might be quite interesting. It'll be okay. Take some time for yourself. Get some rest. No time for rest. Cass and I were making headway at the Priory. We've got another meeting scheduled with Magister Mackay. Delaying would be a mistake. We have to arm ourselves against Morgemoth. If you're sure, then go back. I need to go check in with the Pact. A big, quiet, old library is exactly the kind of environment I need right now. Oh, this is so good, guys. It'll take my mind off things. We have to get Morgemoth, my friend. We will.
I was investigating the ruins when the spirits of fallen Seraph overwhelmed me. I'd be dead now if it weren't for you. Thank you for saving my life. I'm heading to the Silver Waste to do some research for Magister McKay. Come find me if you're ever there.
I forgot about our floppy fish here as well. I should have waited for you. The ghosts almost got me. Why did they think I was a Mordrum? I suspect it was their trauma. They died so suddenly, they were confused. Poor things. Well, I owe you a debt. After this, I'm headed to the Silver Waste to further my research. If you find yourselves in the area, look me up. I'll treat you to a nice meal. I'll remember that. I wonder if she ever actually does treat us to a nice meal. Not really. It's interesting that they do this instance with ghosts right after, you know, the story-wise, we just interacted with faux fire ghosts and stuff. It's like, I wonder whether we're meant to actively be thinking about the relation between faux fire ghosts and regular ghosts and what trauma means and why some of them have sentience and some have less sentience and stuff. All right, so let's dip out. Are we really going to the library straight away? This is such a cool place. Seriously. Your presence is requested. Okay, this is from Jahern. Oh, no. We're not going there yet. 2. Commander Kleptomaniarized. Okay, now, Tio, 1 second. Let's have a quick break here. If you guys have a look here in my bank, you'll see I've cleaned it up, all right? This might not look very clean, but it is clean, trust me. Anyway, there's this here. This is my Black Lion section. Now, I've got a name change contract. I don't know when I got this name change contract. A while ago, I presume. Double-click to change a character name once. The abandoned name will be reserved for you to claim on a different character for 24 hours. So I'm thinking, I kind of want to hold on to that, but I'm also thinking, this kleptomania artist thing, we could have another name, guys. What do you think? So, I don't know, leave a comment under the video or in the live chat. I'm looking at the live chat right now. If you guys have cool ideas for thief, some kind of thief name, and the thing is, it just has to feel like immersive as we play the story here, right? You know, like I miss talking about Macon, for example, or whatever. Like, I kind of want like a real name. Does that make sense? So I don't know. I'm open to submissions because I'm completely bereft of inspiration on this. And yeah, just feel free, if you're watching this VOD, just pause it, drop the name down there. I'm in no particular rush. I mean, if there's an amazing one that appears in the live chat here, maybe I'll do it. But yeah, so that's a potential, and that's one of the little things that I did want to just quickly mention to you guys here today. All right, so what's going on, Traherne? And I think he's voice acted now as well. Give him a human name, Daryl Darkriver. I don't really like the name Daryl much. I don't know why. Hidden Blade. Well, you got to consider as well, guys, that it's got to be a name that is unlikely to have already been taken, right? Oh, I like the idea of doing a Canthan name. Yeah. Maybe I could find a cool Canthan NPC from Guild Wars 1. Some kind of an assassin. You love my Guardian build? Been using it solo? Thanks for that video. Really? Wait, what, the one from 2 years ago? I assume it's still pretty good. Thanks for the thanks. Okay, so we're planning our assault on Morgemoth at Camp Resolve. This is our new staging area in the Silver Wastes. The time has come for all to stand and deliver, and I would like you to assist with our preparations here. I have a specific mission for you if you're game. The Seraph of Kryta have secured a new route to our staging area through Fort Vandal. Evidence suggests that the bandits hastily abandoned the location recently. The guards posted there may know more, so please journey safely. The increased Mordrum activity is making travel especially dangerous. Okay, so a little bit of background. For those of you who never played this originally or didn't play Guild Wars 1, there's a few things going on here. First of all, the start of Season 2 added this place, Drytop. Drytop is actually named after a Guild Wars 1 map called Drytop. The real Drytop in Guild Wars 1 was actually a location over here. And in Guild Wars 1, the adventure you go on is more like this, okay? It's like a huge adventure before finally you get to Drytop. It's like an optional map. So Drytop's like really far away in Guild Wars 1, and just by the horseshoe kind of nature of how the adventure goes. So in Season 2, when we instantly went to Drytop, it was really cool. It was a callback to Guild Wars 1. A bit weird because they had shifted its location from wherever it was meant to be. I can't quite remember exactly where, but whatever, right? So then the second map, the second and final map of the season, the Silver Waste, again inherits its name from Guild Wars 1, but it's slightly different. This was called the Silver Wood in Guild Wars 1. And unlike Drytop, 250 years ago, the Silver Wood, as its name would suggest, was actually very verdant and lush, had lots of stuff going on with it. But then you start hearing about the Silver Waste, and it's like, oh, cool, there's another map. Ooh, but it's slightly different. That's sort of what's supposed to be going through your head. The other thing is Fort Vandal, Vandal's Claim. So let's go here. So this is a vanilla area that since launch was a hint to a new map. So the devs did something kind of sneaky here. First, there's a portal. I mean, fuck it. We'll go there. Let's go there, shall we? Any excuse to go to the Bandit Brisbane Bridge. So here in this map, in vanilla, 2012, even before that, there were a couple of hinted exits to the map that never led anywhere. Like, there's a portal, and if you jumped or broke out of the map and got to the portal, it wouldn't teleport you anywhere. So it was like the devs were clearly saying, hey, we're going to add content eventually, but we just didn't know when. Well, so this is one of them, for example. You see this bridge? There's a broken bridge there. There's a portal on the other side. See that? Like, there's an exit. It still makes me really giddy to look at that, you know. See how much confusion we get here. So you see that? There's another guy. Fine. Trying to give a history lesson. So there's a portal. The idea is in vanilla, we can't mount, we can't glide, we can't... You know, you could break out of the map and get up there, but it's supposed to be this distant thing. So I think they sort of suggested there might have been once a plan for a place called Lake Regent. And again, Guild Wars 1, you can actually explore up there, but it was never implemented. That was one. So then, when Season 2 came out, and they were like, we're doing a new map that attaches to Brisbane, everyone would have assumed it's this portal. But it wasn't. They instead did it here. And later in Season 3, we're going to get another map. But again, they deliberately didn't use this. It's like they're playing with the audience. Now, that's not the only one, though. Also in vanilla was this bandit fort here called Vandal's Claim. There's a really weird dynamic event here as well, where this event here, I think it is, there's follow-up to this event, where there's 3 bandit bosses, and one of them is a healer, one of them's DPS, and one of them's a tank. And it's like a joke about the Trinity. Anyway, one of the creatures there uses a form of taunt that existed long before real taunt ever came to the game, which is quite exciting and interesting to me. Anyway, this fort was a beautifully clean, sorted out fort, and there were level 80 bandits all along the top that would snipe you and insta-kill you for years. For years and years and years and years. Except, again, if you broke out of the map and you peeked behind, you could see, again, there was a portal. Just like with the bandit bridge, there was a portal here as well. Well, when Drytop came out, they didn't use either of them, which was just obscene. But now, finally, with the Silver Waste, they've used this, so that's what we're excited about. Because you came here this patch and you saw, oh god, the fort's been destroyed because there's vines here now. So, you know, everyone suspected when Drytop wasn't used that maybe one of the others would be, and well, here we go.
I watch over this place.
And you might suspect then that there's going to be a third map in Season 2 that comes out here, maybe, right? But they never did it. To this day, they've never done the bridge. So the bridge is quite a cool one. The bridge is like, I don't know. You know, I've always said that the last thing I ever did Guild Wars would be a pre-searing Let's Play. I feel like when that map finally gets added, that's like the final thing that Guild Wars 2 will ever get, you know? That's like the day before the servers go down in the year 2045. They finally add something across that bridge as one last hurrah, you know? Watch where you step, something odd is afoot. I don't know if I can take you seriously after that pun. Wait, what? Watch where you step, something odd is afoot. Oh, okay. Accidental, I swear. You really ought to watch yourself. Something here caused the Triad to vacate Fort Vandal. Good for us, maybe. Unless what scared them off was worse. What are you thinking? Well, the fort was abandoned so fast, the Triad hardly had time. The Triad being the tank, the healer, the DPS. Well, maybe just the name for the faction in general, to tell you the truth. The Triad hardly had time to collect their notes. Vines were scattered all over. Place looked like an awful lot like what happened to Fort Salma and Concordia. So, you think Morgemoth's attacked or will attack this fort? Maybe it started to, but whatever it was interested in now is gone. Either way, step lightly. Seraph are on their way to secure the fort. Okay. So there are some little notes and things we can read. This is obviously not a 100% playthrough, but I'm happy to read a few. So here there's this Asura Gate. You know, I almost completely forgot about this. Speak quickly. I have an inquest mess to attend to. What inquest mess? What is it? This gate. What is it? This gate isn't going to reverse engineer itself. There was an Asura Gate here. Asura Gates are defined by exceptionally strict criterion. This was an inquest attempt at an Asura Gate. I'm here to ascertain whether or not it was fully operational. What have you learned so far? Well, it appears once capable of powering up, which means it should have released a gate-specific frequency. This gate, however, was silent. Its destination point is also non-existent, a technological impossibility. So, I've had an idea, guys, for bringing Guild Wars 2 Mysteries back. In fact, you saw I did a prototype of it a couple of months ago, right? I think, did I do the Pyrite Peninsula, I think? I can't remember what the topic of the episode was. Anyway, but the mini mysteries. This is one of the mini mysteries. The thing is, it's like a 5-minute video to talk about this. What's up with the mysterious Asura Gate here? Right? And we can have a few theories. It's weird because there's another mini mystery we can talk about here with the graveyard. Oh, wait, where is it? And then I suppose the bridge itself is a mini mystery. Brisbane's full of these. I don't know, maybe eventually they'll connect this to the Aether Blades or something somehow. It's kind of curious, though. I did a tier list. Well, I've done tier lists as well, but I did a proper Guild Wars 2 Mysteries. And it underperformed. So I've had no motivation to do more. But I did do one. I made a whole nice intro for it and stuff. To tell you the truth, it wasn't a couple of months ago. It was probably more like half a year ago. Something like that. Slightly earlier even than that. But yeah, I did do one. I was hoping it would perform like a regular Guild Wars Mysteries. But, I don't know. I think people are just tuning out of Guild Wars or they just don't care about it anymore. Those kind of lore stories. I mean, I've talked about them all ad nauseum, so my core audience, I don't know if they're that interested. And then if they don't watch and link it and blah, 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 they just... Everything's underperforming, what can I say? So anyway, I did do that, and I made a cool fancy intro. And that would be one of the things, the mysterious Asura Gate there. There's some interesting ideas about maybe where it could go. But it's all very, like, headcanon-y, speculative, silly, you know. Isn't that gate connected to the Wing 2 raid? I'm not familiar with that. I'm not saying you're wrong. Did I forget about that? Oh, I did the Deep Sea Dragon. I did, thank you. That's what it was. I did the Deep Sea Dragon. Thanks there to Zden. Also, I've got a question here. Hey, WP, I saw in an earlier stream you were going to talk about YouTube memberships, but you didn't get to it. Do you have anything planned? Oh, well, I tried to set that up, and it's still not fully set up, so there's one final extra little thing that I need to do. I do actually have emotes and stuff on YouTube now, but I don't know how to finalize the process. So, we'll see soon. That's all I can say for now. Sorry. Oh, there you go. It was 11 months ago. It was the start of last year. You could do a big mini mysteries video. Well, that's kind of lame, though, because then that's one video. That's it, you know. We're trying to do this for a living. Someone scribbled a map on this piece of paper. Circles and notes mark areas of strange activity around Vandal's Claim. I mean, one of the reasons the normal mystery videos don't come out anymore is because there aren't any. I've covered all the big topics that are worth full videos. I've covered them. So what we have now are mini topics and mini videos. But if they don't perform the same, then, you know, the content's just not there. Report 389. We've supported vines near the fort, waiting for headquarters directives. Day since the last directive, 10. So you get a lot of cool hints here about the White Mantle and about the bandits. So for the purpose of the story stream, I guess I'll be transparent about the fact. Well, actually, no, we can wait. We can wait. This is set up for Season 3, actually. Which is quite cool. It's quite cool how this actually ties together. Report 392. The vines are moving closer. As of yesterday, a third scout disappeared while investigating the plants. Still no word from the headquarters. Day since the last directive, 21. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Oh, wow. I don't know why you guys are receiving buffering here. That never happened on any other days, did it? That's quite curious. We get a logbook. Experimentations have yielded few results. The vines are resilient to common methods of extermination, but can be injured, even killed with enough force. Unfortunately, such force is in short supply. Right, so let's just get through the door here. And, well, actually, let's see what the tacticians... Oh, I could have sworn she wanted to speak. Yeah, there you go. Hello there, what brings you all the way out here to Fort Vandal? I was wondering the same about you. Me? I'm here as a pack representative, checking to see if this area is safe enough for exploring. Okay, so we go into the Silver Waste now, and this is a brilliant place. The entrance to the Silver Waste is awesome. Look at this concept art straight away. You know what sucks, right? When you first enter Dry Top, you get that cool cutscene, the fly-through. You really need one here as well. Let's see what happens when we speak to the scout.
With Fort Vandal abandoned, we have our ground route into the Silver Waste. We're establishing a forward camp to amass troops and supplies for our airborne assault on Mordremoth.
Oh, that's a very quick scout. Well, what's cool is this. Well, wow, that's even cooler. That's a really good opener right there. Check it out. Airships and the glory of Tyria. So the one thing that's missing from Season 2... I mean, you could say an infinite number of things are missing, right? But a big thing that's missing from Season 2 that really would have just sent it off is there needed to be another scene on the deck of the ship. Because it's there. A lot of players don't even realise it's here. This is the new fort. This is the new Pact base. This is Fort Trinity 2.0. Now, unfortunately, I guess there's like a whole act of the season, you know. There's a whole thing where maybe what we should have done is what we definitely should have done is spend some time in Fort Trinity and then talk about the establishing of this base, spend a bit more time with Jahan, and maybe we should be on the glory a bit, you know, and we're spending time with Zodja up there or something. But unfortunately, we don't really get too much of it. But yeah, it's there. That's the glory of Tyria. And you can actually track it as the story goes along. Okay, so, and when I say you can track it, I mean that's going to continue right until the first expansion. Would you like to continue your story, Reunion of the Pact? Indeed I would. Yeah, the Silver West is a brilliant map. Would you necessarily have to do any Guild Wars mysteries? What you love about my content is how I cover lore and mysteries, not necessarily it's only one franchise. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to do that for like Final Fantasy and stuff if I knew more, or like maybe we can get more games under our belt and do that. That would be really cool. As it stands right now, I've dedicated 10 years of my life to this game, and I don't have much else to... Well, I mean, I could do the mini mysteries.
Lay those maps out and get me a couple of charcoal sticks to mark them with.
At once, sir.
Has anyone heard from Commander Frostgullet? She's late.
She's dealing with a problem on her ship, Marshal. The engines need maintenance.
Tell her to get someone else to do that. I need her here.
Right away.
So yeah, Trahan is voice acting. Huzzah!
Took down Zaitan.
You can count on us, Commander.
Tend to Mordremoth.
I love these moments where they say we're the one that took out Zaitan.
Counselor Flunt asked that I convey his regards.
It doesn't matter to me. Look how beautifully made this instance is. They've got this crow moving around. They've got all these people animating and emoting and stuff. And talking and doing things. I mean, it's crazy how much detail goes into these. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter whether it's Season 2 in Heart of Thorns, Season 3, 4. It doesn't matter. Whenever they call me the guy that beat Zaitan, it makes me so happy. Of course, we've been present. By the end of this story stream, we're going to have been... You know, this playthrough's going to show a lot. There's Trahan, a guy saluting him. They're lifting supplies up.
I have news.
How are things progressing?
The Northwest is overrun with Mordrum and strangling vines. The troops need reinforcements.
Tell Commander Quentin to ready his ship.
Yes, sir.
Everyone disperse. The Commander and I need to talk.
Yes, Marshal. Everybody out. Come on, move it.
While they're dispersing, let me fill you in on what's been happening since the summit. I took what you said to heart. The fleet's arriving gradually, and we're preparing to take the fight to Mordremoth. The cities have all sent troops to fight with us. We've begun preliminary forays into the surrounding area. I've contacted your friends from Destiny's Edge, and they've all agreed to join the battle. All but Ritlock Brimstone. I couldn't reach him. And none of the others know where that portal took him either. We're gathering as much information as we can on the enemy before we launch the main assault. We definitely need someone with your skills. So I'm glad you're with us.
Man, it's crazy how just from that line, it seems we're right on the edge of Heart of Thorns already, doesn't it? It seems we're right there. I'm being asked in the live chat about the gods. Yeah, maybe we'll see more of the gods. Lissa in particular in the next expect. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I thought you might be busy with post-summit diplomatic concerns. Right now, the Pact is high on my priority list. I'm glad. This staging base is our launch point for an early attack on Mordremoth. Before the dragon gets too strong? Exactly. We're fortifying as quickly as we can. We believe Mordremoth is west of here, or south, perhaps. Its jungle seems to be spreading eastward. So you're putting the other dragons on hold? No choice. Mordremoth's the most imminent threat, as you've proved. The others are quiet for now, probably happily soaking up our magic. But they're awake, and that means they could erupt at any time. Are you ready for Mordremoth? We lost so many fighting Zaitan. To be honest, I'm not sure, but I'm preparing as best I can. We're somewhat more ready than you and I were when we went after Zaitan. Calabug worked on Risen Lieutenants, but will it work on Mordrum? We'll have to find out sooner or later. I'm inclined to make a bold move while it's newly... Sorry, I'm inclined to make a bold move while it's newly awakened. That's why I need you and your knowledge of these things. The more we know, the better prepared we are. This is a great conversation here, isn't it? Although I know a lot about them, there's more to learn. Primordus has been awake for over 200 years. Jormag for nearly as long. They both did great damage at first, sending out their minions. This is the stage where Mordremoth is at now. So yeah, ArenaNet tries to give you this idea that like when an Elder Dragon awakes, it has like a super volatile active phase, and then it chills out a little bit. So like Kralkatoric's super volatile phase was when he made the brand. Or like Zaitan's was when he raised ore and created the tidal waves. So this is like Mordremoth's phase. The minions, I get it. You want to slow down its production of the minions. Yeah, slow down, or if we get lucky, stop it entirely. Now, before its corruption spreads too far and wide. And like Trahearne sees that there's snowballs, so you gotta stop it before it gets too far. What do you need to make that happen? I have a mission. I have a squad missing. Missing? They were on a scouting mission. And they should have been back last night, but they didn't return. There are 2 non-packed with them. Who are they? Well, our friend Keith and a diplomat sent here by the Crichton government to investigate the situation. His name's Canuck. Both are very capable, but maybe outnumbered. It's interesting hearing Trahearne talk about Canuck. We need to look for them and see if they need reinforcements. Would you be willing to lead that mission? Or head out as soon as I'm prepared? Okay, so we can head out with Bram. There's something else that I really wanted to talk about here. What you did at the summit will go down in history. Hopefully it's a turning point in the war against the dragons. I don't think I could respect you more than I did, but after that speech, I merely spoke from my heart and my experience. Our only choice is to unite. Some mornings I awake, and for a moment, I'm afraid that when I look out into the window, I'll see the world destroyed. That view is so clear in my head. That's the most desolate feeling I've ever had. Wow. That's quite poetically written. You carry a great weight on your shoulders. As do you. This is one thing we've had in common from the beginning, such responsibility. Speaking of which, I better go find that missing squad. So yeah, there's something weird about this as well, the way... I don't want to critique or analyse every moment of the writing here or whatever. But it's like, you know, in vanilla, they kind of really set up the Pale Tree's express interest in Zaitan, and his quest in particular was to cleanse ore. And in doing so, you know, in this like twin relationship with Keith, in doing so, he kind of finds himself at the head of the pact. But now his motivation's like really wobbly and weird. Like, I feel like we're missing a section where we really dive into Trahearne and why he's so... I mean, he could easily step aside and put someone who's more interested in the hunting of dragons at the top, if that's what he wanted to do. You know, his wild hunt was to cleanse ore. He chooses to spend the rest of his life doing this, and that's honourable and that's fine, and I think that tracks. But we don't get the story where we really dive into that, you know, so we just have to assume that's how he feels. I don't like, and Guild Wars does that a lot. Things happen that seem to make sense, and you just have to assume that they make sense. It doesn't dive into the details of it, you know. Anyway, here's Bram. Hey, I saw you meet with Trahearne. What did he want? Do you have things to do with the pact? Marshal Trahearne is requesting my help to find a missing squad. You're the perfect choice for that. You already have a lot of experience with Mordred. Are you going to be in charge of something? So it seems, of a small squad. I'd offer to come, but I've got to make sure Timey's safe. She's looking for that pact engineer to toughen Scruffy's armor. I'll never forget how close she came to dying in that Inquest attack. Me neither. We showed up in the nick of time. She was so scared. I'll keep an eye on the squirt. You're going to be okay, right? Of course, I won't be alone. It's weird hearing him say, I'll never forget this, I'll never forget that, as though it's big drama going on, and yet we'll never reference that event again. Maybe one day they will.
I need to know.
There she goes again.
Was Aaron working for Scarlet?
Not to my knowledge, miss, although I suppose it's possible. I never met any of his friends.
Then what are you doing out here?
We came looking for a safe place to land.
Wait, you can't just leave after saying that.
So, 3 Zephyrites.
Why would he attack you? You never did anything to hurt him, did you?
Of course not. We welcomed him into our fold, but he grew violent.
It started with episodes of confusion and aggression.
We just decided to confine him when...
So where's the Master of Peace now?
We need to find him.
Excuse me. Excuse me! No, wait! Why would he go off alone?
We believe
he's still searching for a place where we can all be safe.
We saved him. We tracked Aaron through the wastes and found him before he could kill your master.
That was you, huh? We found Aaron's corpse and assumed the master had killed him.
Nope, it was the boss and me and the others too. We trapped him inside Spurbend Canyon and fought him there.
We are profoundly grateful to you, miss. To all of you. But we really must go now.
I like how she's grilling them so badly here. Also, I never really like paid attention to. She looks quite cool when she's really small, just standing on it at the top up there. Right, so we got the Master of Wind, Sun, and Lightning, the 3 aspects of the Zephyrite. I'm told by the. Oh, this is quite clever here. I'm speaking to the Master of Wind, but it's throwing me to the Master of Lightning. It's all one big dialogue box attached to all 3 of them. The devs don't do that often, but that's quite cool. I'm told by this delightful young miss here that you saved the life of our Master of Peace. It seems you have a knack for commanding the aspects. Aaron was out of control. He had to be stopped. How did the Master of Peace look when you saw him last? Was he injured at all? No, he seemed hardy. He's determined and, of course, the best among us. If any of us could survive out there on our own, it would be him. Nevertheless, you're risking your own life. So remember, just to recall here, we got lots going on right now. We got the awakening of an elder dragon and stuff. But there's also just this bizarre mystery of the Zephyrite getting nuked by another Sylvari who probably wasn't in allegiance with Scarlet. It's like, why is that happening? And then there's the mystery of what's the Master of Peace doing with the glowy object running away, right? So there's kind of... That's the tangled web of intrigue that we're threading through right now. Nevertheless, you're risking your own lives to try and catch up with him. We fear the day will come when he'll need us. We want to be there when it does. This is interesting. How am I supposed to know which one? What about your people? All those injured in the crash. We're doing this for them. For now, they can help each other, but soon we'll need a safe place to shelter while we recover and rebuild. So what about your crystals? Aren't you afraid they'll be looted? Oh, yes, but others will collect them. This responsibility we inherited, protecting Glint's legacy. It extends to all Zephyrite. We all play our roles. Sorry. I almost like had a weird hiccup as I was speaking there. So wait, the aspects of Glint's magic? Fueled by it? She lives on in the sun, the wind, and the lightning. Her body was overflowing with magic, soaked up over the thousands of years that she'd lived. It continues to seep out of her crystals. I like this, by the way. Like, the Zephyrite are really powerful, and they're just basically salvaging it from Glint, who's kind of acting like an Elder Dragon does, absorbing magic, right? But Glint is nothing compared to an Elder Dragon. Again, it's like there's a missing story here, which is like, okay, once we kill Zaitan, what about all the magic that he should release now? You know, the magical explosion or whatever. I guess the answer to that should be that we starved Zaitan enough that there really wasn't much left of him when we got to him or something. But again, you have to assume that. You don't get to see it. You don't get to see those facts unfold. And you sell our crystals? No, not hers. We grow the ones we sell. A dead dragon's magic naturally returns to the world. Our grown crystals are infused with some of that. And the Master of Peace is looking for a safe place for you. The Zephyrite are collecting her crystals as they find them, saving them so that when we found our new home, we can move them there and begin again. You inherited it? The Brotherhood of the Dragon was a dwarven society dedicated to Glint. Before they turned to stone, they passed that duty on to us. So when was this? Over 200 years ago. At first, we were a small group, nomadic. We lived in the desert and assisted Glint in any way we could. But then Kralkatorrik awoke and destroyed her. They're too cagey about the Forgotten in all this as well. The whole way through the game, they've been too cagey about the Forgotten. Even in POF, where branded Forgotten appear, you know. She and Destiny's Edge attacked Kralkatorrik and tried to kill it. They failed, and Glint died. Her crystals are all we have left of her. We collected what we could from the desert, built airships where no one could touch us, and learned to use the aspects. So, and then we loop, which is also weird for Guild Wars. It's weird. It's like the way that some of the dialogues work in there is very strange. They all bow. Bram walks over. I'm not sure. I thought that engineer was probably going to start speaking. You look so serious. Dodger wears a similar face sometimes. I guess he did start speaking. Wait, what did he say? You look so serious. Dodger wears a similar face sometimes when our experiments are especially dangerous. What are you going to do? I'm going to go out and find Kaith and Canuck. Bram's going to take you home. Out? You mean out in the wastes? Bram should go with you. What if something happens to you? I'm meeting up with and leading a pack squad. I won't be alone. If I can find my engineering. I can find my engineer and then get home alone. You don't need to watch over me every second. Seriously, I'm not a baby. You two will be safer together. Don't worry about me. I'll see you later. Okay. The instances like this are so weird, right? Because to me, that went really quickly. I feel like, you know, it was like a nothing of an instance, like blink of an eye. But it's weird. You'd be surprised when you go back and replay these.
Your friends coming to rescue you.
Don't you have somewhere to be? Move off.
Rune Ingot Spitter. My name's Tiny.
I'm dedicated to learning as much of what you know as I can.
Well, I'll be.
Your command of metal magical integration is awe-inspiring. We studied your progressive layering techniques in class.
That's so. Well, what makes you think I'd teach you anything?
Because I'm the smartest, most earnest student you'll ever have?
That remains to be seen. But we can talk. A little.
But when you come back and replay it, and if you don't want to pay attention to the story, this one's agonizing. It's just talking, standing around. It's funny. It's like you're either in the zone paying attention to the story, or the game is not fun. And this is one of those missions, I think, that's just like that. Anyway, here, weird dropped storyline again here. Someone came over and said, your friend? Hey, what are you doing over here? Shouldn't you be? Hey, who was that you were speaking to? Who? Oh, him? Just an old friend, someone I knew from my mining days. So, I don't know whether I really went into this backstory with her, but her whole warband died in a mining accident. Did he know your old warband? Some of them. We all worked in the same mine. I've never said it, Rox, but I'm really sorry you had to go through that. I'm still going through it. You and Bram helped keep my mind off it. It's hard to talk about. It's hard to see people I knew from that time. Would it be okay if I met him? A friend of yours is a friend of mine. He's not really anyone. I said friend, but I meant acquaintance. Not worth your time. Okay, I won't pry. Changing the subject. You had any word about real? I don't like this commander dialogue here, by the way. Something about it feels too characterized in a direction that I wouldn't ever really speak. I don't know. I don't know what it is. There's just something in that. Anyway, no, I plan to head out to the Black Citadel and see if they've heard anything, or if they're planning on doing anything. That seems like a good idea. Let me know what you find out. Okay, definitely will. All right, bye-bye. So yeah, there's this thing about Rox's acquaintance. It's a storyline they've never done anything with ever. And it's such a, like, it's such a small, basic idea that it's like there's not even anything tangible, really. Like, you can't even do a mini mysteries on that, really. I've got it on the list of mini mysteries. Had I continued to make those. But it's like, what do you even say about that? Oh, there was a friend that they were hinting at and they didn't do anything. Maybe in the future they'll do something. That's it. I mean, there you go, 15 seconds. You could probably pad that out to 5 minutes by giving the full backstory of where and when Rox is. Maybe there's a dev quote about it on one of the live streams somewhere, maybe. Anyway, yeah, so, cool, I want to talk more about the Silver Waste and stuff here, but I guess we'll just get going. And we'll run through. Rox does get PTSD again during Dragonfall, doing one of the lane metas. Yeah, I mean, I think her whole story with the Omicron and trying to find her home and joining Ritlock's warband in Season 1 and stuff is kind of all... It's all sort of a part of her character, I suppose, but... I don't know, it's clearly a setup to stuff that never went anywhere. That's the only point I'm trying to get to here, right? So, okay, so do you guys want to see something cool? Now that we're in a bit of a walk section, I got one of my many, many, many topics of things I've been doing over Christmas. Alright. I have finally fully cleaned my account. Alright, ready for this, everyone. I'm very proud of this, okay? Check this out. So, first of all, this is a clean inventory, okay? I'm just getting swarmed with gear again, as I've been playing here on this video, right? But check this out, right? Now, I'm looking for a big reaction here in the live chat on this. People are not going to have one. So, check it out. My bank is now clean. So, up top here, I have, like, miscellany from, like, maps and things. So, bone skinner vials for some of that crafting. Some homing beacons when I next want to go to Drizzle Woods. Treasure hunting kits, probably deletable, but whatever for now. Gold fractal stuff for finishing off the gold collection, working on abyss stuff when I get back into fractals. Silver waste shovels for the silver wastes, where we are right now. Some exquisite serpentite in case I ever need to do something more with Thunderhead. But anyway, yeah, general miscellany, okay? Now you might say that WP, that's not clean. It is, considering how many tabs and stuff I've got. I boiled it down to this. It's pretty good. So this is bags. Oh, these are meant to be over here. That's miscellany as well for my final armor craft. Okay, so 2 boosters for, you know, getting boosts. It's Winter's Day right now, so I could do the Snowflake one, for example. So check it out. I've got 25% experience, 25% gold, 25% reward track. Oh, I should have triggered that last night. That's a different story. Okay, so anyway... So that's the top one. Panel of boosters. They're all boosters and boost powder. Basically every type of booster I think that's ever come into the game. If you guys looking at this know of a type of booster that I don't have on the list, let me know, because I want to add it. I want to have the full collection. But I think this is everyone. Okay, next, it's Black Lion. This is amazingly clean for you. It's not just for me, it's just clean, okay? Not just for me, I resent that, okay? Keep with me here. So, stuff that comes out like Black Lion keys and stuff, right? It's all appropriate. Oh, we've got a devourer attacking us. Interfering with my amazing story here. I don't like this build too much. Well, I do like the build. It makes good real gameplay, so it's fine. Okay, so Black Lion stuff, and then unlockers are on the right. Okay, infusions, full collection of all the different infusions across all the gear and stuff I had. Yeah, all right. So you see, I got 78 plus 9s, which is like an absurd amount of infusions. I got my enrichments here as well, the celebration one and the Coder's warmth. Banners. Banners potentially could come up into the Black Lion thing, but whatever. Glyphs. The Grandmaster marks I can probably keep with the llama, to be honest. And the essences probably deserve to be up there as well. Okay, so we got those. As you can see, there's a slight work in progress. Just a little bit of housekeeping as I go. Okay, scrolls to various lobbies. All right, here on the left. Okay, now experience item. So let's drop these down here. This is where it gets exciting. I've got something really cool to show you guys. Okay, so scrolls, experience bumps, educational supplies, stuff like that. Speaking of which, this character has a mentor's kit, which we've still got to use. But yeah. So tomes and stuff. I actually have a mule with like thousands of other tomes, but whatever. So we've got a little section in our bank for that. Next, Black Lion salvage kits. I'm not sure whether I need these anymore. I think I do, right? Which one's better, the Rune Crafter or the Black Lion? I think Black Lion's better, right? So anyway, I still got those. Now, here I've got a Bloodbound longbow. So this is like... I would like the full Bloodbound set, but I only have one for now, so it's just here. Because, what else am I going to do? Super Adventure Book stuff, Infinite Coin, Fancy Furniture Coins, Weapon Crafting, Baubles. They're all together. 3 back pieces, 1 for each of the orders. Now, these potentially could be salvaged, but I think they're Guild Wars 2 account value, so I'll keep them. Okay, now, crafting stuff, legendary crafting stuff, all is going to be here, all right, in this tab. Right now, that's just these 2 gifts of knowledge. Okay, super old stuff. So, this is like useless stuff, but that I have a lot of nostalgia for, or like personal connection to. So, for example, this is Liss's starter backpack, which she doesn't wear anymore because she has bigger bags, but I didn't want to delete it. So, this is Liss's one. These are bugged runes from Heart of Thorns, okay? When Heart of Thorns came out, there were some runes, and they had absolutely no value to them. Based on the icon, I think you could probably tell what they're meant to be. But anyway. Boons. Now, these are extremely special to me. I've told the story of these a lot of times. They're very old items that you can't get anymore. They used to be all over the game in the alphas, and then they got removed. But I got some T3 ones and some T5 ones that the devs forgot to remove from the game when launch landed, so I managed to pick these up. 2 of them are soulbound to my Thief, 2 of them are soulbound to my Ellie. The old training manuals. Now, technically, I think these are on the trading post, aren't they? But the old trait system, Grandmaster Manual, Adept, Master. Very cool. I think you'll all agree. For some reason, these don't stack together. Some titles from PvP. A Heart of Thorns armor voucher, which I get no value. And some free tournament tokens. Again, classic PvP stuff. Okay, so here's where it gets cool. Weapon boxes. This is all ascended weapon boxes. So if I ever want a new weapon, for whatever reason, I don't know why I would, but I've just got a selection here, okay? Gathering items. Miscellaneous. And now, there's one tab here, okay, of miscellaneous ascended shit, basically, which I could salvage or hold on to for efficiency. I don't know. So we can ignore that. Here, it's 3 sets of heavy armor, which I don't really know who I want to equip on, so they're all together. Now, here's where it gets cool, all right? I'm really proud of this. Ready? Now, let me ask you, dear viewers, what does this look like to you? And it's the entire rest of the bank. I'm going to scroll. Alright, what does that look like to you? Any theories? I'm watching the live chat to see if anyone has any. To see what I've done. God, that's so much bleed we can inflict with that. That's crazy. Right, so the idea that I've got here, okay, is... No, story stuff? No. Okay, I'll show you guys. So basically, this is every unique ascended trinket in the game. It's a library. It's basically... You know how you got the wardrobe storage for, like, back items and stuff? You got any kind of back pieces? They're all going to appear in here, right? So they're all unlocked or whatever. There isn't a library for all of the now useless ascended trinkets. So, for example, if I want to be, you know, here I'm Trailblazer. If I want to be Berserker, I can just swap to Berserker. But the actual Berserker's item is the Ring of Red Death, right? Or it's the, what is it? Althea's Ashes is the other one? Anyway, so it's all those... It's amazing that I can't recall that immediately off the top of my head here. So, all those special unique items that I had before the Legendary Armory update, I didn't want to delete all of them. I had them all set up for all the stat types. So I didn't want to do that, right? So I've set it up as a proper library so you can see everything. A crystalline band. So check it out. The attuned Ring of Red Death infused. The other thing in the set is the crystalline band. The other thing in the set is Althea's Ashes. So that's the accessory. Then there's the Magus' Field Journal, right? This is the Berserker stuff. Then there's 3 Berserker amulets. There was the Call of the Wild, or, which I've got Karma in, or there was the Distinguished Circle of Logic, which I've got Gold in, Gold Find, or there was the Mark of the Tetios Houses, which I've got Magic Find in. Now, the original reason there were 3 versions was there was like 1 offensive, 1 defensive, 1 utility or something. But anyway, there's basically 3 different... So, these are all unique items, right? They're relics. They're special things that I've collected. I don't want to delete them. So, across the bottom here, all 7 of these items represents the complete collection of Berserkers. Well, what else is there? What about the Berserkers Valkyrie mix? So there you'll see this is Power, Precision, Vitality, Ferocity. You might think that that's Marauders. It's not Marauders. The weighting is crazy on this. If you look, there's barely any Vitality on that at all. But there's shit tons of Ferocity. The weighting's really weird on this. So this set is a Bargnark with the Vine of the Pale Tree. Those are the 2 rings. Followed by the Experiment ZX27115 and Zin's Data Crystal, right? These are the accessories you get from guild missions. And then the 3 amulets. The Conundrum of Mort, the God's Rock Amulet, and the Bud of the Pale Tree. So that's the set, right? So as you can imagine, this is a shit ton of commendations and laurels. This is like a crazy amount. So I don't have the library finished. So for example here, we're now at Soldiers, all right? Power, Toughness, Vitality. The Lost Seal of Yusuku, the Royal Signet Ring of Doric, the Golden Rin Relic, the Dermond Pen, and I have a Baradin family crest, which technically is good, but I'm missing the other 2 amulets here, you see? I'm missing the final 2 amulets. So that's 20 laurels to finish that part of the library. But that's a goal for me. So anyway, that's the idea. This is from POF. There's not much in this set. It's like I'm missing a ring and an amulet, and that's it. It's almost done. But where there's gaps, it's because I only have 1 of the 2 rings, right? So then here we got, you know, Circle of Ra, Band of Brotherhoods, Charisma, the 3rd place medal, and the Proto-Matter chain. Oh, look, the meta's going on. So yeah, that's what this is. And then we have Rabid here, this looks like. No, this is Rampager with the Barb Signet. And as I scroll up, you'll see this is how it's all lit up. So here's Sinister. This is the Silver Wastes, where we are in this playthrough. Plague Signet, Veratus Ring, Kaith's Blossom, Kaith's Remorse, Jura's Jewel, All Winds Locket. These are both valid. They're the exact same item. But you don't buy them from Laurels. They're like achievements, I think one of them is. There's not a 3rd amulet, so that set's actually done. There's some cool patterns as well to see here. It's like here, for example, Adalbern's Signet and Rurik's Signet are in the same set. How cool is that? I've always liked that. So finally at the top, it ends here. This is the top. So this is Celestial. So this is my favorite set, of course. We have Solaria, Circle of the Sun, Lunaria, Circle of the Moon, the Ancient Massart Token, the Celestial Sigil, and then 3 amulets: the Eye of Janthea, the Eyes of Abaddon, or the Sigzigzi. The Sigzigzi. Now here's the thing. Celestial is actually the longest set. There's one missing gap under my cursor here. There's one more item that I need to finish the Celestial row. Does anyone want to guess what the final thing is? Celestial has more items than anything else. It has 3 amulets, 2 rings, 2 accessories, but it actually has another item. What's the other item? Anyone want to guess? So yeah, that's how my bank's set up. Oh, and then there's like the random sets. There's only 2 Assassin's pieces from a collection, so they're here. There's only 2 Magi's ones. They're here, for example. These are the Heart of Thorns achievement ones. These are the ones from, you know, other random patches and bullshit, basically. So I've held on to those. They're just listed on the right because they're miscellaneous and they don't fully fit, which sucks. But there is a backpack. No, it's not a backpack. I don't have backpacks included because backpacks are already in the wardrobe. And there are a couple of backpacks with like predefined sets, like the Quiver of 1,000 Arrows, for example, is very specifically one type of, you know, one set. I think it's like Knights or something. You know, there are a couple like that, but they're not worth collecting. I have those anyway. You don't need to put those in. They're never backpacks. There you go. There you go. DJ Guy Dan got it. It's good to see you in chat there, by the way. It's good to see you all there in the live chat, everyone. Yeah, DJ Guy Dan got it. It's the the Triforge Pendant. So there is a special item in the Mystic Forge. It's very rare and it's very stupid and it's very irrelevant. It costs something like 500 gold. It's like heaps of Mystic coins. It's just crazy amounts of Mystic coins for one ascended amulet called the Triforge Pendant. You basically make it. Essentially, there's 3 other amulets you have to make in the forge, each with 50 coins. And then you combine the 3 amulets to one final amulet. And then you can tier that amulet up into Ascended. And that's going to go in this slot. That's going to be the 8th piece. And Celestial will finish at that point. So there's actually 4 Celestial amulets because there's special extra one from the Forge. Which is really cool, but I don't have it. It's very expensive. Maybe I can make it as we play through Season 2 here. I don't know. This is very pricey. This fallen Mordrum appears to be wired to some type of device. Look closer.
Do not disturb that body. It's rigged to explode.
Unless you wish to be vaporized into a fine mist, I advise you to step away.
Hello, Canuck. You're welcome. Forgive me. You're welcome, Commander. Spare me the sarcasm. Just show me which way Kaith was headed. Wait, how do you know it's booby-trapped? I set the trap myself to dissuade enemies from following my dear sister's reconnaissance squad. Present company excluded, of course. I'm not so sure we aren't enemies. You're a convicted felon. I do wish you'd get over the past. Besides, we have a mission to finish. I can save you some time in tracking the recon squad, since I know which direction they were headed in. Fine, let's keep going. As you wish. Along the way, I advise rigging these mines to any Mordrum corpses we come across. Alright, let's go. Wait, is it really worth the effort? We're outnumbered. Stealth and ambush are the preferred tactics here. These explosives will kill multiple Mordrum instantly. Just plant the explosives and wait for our single-minded targets to return. Why would the Mordrum go to their own bodies, though? Hey, we had a, what are they called, super chat? Thank you very much, Talabar. Thank you. You're the one and only to have done that today. Much appreciated. Glad to see you streaming again. I thought you'd given up the series. Why? Because I had Christmas. You know, I had someone message me on, like, New Year's Day saying, okay, WP, you've had enough of a break now. Get back to streaming. But not in, like, a funny way. Like, in a, like...
If we're sly, we can bypass them. Around or through.
In a sort of, okay, you've had enough now, sort of way. And I was like, man, this is fucking crazy. Actually, I don't think it was the first. I think it was the second. I think it was a day after New Year's. It was like this Saturday that just passed. I was like, Jesus. No, I haven't given up this series. What? Oh, we had another one. Full Bumby. Hey, WP, could you please talk about the power level between gods and dragons? Do we just assume dragons are more powerful, or the story suggested it? I think for a long time, it was the developers' intent to suggest that dragons were bigger than gods. And a part of that was in selling the jeopardy of the sequel and stuff, and the stakes of the sequel, after having come out of the original game that did so much with gods. So for a long time, that was kind of where they were leaning with it. Nowadays, I actually feel like they're leaning the other way. Nowadays, I feel like they're leaning more towards, okay, gods are actually, if not weaker, if not stronger, outright stronger. I'm saying that in air quotes. You know, it depends on how we talk about these things. At least on par. The wounds on this soldier's body appear fresh.
It's dangerous here. Too many hiding spots and ambush locations. Would have been nice if one of those choppers had been usable.
Would have been. Man, Canuck's so sinister here. So I don't know. I mean, I think that they'll just... I don't think they'll make many direct comparisons. I don't think ArenaNet spends a lot of time thinking about questions like that, which is unfortunate. Or if they do, then if they do think about it, they're never confident enough to make certain things tangible. So I don't know how much you'll really get. But I think End of Dragons could do stuff, again, because of like what I mentioned earlier with Lissa and stuff, you know. Is a high likelihood to maybe have something to say or do, even if in brief, in End of Dragons. And considering the background to End of Dragons is the End of Dragons, you never know. And also, you know, where does the Guild Wars 2 story go after End of Dragons? These are all fun things to think about. Technically, the 3rd was a bank holiday too. Oh, was it? Well, I honestly wasn't really thinking on any of those terms. I mean, I've said it before. I don't really think in terms of like having a weekend or whatever. But and I really did, as I mentioned at the start of today's video, I really did think. Jesus Christ, these wolves. It might be nice to do something on Christmas Day or do something afterwards, but you know, I don't feel bad about having a week between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve and a couple of days afterwards. Really, I wanted to do another one yesterday, you know, first Monday or whatever. But I mean, what are office hours mean, really?
Let's go.
All right, we can grab him. I'm actually kind of scared of these wolves. Deadly when flanking, right? So the thing is, when there's so many, oh, I can just drag them over the bombs, of course. I guess that's the idea. They're meant to be actually a bit intimidating. They're meant to be a little bit scary. So anyway, I hope you guys all had a good Christmas and got lots of nice gifts and stuff. I have something new for my desk to accompany my Himalayan salt lamp from all those years ago, which, yes, I do. I never really talk about anymore, but anyone who's been following since back then, I do still have it here. I still do like it very much. I have a Zen garden. So I got a little Zen garden, which is kind of a nightmare, to be honest. I mean, I like it. It's like a little tray of sand, and in the corners, little trays of mud that I have like chive seeds on, and I'm like watering the chive every day. But the problem is that as you water the mud, the dirt or whatever,
I suppose there isn't time for pleasantries. Squad, follow the commander.
Oh, sorry, did I mess up? Did we want to talk to each other?
What brings you here?
All right, bye-bye. I always like spill it out. I always spill it, and it always ends up going over the sand. And then I can't, like, you're supposed to like rake the sand or something to enjoy the Zen and the relaxation. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I read the description, the instructions for the Zen garden, and it was like, make sure to rake the sand to make pretty patterns. And it was like, place rocks in the sand and embrace the tranquility. I have to assume they're writing it ironically. But yeah, when I try and water it to get this grassy stuff to grow, I always miss a bit and blobs go on the sand. But I think that they've made the sand like hydrophobic.
You underestimated me.
So you just get like these weird lumps of water. Like, it's just weird. It just doesn't work. And then obviously you can't rake wet sand in a peaceful way. And I've just got mud and sand all over my desk basically consistently since Christmas. So. But yeah, good gift for sure. Oh, Talabar, thanks again. I was under the assumption that the gods could have fought off the dragons, but the energy output would have destroyed Tyria. I think POF can give that impression for sure. So I think that's a reasonable interpretation. But again, that's like new. That's not... When I say where they were originally leaning, I'm talking about like when Guild Wars 2 was coming in. You know, and I'm talking about like... I'm talking about an era of the game from like 2007 to... when the first article about Guild Wars 2 came out, 2008 maybe it was. I'm talking about 2008 till about 2016. I think POF you start to see maybe it's in a slightly different direction. And certainly more recently, I feel like it's been... And it kind of has to go in the other direction as well to keep some intrigue and some jeopardy and some curiosity about the game. But, you know, ArenaNet messed up with Season 3. We'll see this in the story recap. They didn't do the Balthazar story well enough, to be clear. Like, I think a lot of players think gods are weaker than they are because they fought Balthazar in POF. But what you have to remember is you fought the power of a bloodstone in POF. You didn't really fight... Balthazar got depowered and ruined. He had nothing. He charged himself up with a bloodstone, and then you fought him. That is what you fought. The gods, I say in air quotes, that we deal with in the upcoming stories is not a full-on god. It's a bloodstone, basically.
A base of operations for the local Mordrum.
Do you see that glow?
Yes. What could they be up to?
We have Mordrum inbound and should consider retreating. We are deep in their territory, and we are vastly outnumbered.
We should send up a flare. I hope the Pact will see our signal and send help.
Right, so we get a little bit of a hint here. It wouldn't have made much sense if I did the meta already. So when this first came out, when the Silver Waste was first added, the full meta wasn't available. So this really was people's first taste of this. So send up the flare.
Attracted more of the Mordrum. We have to relocate. We're boxed in up here.
Let's take the fight to the bottom of the slope.
Okay. Stick to my Plants vs. Zombies End Garden. I haven't played that for months now. Months? 2 months? A month? When was I playing that? November, I think? So, a month? Just over a month? I've uninstalled it and everything. That's actually one of those games where I, like, feel fully finished now, you know? I'm like, okay, good, I've done it. I got my Steam achievements. I was happy to move on. What patterns do I know how to do in the sand? I wasn't under the assumption, under the impression I had to make real patterns. I just sort of, I don't know, raked it around a bit. But there's no space to do anything, really. I don't know, it's very weird. It's like one of those novelty gifts, you know, you get for someone, which I'm happy with. But right now I'm just hoping for some of the greenery to grow in so that the mud is less sort of fiddly.
Too many of them and too few of us. This location isn't defensible.
I don't know, I feel pretty good, Canuck. This is a weird play style for sure. I can't wait for us to get Daredevil. Oh, by the way, I changed our outfit. I'm now in the True Assassin's outfit. So you know I showed you that name change contract in the bank? Well, I also noticed that I had an outfit contract in the bank. Now, when I was doing Guild Wars Master, that outfit contract was worthless to me because I had every outfit in the game up to that point, and they hadn't added anything to it. Well, apparently at some point in the meantime, they have updated that with a few new outfits. So I got to pick one, and I picked this for this series. So I'm no longer in the Bandits outfit, I'm in the True Assassin one. What I could actually do is, should we do the season in the Bandits one, and then, I love the way the tendrils look when they're CC'd. Yeah, okay, I got a new idea. Let's do this. Let's do Bandits for now. And then when we hit Heart of Thorns, we'll do the other one. I actually think I prefer the Bandit set too, to be honest. Oh, this gets us.
Quickly or there won't be anyone left.
I don't know whether the like chive is supposed to smell good as well later. I don't know. If anyone's got a Zen garden, I'll appreciate your advice. What I really need is a very small watering, so that I can just sprinkle a tiny little bit of water over this tiny little area. I don't know what good I could, what's a good like substitute. It's basically the blobs of water that you pour out of like a cup or whatever are too big, so that it's going to go all over the place, you know. I don't even know how long this assault is either. You think that the Shadow Assassin looks the best? I think it'll probably look good, but maybe I just need to change my cape. Wow, 29 poison there. So I do have more stories to tell I'm on the edge of, but yeah, I figured we were about to hit a cutscene or something, so. YouTube's End Garden. They're really cool. Well, but what I've got is not really modular. It's It's like a little thing you'd buy for like a tenner or something. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's probably quite what you're imagining.
Mordrum went to a lot of effort to keep us from reporting back.
You and the commander have experience with dragons. Is this predictable behavior?
Elder dragons are far from predictable. Their minions show a sort of situational awareness.
Oh yeah, a dropper's a good idea. Yeah, a dropper. A spray wouldn't be that good because the sand, it would go over the sand, I think. But the dropper's a good idea. No, you should get the Jungle Explorer outfit while doing the jungle. Oh, you're totally right, Frederico. You're totally right. Maybe I should do that instead. That's a very good point. Alright, okay, so check our mail for calling in a favour. So it's Marjorie. Kleptomania artist, we've hit a dead end here at the Derman Priory. We'd like to interview the resident dragon expert, but he's retreated to a secure location deep within the Priory. Okay, so this is an amazing moment here. It's Ogden. So Ogden appeared very, very briefly in some minor stuff back at launch, but wasn't properly utilised by the story at any point. And boom, here they were in Season 2, finally. Not even in Season 1 did they use him. Utilising Ogden, which made me so happy. But it's still sneaky. Who's the dragon expert, guys? Unfortunately, they changed the access cipher to that room on a regular basis, and no one here knows the latest one. Remember that young explorer named Campbell from Fort Salma? Magister McKay believes she has the current cipher, and she's doing field work in the Silverways. Could you just go find her and get the cipher? To convince her to give it to you, repeat this phrase: "Long live the King of Delgamore." Margie Dogwar. So yeah, there's a hint there that it's Ogden as well. The resident dragon expert. So, oh man, we're going to go to the archives, which makes me very, very happy. Okay, so hold on, just give me a quick second. I want to tweet that I'm actually live and tell people on Discord, because I haven't done that yet. Which seems like probably a bad idea. I'm amazed anyone's found their way here. I mean... Oh, I can't spell the word concludes, apparently. Now, I can't say, honestly, that we're going to read every single book in the Priory Archives, just to be clear, guys. But we'll see what we can do. Alright, okay, there you go. I've actually tweeted. Okay, so let's go, let's just keep this going, sorry. I never quite know how to do this, because I want to start these videos, like, nice and snappy for people. So it's hard to, like, tweet instantly, you know? I'd rather go a little bit in first and then do it. Came as soon as we saw your flare, Commander. Took a big risk taking one of our birds out with all this dust and sand in the air. But obviously, one that was well justified. I appreciate that, Tactician. Do you know where Kaith and Canuck went? I'm not sure about Canuck, but Kaith went on to report to the Marshal with information you uncovered on the enemy's disposition and behaviour. That intel will be crucial to our strategic planning. Thanks. If you see them, let them know that I have business to see to. Absolutely. Anything else? Well, yeah, I'm looking for Explorer Campbell. Ah, yes. She arrived shortly before you did, out on an excavation in the field, I believe. I can mark her dig site if you want. It's weird, we never really get much from this dig site. Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, yeah, I cleaned up my inventory. I kind of wanted, across this story playthrough, to just pile up all these Mordrum seed pouches and see how many we get by the end. I was cleaning my inventory and I just absent-mindedly opened them. I did that, like, this morning, so sorry about that, everyone, but kind of dropped the ball there. Derveg, thanks very much, man. Hey, WP, glad to see you back for the playthrough. Hope you had a great break. Yeah, it was a really nice little holiday, to be honest. I got up to so much stuff, it's unreal. Okay, I'll tell you guys one thing that I got up to as well. A new game that I've been playing. Actually, I think I might have alluded to it very, very, very briefly when we're in the first half of Season 2. I think I'd installed it. Kerry had told me to install it. It's The Outer Wilds. Now, that game has blown my mind. If you guys have got a bit of time on your hand, it's not too long. If you like kind of ambient, immersive exploration games, if you like puzzling and thinking things out, definitely play that game. It's incredible. So I actually beat it last night, so to speak. There's like one last little bit of content that I haven't really done in it. It is really, really, really fascinating. The less said about it, the better, really. But one thing I could say is, to me, it's like the only game I've played since Myst that feels like Myst, okay? It's like immersive, curious-based sort of exploration around a solar system. And it's kind of magical, and it's kind of curious. It's very, very, very cool. And oh my god, the way it ends. It doesn't really hold your hand. It just sort of lets you figure things out naturally. And to keep it vague, to beat the game, you have to collect an item and take it to a very specific place and do a very specific thing. And the game never really like pushes you directly into doing anything. You have to like figure it out for yourself just through playing and being curious and thinking. And when you do the thing, when you start taking this item to this certain place, the music in the game starts going all crazy, and it like affirms to you that you're doing the right thing. It's the coolest thing ever. It's really, really badass. It's just crazy and beautiful. It's basically like the way that the game's engine works is like it's like this gravity sandbox, right? So you can there's no loading screens anywhere. You can fly your ship around like a whole solar system, and there's all these bizarre planets and crazy metaphysical landscapes and things to go to. It's very, very cool. Seriously recommend it. I haven't played the DLC for it, for what it's worth. It doesn't even strike me as the kind of game that would make sense to have a DLC for, but there you have it. The Outer Wilds. I played that over this little break here, and it's been really, really, really cool. So I don't know whether it's just that I don't get out and play enough other games, but I really, really think it's one of the best games I've played in a long time, and it's good, and it's short, and it's compact as well. So I don't know, anyone in the live chat or in the video comments that have played it? I'd love to see some of your opinions about it. Really, really awesome. It has a good VR mod. That's cool, because I was thinking the whole time that it felt like it should be virtual reality appropriate. Yeah, the different planets are interesting. Good. Yeah, I love the hourglass twins. It's all so cool. Being in, like, the bottom of the sand planet as it's filling up, and knowing, like, that physically, with the way that the engine works, like, this is literally sand from another planet that's pouring in. And just, and you're orbiting. Or, like, Brittle Hollow with the black hole. Like, the first moment where I realized the whole thing was falling apart, and I just was, like, looking at this hanging city, and it fell down in front of me. It was so cool. It was like, there's all this amazing physics going on, and then you just, like, look out at space for a second, and you see you're orbiting around the star or whatever. It's so cool. It's a fantastic game. All right, anyway. Sorry. I was trying to give you guys these little anecdotes as I'm walking, but we've just been standing at Campbell for ages now. All right, let's kill this. I guess we'll get the hero challenge. This guy's triggered the hero challenge for us, has he? Sorry, Campbell. I didn't mean to go out of range. Right.
So many mysteries.
Commander, I had a feeling. So again, Outer Wilds, guys. Seriously. And I think it was on sale on the Christmas sale, which is why I picked up. Commander, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again after you saved me from the Seraph Ghost. What brings you out here? I was told you know about a certain Priory cipher. Oh, the cipher to the storage room. I guess I am the only one besides Magister Stone Healer who knows it. We're all so scattered these days. Far too busy. Do you have the password? I'm just gonna... we could do all the options, but I'm just gonna say... oh, whoops. Misclicked. Wait. We'll see. Answer me this. When you saved me at our last meeting, what did I offer to share with you? A meal. That's it. You got it. Okay, you can have my written copy. I've memorized it. Can you read it to me? An almost king fathered a ghost. Hoofbeats drum at a trading post, and once a year upon an open stage an eager kid comes of age. There are 2 more lines, but I don't carry them with me. Can I get in without the other 2? No, but you needn't worry. I left the other half behind for security reasons. You'll find it when you find the 3 books. Why can't I read? You'll find it when you find the 3 books each of the lines of the cipher refer to. Something about that sentence just felt... This space bar here felt really weird to me. Like there was supposed to be a comma there or something. Okay, got it. Thanks. Be careful. All right, we know how this is going to work. We don't need to go into a big deep dive of how this is going to go. So yeah, off to the Priory. God, this place is going to be so good. John Brown, thanks, man. He says, I'm sad that even as a Guild Wars player back in the day and as a Guild Wars 2 player back in the beta, how bitter I've become with the development of this game as time's gone on, especially cosmetics. What, with the gem store stuff? I mean, yeah, I can see what you mean by that. So here, I'll show you guys something. Let's talk about Guild Wars 2 shiny. And, you know, clean art style and stuff. I have made what I think is the ugliest character possible in Guild Wars 2. Seriously, scientifically, this is the most ugly you can make a character. Here we go. Alright, what do you guys think? I'm not sure. Here we go, we've got to get this stuff here. I'm not sure how I can improve upon this. So I've been trying, but that's a pretty Sylvari. Is it really? So if anyone's got any suggestions for me, now I know I could put a ton of infusions on it, right? I could put the ghostly infusion and stuff on. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe ghostly infusion is the way to go. Or just stacking infusions in general. This is actually 0 infusion setup here. What I'm talking more about right now is colors, right? I'm trying to get a good color balance. You know, just the most contrasting, conflicting, gross kind of colors. I was actually thinking of changing the Sylvari's color, the Sylvari's actually skin color, to something else. Something that might be uglier. But I don't know what would be uglier. I mean, I feel like the face synergizes with the staff too much right now, you know. So anyway, yeah, if you guys have any theories for me on how to make this thing any uglier, I'd love to hear it. But yeah, this segues me into another thing that I did. Yesterday and the day before, I actually played PvP. I actually grinded out my full Byzantium chest here. Which was fairly entertaining, I suppose. Honest to God, guys, I mean, I'm saying this without... I know someone just said about bitterness and stuff. I don't want this to be some really depressing, blah, blah, blah kind of experience stream. But I really can't stand the meta at the moment. It's so slow and boring. And while also still being so spammy. And there's something that I really don't enjoy about the current state of the game in there at the moment. Basically, I did my first few games on Mirage. And I bubbled out at about Plat 2. But I got so bored. It was so slow. I played some Scourge. And dropped a bit. I played some Firebrand and dropped a ton. What else did I play? I played some Ranger and dropped a ton. But, you know, kept getting pips. And I ended up on Core Necro, which is just obscenely OP and pretty fun, I guess. Just to feel powerful. But yeah, I did that in 2 days, which I was actually quite happy with. So yeah, sort of got that finished out, got those things, which helps me for my last llama. And also, I can finally, now that I've got every llama in the game, I can spend tickets on legendary armor too now, you know, which should be very, very cool. The other thing I did, well, I'll tell you the other thing I did in a bit.
Hey there.
5 confirmed dragons are Klaukatoric, Jormag, Primordus, Mordremoth, and Zaitan. We believe there is another deep in the ocean, but its entry in the Scroll of the 5 True Gods is partially missing. The scroll, written in ancient times, has a section dedicated to the Elder Dragons, but it came to us in bad shape. It is written in an ancient form of Old Crichton. We're still attempting to decipher the damaged portions. Each dragon has 2 spheres of influence. For Mordremoth, that's mind and plants. Zaitan ruled shadow and death. By next class, I want you to research the many theories about the different spheres of influence. Choose one and defend it. If you have questions, there's further literature in the library. Class dismissed.
I always loved that dialogue so goddamn much. I really, really did. Can we actually get in and speak to her? I mean, it's cool, but they actually start introducing something new to us here that I don't even really know whether they utilized that well over the years. So there's kind of this question of like, how are you meant to defeat Elder Dragons? You know, what is there a deeper story here? Is there some, and they have to figure that out because Heart of Thorns is going to answer that question for the next Elder Dragon, right? Mordramoth. But we see that they don't really line anything up very well. So this looks like it should be set up for some kind of intricate story about the balance of magic and how dragons work and how we can use that to destroy them. It looks like we're in the setup phase, but none of this really tracks. What really happens is you just go to Heart of Thorns and, oh, the dream! That's how you defeat it. Or, oh, the Dragon Lab. Novans figured it out. They have weaknesses like in Pokemon, which I don't know. But here, so they do start. As far as setup itself is concerned, I really liked this. So each dragon has 2 spheres of influence, according to the Priory. For Mordramoth, that's mind and plants, but Zaitan was shadow and death, supposedly. And we don't get a lot of the other things. But yeah, this is really cool. I liked hearing this a lot. I also love this idea of talking about the scroll of the 5 gods again, 5 true gods again, which is older lore. And they talk about it's coming to them in bad shape. Oh, guys, now I found someone on YouTube. Oh my god, there's too many stories. I've got too many stories I want to tell. Let's talk to Marjorie and Casimir. Someone remind me about that thing about the 5 true skulls, because god, I got something I want you guys to do. Hi there, how are you? How'd it go? Did you get it? The cipher? Yeah, I got it. It's a testimony to how scattered the Priory is right now, that the only person who knows the cipher to get into the storage area is out in the Silver Waste. It's good to use saved her at Fort Salma. Oh my god, yeah, if she died. It's definitely not typical. We're not in the Priory, so we wouldn't know, but okay. We need to speak to Magister McKay. She's pulling some heavy-duty strings to get us into the special collections. We're meeting a Magister Stone Healer. Oh, we're meeting a Magister Stone Healer. Wait, you don't know who Ogden is? Cass, he's one of the most magical beings I've ever met. He's a dwarf, the last of his race on the surface of Tyria. Grenth alone knows how old he is, hundreds of years at least. He was a hero in Guild Wars 1. Tell Casimir what happened to the others. Okay. Centuries ago, many dwarves turned themselves to stone to save Tyria from Primordus' champion. Most went underground to fight destroyers. Ogden remains so their sacrifice would never be forgotten. That explains his area of expertise. Dragons. So they're going to go. This is such a great moment. And again, this is something else that I've always wanted, which is more Vigil stuff, more Whisper stuff, more Orders stuff. And we get Priory. That's the one we get.
Magister. Have you met?
Welcome, Scholar. It's a pleasure to see you again. I hope your well of knowledge has deepened in the intervening time.
The Magister is documenting Mordramoth's awakening and its ensuing actions.
My field experience has provided a good foundation for my research and chronicle. Magister Stonehealer is going to help you gather information on the Elder Dragons. He rarely agrees to such things. I will warn you, he's quite old and has little patience. He's the last of his kind.
We'll show him the utmost respect, of course.
I'll take you to the Special Collections entrance. Archivist Earnsward will guide you from there. You retrieved the cipher?
Yes, we have it.
Very well. Follow me.
WP, what is shadow magic in the Guild Wars universe? You haven't heard much. Well, it was like a game mechanic and a damage typing in the first game. But yeah, Guild Wars is pretty much empty of any real rule sets or like deeper information about any of that stuff. It's waffly and it's flimsy. And that's why, in retrospect, the line about the hemispheres and stuff doesn't work. I like the idea that maybe...
Hello, Scholar. I'm still waiting for those item manifests.
That maybe they'd figured out at some point that they really did have like some coherent, cool, magical science fundamental that they could have gone into, but they never managed to do it really. So that's one of the reasons the whole Elder Dragon arc hasn't really gone as good as I think it could have.
For the millionth time, there are no culinary applications for bloodstone dust. None. No good can come from feeding it to living beings.
What do you know? I'll take the dust to the streets and start my own food cart. I'll be rich.
Are we interrupting something important, Chef?
No, Madam Magister. We're just having a small professional disagreement. Are these the visitors you mentioned?
Yes. They have dispensation from Magister Stonehealer to visit the special collections.
I've already adjusted the wards to allow them entrance, and the Archivist has been warned that they're coming.
I'll show you how it's done.
Be careful down there.
Follow me, please.
Chef Farron. Yeah, the Bloodstone Dust thing's quite good. That's actually a place where magical science does kind of actually have some robust fundamentals, and they do fun stuff with it, like the whole feeding it and stuff that we see in the wings and whatever. Oh my god, there were so many things I wanted to say. First of all, I love the Echo Vowed Forest music in the background at the moment. This is such a cool place. Yes, it's kind of like Harry Potter Floo Powder. Someone asked me my Mirage build, was I using mantras? I actually no, I went off of adventure runes and mantras. I didn't really do any of that. I was mostly just trying to play with Signet of Elite. I did a bunch of variants. I did a really cool power block variant, but I don't know whether I really cared that much about it by the end. Right, okay, so yeah, let's get on in. You guys don't want to talk? No? Yeah, like imagine if the Vigil Keep had this kind of stuff, you know? Imagine if the Order of Whispers base, the Chantry of Secrets, had an act. I would have loved Season 2 to have had all these details, you know? But I'm now talking about, I guess, way too many episodes and way too much stuff. Oh, and there's Abaddon himself. Oh, which I love seeing with my whole, like, because I'm thinking about Nightfall a lot at the moment. One of the reasons I like the idea of opening the Nightfall, like, story series, the Nightfall screenplay, I guess I should call it. One of the reasons I like the idea of opening it at the ruins of Mora is because, what you gotta understand about the first act of Nightfall is you don't know that it's an Abaddon story as deeply as maybe you otherwise might expect. So, the idea of like seeing his lingering influence as he corrupts and twists and haunts this city that's built on the precipice and the fall from glory. I think that's just so cool, and it kind of hints about Abaddon as well in those earlier stages of the story where you're not really thinking about him much. But anyway, look at how cool he is up there. Even if they have technically reused this statue from the personal story, the Temple of the Sunken God, the Forgotten God. Any personal New Year goals? Not really this year. I guess I've broken resolutions so often that I've decided to hide from thinking about them at this point. I don't know. Wow, guys, is the game not like way too loud? Sorry, I think it's been way too loud, hasn't it? There you go. John, thank you. I feel bad for venting my frustration about this game to Super Chat. Dude, if you guys want to vent your frustrations in a Super Chat, please feel free to. I have absolutely no problem with that at all. Go for it. So I'll counterbalance my addiction to the stream. Oh, your addition to the stream. I still to this day have high hopes for the game. You're excited about the upcoming expect. Well, all you did there was say that you were bitter about
This is the Derman Priory
visuals.
Special Collections. Security here is tight, for reasons you'll soon understand. You are free to browse. All we ask is that you handle artifacts with care and remove nothing from this area. I have to return to my work. Archivist Ernsward is here somewhere. She can guide you to Magister Stonehealer.
I interact with a lot of people who seem to think there's all the like these completely broken, impossible to fix issues with Guild Wars, and in a lot of places I think that yeah, there are some things broken about the game that you'll never see fixed properly. They need to make a new game. But a lot of that's like the studio's desire to not see a problem where there actually is a problem. And there are a lot of other things, like when we talk about the gem store and visuals and all that kind of stuff, I don't know, I think a few options, checkboxes, stuff like that can resolve issues easier than you might otherwise expect. What's this icon here, by the way? Is this a Derman Priory thing? So there is an Easter egg here with the Abaddon statue. If you dance in front of it, just like in the real game, in the original game, it will kill you. Abaddon, Lord of the Everlasting Depths, Keeper of Secrets, open mine eyes and bestow upon me the knowledge of the Abyss from the Scriptures of Abaddon, Giver of Magic. This is actually about Jadoth. So the way that my screenplay is structured right now, don't judge me for this, all right? Please don't. I'm being open here about my creative process and how shameless I am, all right? But I'm stealing from Lost, okay? So in Lost, what they do is they have They give each episode each episode is based around a character who gets flashbacks, right? So you learn more about the character before their time on the island or whatever. via flashback. I really like that format. So I'm doing that, right? So each episode is like, okay, if something big is happening to X character, then maybe this is the day where we give them their flashbacks or whatever. So basically, every hero in the Nightfall story has a flashback episode, every single one. So Norgu, even the minor heroes like Norgu and Goran, right? They all get one. And also, what I want for my grand finale, the final episode, all the heroes are done. You know, you've seen everyone, and everyone only gets one episode. So the question is, who gets the last episode? Because everyone's done. Like, Cormier's done, everyone's done. That's really mostly relevant. The last episode is going to be a Jadoth flashback episode. And it's going to be like my Jacob on the island and the Man in Black on the island kind of thing. But it'll be like right at the end. And it will be showing Abaddon's benevolence and beauty and grace and sincerity before his fall, paired with the main storyline, which is obviously his destruction. That's how the finale is going to go. It's going to be a Jadoth episode. How cool is that? All right, anyway, so yeah, then we get the Lord Audrin's Map of the Mists, Zaitan's Tale. Look how cool all of this is. I mean, honestly. I wish I could speak to Marjorie and Casimir here. So I'm not going to read every book.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Oh, shh.
I can't accept party invites here because we're in an instance. It wouldn't matter whether you're in the party or not. So yeah, everybody's shushing. This is what the internet loved. This was such a cool instance. I remember I did a video. It was like 2 hours long reading all of these. It was a really long YouTube video. And I remember someone messaged me. I've got no way of verifying this, but like a year later, someone messaged me saying, "Hey WP, big fan," or whatever. I don't know what they said, but they said, "Hey, by the way, I was like an intern at ArenaNet for a little while. I think they were only on like a temporary contract or something, and they said as a part of that, they wrote all of the interactable objects here." That's what someone said to me. I got no way of verifying it or knowing whatever, but they said, yeah, they spent a little bit of time at ArenaNet. And while they were here, they did all of these, which is really good. I mean, these are all really well written. This is like, these are all like, this is like proper lore here. This is like someone who's played and fully understands Guild Wars 1 wrote all of these. And they're very good. And even all the artifacts and stuff. Wow, that's one ugly. Not sure what that is. And I remember that story, that person saying that to me, and I was like, oh, it's a shame that they're not there anymore. Because they were clearly a fan of this franchise and so on. The magical energy radiating from this clock is enough to make the hairs stand up on your arms. The craftsmanship that went into it is inspiring and beautiful. So here we get some of the jade. It's not neon green like we're going to get in the expansion, but there is some. I think we can actually climb up here, can't we? And you can see there's a worm inside it. But I think we're meant to think it's more like... Jesus, why have I forgotten? What's the name of the giant worm that comes out at you in the deep? It's not called the Leviathan, is it? It's not called Jormungandr or whatever. What's it called? The worm in the deep. Does anyone know? Any Guild Wars 1 players out there? Okay, hello, Ernsworth. Are you delivering something? I'm already buried in magic items. I don't have enough scribes, and every piece needs to be catalogued. I really have to ask, is that Zaitan's tail? As a matter of fact, it is. We brought it here after Zaitan's death. We had to construct special rigging to get it here. It took months. And they're experimenting on it? They're studying it, yes. It may one day reveal all the secrets of the Elder Dragons. You're going to start to sense, as we go forwards now, you get all these amazing comments and ideas and stuff that Guild Wars does not dive into. Do we ever hear anything about the tale ever again? Do they draw an interesting parallel between how the Zephyrites got magic from Glint's corpus? And maybe people can get magic from Zaitan's corpus. Maybe there's some dark magic cultist lich people shrouded in black and red. Some cult that manages to, you know, draw power from Zaitan's body. Maybe there's some kind of... Well, we don't get that story. I mean, maybe in the future. Maybe post End of Dragons. They're studying it, yes. It may, because that's quite on theme with where I would put the story after End of Dragons. What was it you were saying about being buried in magic items? Oh, wait, you're kleptomaniaized. That's a relief. Every day, it's a magical this and arcane that. Half the time, all they bring me is glowing rocks and fungus. Why do they do that? The word is out that we're storing artifacts for safekeeping from the dragons. As you can imagine, every noble with a magical pinky ring wants to store it here. You're sure you're safe? Don't tell anyone, but we can only hope so. Our best defenses are magical. They'll protect us for a while, but as the magic levels in the world drain, they'll eventually cease working. Now, look, this again, this is the I mentioned this on the previous part when we were in the first half of Season 2. The idea of, like, magical starvation, you know? I love that idea for where the Elder Dragon story could have gone, and they just never really did it. Have you seen any especially interesting items? You know, there's a weird thing going on here as well that the personal story has created as a problem, which is the Priory was already attacked by an Elder Dragon looking for the magic within. It was attacked by Zaitan, but the problem is that arc was kind of haphazardly dumped into the game because for the necessity of parity, because there was meant to be another attack at the Chantry, and there's an attack at the Vigil as well, you know, during the Battle of Claw Island arc on part 2 of this series. Well, actually, was that part 1? So, you know, it'd be nice to look back at that and talk specifically about that, but they kind of gloss over it because it was originally glossed over too. And now it kind of undermines the idea of doing another full-blown attack at the Priory, because it's like, well, one's already happened, but we're not talking about it, and it's just ugly, you know. Have you seen any especially interesting items? Look around. You've got permission to browse. Just remember who has to put an item back if you don't. I may stay a while after I've met with Magister Stonehealer. Let's get you on your way then. What can I help you find? I don't remember this. I'm looking for a book on Duke Baradin. An almost king fathered a ghost. Might be in Char or human history then. The book you're looking for will be somewhere between S11 and S22. An almost king fathered a ghost. Oh, holy fuck, they're talking about Althea. Dude, this was such a good patch, wasn't it? Season 2 had some godly stuff. Baradin is already one of my favourite characters. Need I remind you all, this is my account name here, Baradin. Baradin is like the epitome of Ascalon world building at its best and societal world building at its best. I love this whole thing about how he was the actual king, but... Anyway, yeah, his daughter was Althea and she died. So an almost king fathered a ghost. I mean, look at the quality here. This is exactly what I needed. Much, much appreciated. This folded parchment bears handwritten lines. They say, an almost king fathered a ghost, hoofbeats drum to a training post. Once a year upon an open stage, an eager kid comes of age. So we want the 3 books. So let's see what we got here. Season 2 is dope lore-wise. Just boring gameplay-wise. Well, I think even gameplay-wise, it's got some highlights. Like, you're going to see in a minute, when we get, like, the Kaith seeds and stuff. I don't know, maybe Final Fantasy's lowered my standards so much from gameplay because that game is just press F infinitely and just hope that you like the characters on the story, because if you don't, then that's it. Written by Ella McKay, this collection of historic facts reveals the life and death of one of Ascalon's most notorious dukes. Though first in line to the throne, Duke Baradin did not object when the people called for Adalbern to be king instead. He spent his life on the Baradin estate making wine and training warriors. Baradin's daughter, Althea, was betrothed to Prince Rurik, son of King Adalbern. Althea was murdered by the Char, and her ghost remained restless until a renowned hero returned her ashes to Baradin. There you go, that's the Guild Wars 1 story. We're the renowned hero, that's the Guild Wars 1 character. It's a really famous quest as far as Guild Wars 1's concerned, because what you could do was complete the quest. Collect the quest. Do the quest where you collect this quest item, Althea's ashes. It would be in your inventory. And then all you have to do is click on the NPC and accept, and you get a bunch of experience and gold. Or, what you can do is abandon the quest, and now you still have Althea's ashes, but no quest. So you recollect the quest and go out, and now you have 2 Althea's ashes. Abandon, do it again. You have 3 Althea's ashes. Abandon, do it again. So you can farm the quest to stack up Althea's ashes. Now, why would you want to stack up Althea's ashes, you're wondering? Well, because it's an early game map right after you get out of the Searing. And what you can do is sell one of those Althea's ashes for a few hundred gold or whatever to a new player who now, for just a couple of pennies, can instantly have it and instantly complete the quest for themselves. So you can stand around selling Althea's ashes and make bank on these noobs that just want to beat the quest and go. So they can skip the quest because you ran through it, because you're already level 20 and you know how to do it faster, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, there was a big economy for that, very, very briefly, in the context of the full franchise, right at the start of Prophecies. So that's why it's quite famous in the minds of many players. Duke Baradin was caught in the faux fire, and his ghost now causes regular trouble for the Char in the Plains of Ashford. The thing is, what I like about the story most is this like fatalistic idea that the true king was Baradin. Like, look at Adalbern, right? Adalbern steps up as king instead. And what does he do? He goes mental. He exiles his son, who dies in the mountains. He grieves. He unleashes the faux fire. The story of Ascalon for the humans is one of true tragedy. And Adalbern basically didn't do any good as a king. Not really. I mean, he was a kind of a shitty king. So I like that story because it's kind of like, you can say, well, Baradin was the true king. None of this would have happened if Baradin hadn't given up his rightful seat. Baradin wasn't the popular king, and he's a good guy, so he stepped aside, but he never should have. The reason, it's like this fatalistic idea that the reason everything went wrong for Ascalon is because they followed the wrong guy. And there's nowhere in the actual game that says any of that. That's all purely like my headcanon, but that's a way you can look at the story. And that's one of the things I've always liked about Baradin. He's not really done very well in Guild Wars 2. I mean, he's just a statue or whatever, but you get patches like this that talk about him. In this series of reports from the hinterlands, Explorer Ket details what her research has uncovered about the Centaurs and their tribal society. Centaurs can be found in many places throughout Tyria and as far away as Alona. Some tribes, such as the Orshard Raiders from the Crystal Desert, are known to eat human flesh. So this is interesting as well, by the way. The Doman Priory's wrong here. They're dead in Alona, as we eventually learn, don't we? Joko's finished him off. Centaurs are one of many races displaced by humans. The number of warring tribes far outweighs that of peaceful tribes. The rise of the Elder Dragons, especially Zaitan and Jormag, has put Centaurs in even greater conflict with humans in the Shiver Peaks and the Plains, and in the Plains as the two races compete for territory. And so, obviously the context there is we've just met a peaceful tribe in Drytop in the first half of the season. Adalbern went mad because of stress caused by the Char. I mean, it's just really good, right? Like, everything... I think Ascalon is really... It's very richly drawn, you know? There's a lot of, like, different factions and people to think about and stuff going on. I like Ascalon. It's just a fantasy location. You know, the idea that you've got searing crystals there, and you've got the wall there, and you've got the Char there, and you've got the ancient human ruins there, and you have the brand there, and you have the ogres there. Like, there's just so much going on, and, you know... For a lot of those areas, there's actually a lot of detail and lore to get at. It's great, you know. By comparison, you look at something like Rat Assume. There's not much really to think about anymore when you think about some of those areas of the Tarnished Coast. There might have been more if the devs had done more with the whole, like, Massark comparisons and stuff, but... Arnalith Iceborne gives us a basic primer on the ancient Norn ritual called the Great Hunt. Every year, Norn contenders compete to take home the title of Slayer. This is an important trial for the young. It launches their legendary journey. I like this, because Slayer is what you're called to. You know, you're the hero of Kvatch. You're the hero of Shamor. There's a very specific reason I just said the hero of Kvatch. I'll get back to that in a minute. Even though I made that mistake the other day. Norn become the Slayer. It launches their legendary journey. There's a note written on the parchment between the pages of this book. And this note says, Revolution came to Rat Assume, and a pall fell among emerging blooms. Okay, so we stand on... Oh, shit. Did I miss... No, we're good. Even that's, like, quite cool, how you can climb up those books. Stuart Gix gives us his uncensored thoughts on this historic event and what it portends for the future. Not since the Destroyers, as Rat Assume, come so close to disaster as when the city's golems began to malfunction and turn on their makers. I mean, here we get... I guess what they're really doing here is they're giving us about a bit of lore about each race. The Great Golem Uprising is an interesting thing. It's just we don't have enough story about it to really think fun things about it, like with that whole Baradin thing. One must consider the current Peacemaker to Golem ratio of 1 to 10 when gauging the potential for future recurrences. The potential for Cataclysm is unsettling at best. For now, Inquest crews remain a part of our society, but their antagonism against the Council grows with each passing cycle. We must install countermeasures to ensure history does not repeat itself, this time with even more disastrous results. That's kind of an interesting idea to do for a post-End of Dragons story. A Great Golem Uprising. I'd probably table that. Scholar Katerin interviewed dozens of her fellow Savari who claim to have seen the shadow of the dragon in the dream. She concludes that only one such report has any credibility. Okay, so this one's really good because, as you saw just a minute ago in Season 2, or in the last part, on Christmas Eve, we just saw the Shadow of the Dragon is actually real. The dragon that you see in the Sylvari tutorial mission is real, and so it's really, really cool to have this here. She concludes that only one such report has any credibility. Shadow of the Dragon is the name assigned to Mordremoth's champion. This nightmarish creature has been spied in the dream and in the world. While some believe it's immortal and cannot die, others do not. To date, there's no proof in either direction. We beat the puzzle, and the door's open. That was really clever about the Sylvari tutorial. Yeah, I think it was. I mean, everything about Mordremoth and the Sylvari connection, which obviously the story's about to go into here, I think was really well breadcrumbed. I think the only mistake ArenaNet made was that they got cold feet. Cold feet. They did. I think they got too obsessed with the fact the community figured Mordremoth out too quickly, and I think they did it too fast. Do you guys remember I told you I was like writing a sort of a fan fiction retelling of the Guild Wars story? One of the big changes I made. I mean, I've still got it. I haven't worked on it for a while. I'm doing this Nightfall thing instead. But one of the big things I changed was I actually have the Icebrood Saga before Heart of Thorns.
So long?
Getting the cipher from Explorer Campbell took longer than expected.
We're sorry for the inconvenience.
Well, don't waste my time. Tell me what you seek.
I think the whole thing works a lot better. There's like 100 reasons I could rant and rant and rant about it. But in terms of like structure, if I could sort of hindsight the whole game, I would actually do Heart of Thorns first. Icebrood Saga first. I was avoiding saying that on the previous part, but now it's been like a couple of weeks, so... Speak up! These old ears are worse than in my old eyes, and they're worse than my old... Oh, never mind, go on. Magister, it's me. We met in Ara. When did we meet? Did we meet at Fort Trinity for like half a second? Did I run past him? I don't think we have ever met. Anyway, yes, I remember you. No time for nostalgia. Get to the point. I need information on how to deal with Mordremoth. Actually, I think you need information on the meaning of your vision from the Pale Tree. Oh, this bit's all really wonky. I don't think much of this lines up, by the way, what he's about to talk about. Wait, how did you know I had a vision? There are those who have taken an interest. I had some warning that you might be calling. Your challenges do not go unnoticed. Who? All in good time. But know that they have Tyrion's best interests at heart. Now... This is what you're looking for, this artifact. Go now, examine it closely. So I think this is an E hint. But as with all things E, it's kind of forgotten. And do you know what? I have a pretty high confidence level. 70% confident that when and as ArenaNet finally get back to explaining E to us, they'll forget about this little moment. I don't know. What is it? Don't ask, don't act. Don't ask, act. Examine it and you shall see, as you wish. So who was it that said the gameplay here is not that good? I think the gameplay is really good in a second. Oh, by the way, also another Easter egg. The world-ending device is in like one of the crates somewhere. I can't see it anymore. Oh, there you go. It's in this crate. One of the Guild Wars 1 attribute quests and the statue that got destroyed. All right, here we go. We got the hourglass. So I got given an hourglass from the studio when this happened, which is really cool, and I've still got it. Well, I got given an hourglass, but I think I dropped it at some point. I think I dropped it on stream, didn't I? I was doing a stream once, and I dropped the damn thing, and it broke. One of the little dragon heads on it broke. So I actually just went to Amazon and found out that it's just a thing you can buy on Amazon. What they were actually selling was the marble base with like a little plaque inscription thing that says season 2 or whatever. So so I bought a new one. So the thing you buy from Amazon, it doesn't actually look anything like this at all. It's not like this spiral design. It's got like dragon heads on it, so it's not really related. But what always this is how like petty I am and what a horrible person I am. It always makes me think about the fact that I think a couple of months before I was given that, a couple of people from websites were given some ludicrously intricate, beautiful-looking stopwatch, was it? Does anyone remember? There was like some stopwatch or something people were given, and it was really, really cool. And I never got one of those, so I have most of the like interesting stuff, but I never got that. So whenever I see this hourglass, I always think about that stopwatch or whatever it was. But yeah, anyway, so let's interact. Also, by the way, Talaha says, I keep doing super chats because you don't have a donate button. This is the only way. Well, I really appreciate it. To tell you the truth, people are doing that more here than they ever did on Twitch. But I guess there's the whole sub thing. But I mean, a sub is like £1. Or, oh, well, it's like what, £1.70 or something by the end. It's much cooler seeing these. So thank you. Examine the artifact. Don't be shy. You can touch it. Touch the outcast. Thank you very much. But do I have the toaster? Well, they never gave the toasters out, so no. I mean, look at this. This is cool. And there's a lot of mechanics here, which I'm going to have to remember. I actually remember doing this with Season of the Dragon just a couple of weeks ago now, and I'm finding it tedious because I'd forgotten how to actually do it.
Oh. What just happened?
I don't know, but my legs feel like taffy.
I broke out of spite. Yeah, that was exactly what it was. Just like I broke my Caladbolg statue out of spite.
Is this?
It must be.
Glint's lair. Oh, it's even more beautiful than I imagined.
And eerie. It doesn't look like we'll be leaving the same way we came in.
I never thought I'd see this. Where's the boss? Hello?
How's the fish doing? I don't keep fish anymore. I haven't for a long time. Because where I am, the water is incredibly hard and chalky and just, it's not good. I don't know what it is. And, you know, I don't own a place. So I can't get, like, a good filter set up or anything like that. So I don't keep fish. I wish I did, to be honest. If I could rewind the clock another, 24 months or something, I'd probably just say screw it. But the past couple of years, I've been perpetually living in this place of, like, I don't know what I'm doing, really. I don't know whether I'm going to move. I don't know what I'm doing. So it's, like, not a good idea to get fish just to then move them. So what I'd really like to do is find some modicum of greater success or growth and then feel comfortable enough to actually buy a place. And then, yeah, I could actually put down sticks there and I'd start keeping them again straight away. But as it stands right now, I don't really think I can. It was a pocket watch for Clockwork Chaos. That's it. There you go. It was back during Season 1. A pocket watch. So, yeah, I'm very envious of the pocket watch. Boss, it doesn't look like we can reach you from here. This place is something else entirely. Maybe our paths will intersect beyond here? Right, you look for the path ahead. I'll do the same on my side. Be safe. Glint may no longer live here, but that doesn't make her lair any less dangerous.
Let's move ahead and search for a place to meet.
All right.
We'll see you in a bit, boss. Stay safe.
Keep your voices down. We don't know what's in here.
So, Glint's lair. And, this is all, like, lots of new environments and maps and assets and things to explore. Like, there was anything ever remotely like this in Guild Wars before this patch. So, these are all things that I really appreciate about this season. Oh, sweet. I can still plasma from these things? Oh, he interrupted me consuming the plasma. Unbelievable. It's interesting the way he's telegraphed with every one of his abilities as well. Every single one of his abilities is telegraphed. I really feel like a lot of love and work went into this patch. This may be one of the best patches they've ever made. This is like Season 4 quality, but years before Season 4. Don't you guys think? Yeah, the clock, the stopwatch is really nice. It's really nice. Apparently, there's a picture on the wiki. You guys should have a look. It looks like really, like intricate and delicately set up and very sweet.
My father used to talk about Glint in her prophecies. He said she was grand and noble as any Crichton. She loved humans, except when they tried to steal her eggs. She defended her children like any good mother.
What an empty place. My mother told me stories passed down by her mother. She said it was once guarded by fearsome dragons. The lair itself would tear and gnaw at you. But heroes braved its dangers to have an audience with Glint.
Can you imagine what it must have been like?
So that's all Guild Wars 1 adventures that they're talking about here, because you could come here in Guild Wars 1, it didn't look anywhere near as cool as this, or as good as this. I mean, it's a really good patch, like alluding back to all that stuff. So here's the Master. Curious. Obviously, the context here is we heard about the Zephyrite as well coming here, and now here we are. So and he's of the Zephyrite, the Master of Peace is here. So we're going to learn what the magical artifact is that he's got, and where he may have got that from, and what's going on. So we'll see. Mason! Dude, guys, I really appreciate that. Honestly, I really like... I don't know why. Maybe I should value a sub on Twitch as much as I do these super chat things. Thank you very much, Mason. Here's for your house fund. Keep to the great content. Oh, I'm a very, very long way away from that, unfortunately. But thank you very, very much. Not a great thing to admit at my age, but there you have it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Fun fact, the stones in this map are modelled after the real-life bismuth. Yeah, so they kind of legitimize the bonus in Guild Wars 1. So here, this thing makes us immune to the damage we would take. Oh, by the way, we're going through the different domains here as well, right? So this is the domain of health draining. It's just like in Guild Wars 1. It's much more subtle here, though. So you can't really see it too well. Oh my god, there were about 3 things I wanted to say all at once there, and they've all just fallen out of my head. Let's just deal with this guy nice and quick. I like how I can consistently steal plasma. It almost makes me want to have a concentration build. Okay, so here... we only get the protective bond when we are red and we go into red? Is that the idea? It's a really good instance because it actually slowly telegraphs and teaches you the details of what you need. Because we have to put all this together in a boss fight in a second. Even moving along this is quite creepy and weird and scary. This here, by the way, this texture, this is like Guild Wars 1 Jade C here. With like the bumpiness. Okay, yeah, so we kill the facet. Wait, why is he immune? He's just immune for X seconds. Is there something I can do about that? I think we get the colour from him. Like, the fact that I'm stealing rocks from these guys and plasma from them sometimes tells me that they actually sat down and thought about what... Okay, so I got green, so I match with green here, and we go in. But they actually, like, worked on the loot table for those mobs, right? For this patch. That's kind of detail and quality and effort they put in on this patch. So I only have 6 more seconds of the protective bond. Oh, and he's immune to projectiles there. Oh, shit. What the fuck? How did he pull me? That's unblockable, right? So... Oh, but I don't seem to be able to do much damage here. Oh. Whoops. I messed up the timing there. Okay, boom. Take him out. Oh my god, what's going on in chat there? Oh, you guys are doing... Okay, so yeah, I still don't really get YouTube that much. Oh, we're blue now. Okay, so we go to the blue one. Jesus Christ. Sorry, it's really hard for me to look. Thank you for the donations there, guys. Mike Scott. Chicken Nooble. Oh shit, I'm gonna miss this because I'm looking at thingy. Thank you very much, guys. Those anime emotes are so weird, aren't they? Thanks for being you, and it's like a pair thing. It's like dancing and giddy. Thanks very much, guys. Really. Thank you. One thing you seriously wish Guild Wars 2 had was race changing. You've been laying your Norn for 9 years, but you always wish you'd made it a human. That's a very peculiar thing for me to hear you say. Couldn't you just make a human? I mean, the way it works with the story biography and stuff makes it probably a little bit more complicated. But to tell you the truth, I'd rather they work on stuff like that they can monetize than half the other stuff that they do that they can monetize. So maybe
we studied the Flameseeker prophecies in school.
Me too. I remember the stories about the fall of Ascalon, Prince Rorik, the Chosen.
I used to pretend I was a Chosen when I was little. Me and my sisters put on plays for our parents.
I can just imagine it. Glint was ancient, thousands of years old. Why wasn't she like the Elder Dragons?
She was freed from Krakatora's control by the Forgotten a long, long time ago. And then, because of her gift for reading minds, she connected with humans. She learned to think like us. Elder Dragons don't. They're too different.
That's a weird thing to listen to, having now seen how Jormag communicate and stuff does. Chris, thank you very much for the house fund. Thank you, guys. I will put it all away. Thank you. I mean, Jormag, certainly through the way she communicated, it made it seem like she kind of did think like us. Alright, now we're in the Domain of Darkness. Skill cooldowns doubled. Endurance regeneration halved. So the endurance regeneration is now where I feel like I would rather the game be at in general. Right. I'm not joking. I feel like this should be the normal thing. But I'd always push for Guild Wars to go a little bit more strategic than action-oriented. Okay. Certainly hurts as an acrobatics thief. I just love even like the traversal of the environments here. Ooh. Okay, so now we learn about being fragile. We get 1 health. Any of these little shards, like, nuke us. And we die. If we touch one of the shards, then they blow up. And then you can move the fragility into a vortex crystal, thus allowing you to break it. So we have to use that soon as well. I think we learn that in a fight now. And the original mechanic will come back again all at once soon. You like dodging? Yeah, dodging would still be in the game. Okay, so he's immune. So I can become fragile. I can give it to this crystal. Oh, and just hitting the crystal makes... Oh. Just hurts him. I love all the telegraphs here. So the question is, how do we become fragile? We walk into these. So I'm fragile. So he got hurt. So we just got to watch for them to spawn in the environment. You can sort of cheese this one with life leech abilities, by the way, which kind of help you hit him. See, I do zeros there, but life leech... Oh, shit, I was out of endurance. See, but that's good. That's strategic. I prefer that. So here I'm spending an initiative on the mechanic instead. Oh. I'm going to say generally in the center if I can help it. Oh, there are all the little crystal shards as well, so I might randomly get one shot if I mess this up. He's totally bugged there, right? He's attacking backwards for some reason when he really shouldn't be. Right? I don't know how that... What kind of spaghetti code creates that? I have no idea. I thought it was like a special little thing they were doing to trick it out. Oh! Maybe it's just the telegraph. He still hit me, right? I think he is still hitting in front, but the telegraph is broken. Okay, next one. Like here. Oh, it's probably out of range there. Oh, how do I do this? Come on, look at me. Right. Oh, I dodged too quick. I don't know. Or too far away, I guess, is the right way to think about it. Okay. I suppose the other thing I could do is blatantly walk into the orange like this. Yeah, and it didn't hit me. It's just the telegraph is reversed somehow. Which isn't quite so bad for spaghetti code, I guess. But it is still a bit bizarre. Okay. A little bit more damage. I'm quite comfortable playing this as a thief, by the way. It's quite nice having a short bow here. I mean, there are any number of classes that could have a little evade. Oh, there we go. There it is. I'm going to find out there's something I could have done that would have made this a bit more efficient. Boom! Down he goes. Oh, my lord. Elotus. With the 100 SEK. What's SEK? Is that Krona? What is that again? Since you mentioned it earlier, my vacation game is near. I was hoping to get far enough to not be spoiled when you play the Final Fantasy raids. If you end up wanting to play it, of course, when you get there. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Thank you very much, Alodis. Wow. That's kind of on my list too. I don't know whether I'm going to do the Nier stuff though. I kind of just want to get to Endwalker as soon as possible now. But we'll see. Maybe once I beat Endwalker, we can go back and have a look at those. So here we see the Master of Peace bends down, looks in the rubble, and picks something up. Some glass, some crystal.
Glint died. Destiny's Edge went to kill her, right? So she wouldn't wake Kralkatorrik?
That's my understanding. But she communicated with them and they changed their minds.
Then what?
They tried to take down Kralkatorrik, but they ultimately failed. Glint perished. Logan Thackeray was supposed to be with them, but he left to protect the Queen from Kralkatorrik's minions.
I don't know what we'd have done if something had happened to her.
Some blame Logan for why Glint died instead of Kralkatorrik that day.
He was just doing his duty.
Shh, what was that? Did you hear that?
Lots of people blame him. I wish that Kazmir had a stronger response there, because that's the studio's chance to look at the community hysteria about Logan and try and actually talk some sense into them a bit, or, you know, make it a bit grayer for them. Indulge in the story a bit better, but if they only get a tiny little line in before having Marjorie cut her off. Okay, so what is it that we hear? Thank you very much. Swedish Krona. Thank you very, very, very much. That's really, really awesome of you. Alright, so the last section now. This is the crumbling path. You know, I'm amazed that we've been going for 2 hours now. And yeah, I've been a little bit slow, maybe. But we haven't even done the first patch yet. We haven't even done one of the 4.
Jory, what was that?
Watch out!
Okay, so we get a boss. Oh yeah, well, this is the final boss now. I don't remember you mentioning it. I'm sorry for asking it, but how's your tablet situation with painting it? Do graphic design myself? Well, I feel really bad because I keep trying to force myself to doing it, but I'm just so bad with the software and the hotkeys and just like the structure of the thing. I'm finding no joy in creating anything because I just find the whole thing such a headache and a pain to just like get stuff done, if that makes sense. And I need to... Did I give it the fragility? Yeah, I did. Doesn't that create a burn phase? No? Alright, it just... When does the colours come in? The colours are totally a thing here. So yeah, what I really need to do is like look at a proper tutorial. What I need to do is take a course. I need to take a course about some software or just like some best practices, because I don't know, and I haven't had the energy. I haven't given myself the time for that, so I'm kind of stalling with it, and I feel bad because I spent a good bit of money on that. It was like what was it, like 150 quid or something? And now it's just kind of on the desk not doing anything, and I just feel like a bit of a failure, you know. And now I'm like looking at this screenwriting thing instead. Okay, so that's green, and I have to, I mean, so if anyone's got any resources or links they want to give me, don't put it in the live chat here, but if you go to Discord, there should be a link in the description. Oh, while you're at it as well, don't forget, guys, this is a regular video, so if you didn't like or dislike it, if you didn't do any kind of rating, please do remember you can do that, and that will help it with the algorithm and all that kind of stuff, so people will actually see this in the future. I don't want to sit here begging about that all day, every day, so that's all I'll say on it. But thank you to anyone who did already. Or if you're now considering it. Okay, so we got to be green. We got to be green. What do we want to do? Then we want to go over, kill this beast, and become green. I find it impossible to engage my brain and learn the mechanic while talking about something completely irrelevant. Okay, so now I'm green. So now we want to become fragile, but we can't in that because there's telegraphs on the floor. Wow, and you're not green for very long, are you? What the fuck? Really? Alright, so let's drag the facet over. Marjorie's kind of screwing us up here, because Marjorie's... Oh, there's another one there, actually. Okay, we're fragile. And we're green. Okay. And now, there you go, got it. Alright, good. So that's the process. That's what we got to do. Okay, so we can go again here. Oh, okay, I'll tell you guys about the scroll thing. That's the scroll of the gods. I've been watching these YouTube videos lately, which are so cool. I can't remember how I got linked to it or how I ended up figuring it out. This one's not coloured at all, so I can just... I think it might have just been the YouTube algorithm, you know. But it was someone explaining... I can't remember their name, the YouTube channel's name. But stuff that's been cut out of the Bible over the years. So I've always known that the Bible is like, you know... It's, you know, like any text that survives over 1,000 years or whatever. It's got multiple editions. It changes constantly. People editorialize it. You know, they pick and choose. It's like ridiculous to care too much about or believe it's actually the word of God or whatever because it's changed so much. But I've always been curious just how many versions of the Bible there are. Like I always knew that essentially like you get like a Gideon in your hotel or whatever, and like the older one that I know about or knew about was the King James Bible, and that was about it. That was about the extent of my knowledge. I didn't really know where the King James Bible was written from, you know, or what sources they had used, or what the earlier Bibles were from there, and so on. Anyway, so I found a YouTube video of a guy basically explaining all the old editions of the Bible, where they came from on like the timeline of human history, the different iterations that there were, and omissions and things, and it's fascinating. It was so cool. And basically that got me to reading all about the Dead Sea Scrolls and like what a crazy revelation the Dead Sea Scrolls were, and like it just got me so excited to like learn all this crazy archaeological stuff and like relics and histories and lost information that might just be out there, sitting out there right now in a cave, and you might just find it and it will just teach us a shit ton about like what Jews and early Christians thought about the world and so on. I mean, it's the coolest thing ever. So yeah, I just kind of went on a huge binge fest over the past couple of weeks, like learning all about like archaeological stuff, and oh my god, I think his name is Jay the Explainer, Trey the Explainer, I think is the channel. Anyway, really fascinating. I definitely recommend you guys. It's like real life lore stuff, you know. You can read about like he did a video about the, what are they called? Mythological creatures that used to appear in the Bible called Nephilim? And, like, they're kind of, in current editions of the Bible, they're, like, not explained or talked about in any way. But if you go far enough back, you can start to sort of learn, you know, how, like, early editions of Christian editions is a way to put it, you know, weren't even as monotheistic as the religion is nowadays, and the Nephilim were sort of like demigods and stuff. It's so cool. And there's like a sort of a version of a world serpent as well. The Leviathan is mentioned a couple of times in the Bible. And there's like all these other like gospels and stuff that just got like removed. Like there's a Gospel of Judas out there as well, which is like ancient fan fiction, if you will. It's very cool. I don't know. I probably don't have the good enough knowledge on this subject to give you guys a really riveting explanation here, but man, just reading, especially about like the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls and like just looking on the wiki page, and like I'm sure a lot of you guys listening to me right now, you've heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls and you sort of know that they were a significant discovery. But after I learned all the stuff that we've learned about the Bible and stuff from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then I was like on wiki reading about their discovery and stuff, I mean, I have so much more context for what just an incredible find they were now. Alright, here's the last phase. So he puts the bubble up. We need to be immune, right? So we probably need to be red. We need to do everything at once, I think, here. So he's going to make me red. That's going to make me fragile. Here I'm going to give it the fragile. Oh my god, it took all my boons. Did you see that? It took my plasma. And now that brings the thing down and we can DPS it. No? Shit. I don't know what I messed up there. He absolutely one-shot me there. What's the bit that I missed? I gotta give this. There you go. All right, we gave it. One more, maybe. At least I can daze it, which is quite nice. But yeah, if anyone's got anything else to geek out about on that topic, you've got to message me about on Discord. I would love to hear. Or any other videos or like essays and things. Alright, here we go. And down he goes. Jesus. Yeah, all those fights are a little bit too long for their own good. I will still compliment the gameplay of the season. Yeah, this is the balance of this has fallen a bit out, and Spaghetti Code has kind of made it a bit iffy.
You're okay.
But it's still good.
What was that?
Not sure. If I had to guess, I'd say it was part of the lair itself rising up to greet us.
Not much of a greeting, if you ask me. Thanks for swooping in when you did, boss. We'd have been toast if not for you.
Mm-hmm. We weren't sure we'd see you again, to be honest.
Alright, here we go. Yeah, there's no DPSing on this fight at all, yeah. So here, look, check it out. There's the weird voice. I still actually... Did they ever properly explain the mysterious voice?
That.
It couldn't be.
We need to speak.
Is it Vlast? Is the idea it's Vlast?
Let's find a way out of here.
Mysterious voice. You must promise to protect it with your life. Will you? So Glint's meant to be dead at this point. I feel like it's meant to be Vlast, but I can't remember if they ever properly illustrate that anywhere. There's many different versions of the Bible that range on a scale of literal translation and meaning. The King James V is very close to a literal translation. Well, it's like, what is it? I think the original language, Aramaic or something, probably was more of a spoken language or something. And anyway, like a lot of the earlier versions I think are Greek. And then there was like a bunch of translations into Latin. There's like parallel branches. There's a lot of variations, basically. And the daisy chain, I mean, we're talking about a huge period of time. Like, it's just this massive game of Chinese whispers. There's this amazing story in one of the videos where he talks about how, like, you know, the scribes... Because you remember, this is a world before the printing press, before fast communication, when, like, only, like, 10% of the world is literate in the first place. Those who can read the Bible or the scriptures or whatever, they are, you know... They have the power. So, and what they had to do is copy these texts by hand. And so the scribes of the time knew that they're not meant to change it, but even still, over the years, changes come in. And there's this really cool story about how, like, you had there's an original text, and then in some subsequent text, like 300 years later, one of the sentences is written weirdly. It's written wrong. And then in another edition, like 100 years after that, another scribe has noticed that the previous edition is written wrong. So he corrects it. And then another 100 years later, another scribe comes along, writing another thing, and he notices that it's altered, but he thinks that the true one is the originally bad one. Does that make sense? So he corrects it to the bad one, thinking, well, the bad one's the older one, from his perspective. And he even writes in the margins. He's like got some little thing in the margins calling the previous scribe like a dickhead. He's like, don't change it, knave, blah 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 blah. And so then the bad translation is what you're left with, because the guy at the end of the chain doesn't realize that his predecessor was himself correcting a mistake, right? And so it's stuff like that. Imagine thousands or hundreds of examples of stuff like that happening over 1,000 years. And you can see how things change. And that's just the accidental changes. That's not the deliberate omissions and tweaks to, you know...
The looks on your faces.
Anyway, it's not really Guild Wars relevant.
Nope. No. That would have sapped the fun right out of it. So tell me, what do you know now? that you didn't before.
Well, we know that Vlast question mark? I'm really curious what Kossage's idea about that voice is. Whoever it is, it's taller than Masterpiece as he looks up and the egg floats from down on high. I mean, I think it has to be Vlast, right? I feel like Path of Fire should have pointed out that that was Vlast. It makes sense for it to have been him. Entertain an old dwarf. Tell me your tale. Okay, well, by the way, I love one thing about this mission, how it's like an instance inside an instance inside an instance, right? It's like the Priory, and then nested inside the Priory is the Special Archives, and then you've got like the lower floor of the Special Archives, but fine, it's not behind a loading screen, and then you've got Glint's Lair. So it feels really dodgy, the idea of disconnecting in Glint's Lair. It's like some Inception stuff, like we're on the lowest dream layer or something. Entertain an old dwarf. Tell me your tale. Okay, well, this was a portal to Glint's Lair. So it was. The Master of Peace and I set it up after Glint's death so that I could guard it for the Brotherhood. Right. Well, I saw the Master of Peace take an egg. The last one intact. It's been in stasis since her death. The Master of Peace is taking it where it will be safe and allowed to hatch. Where has he taken it? You must tell me. Sadly, I do not know that. He disappeared beyond Dry Top, and I've had no word since then. You will find him, won't you? He's in great danger out there. I'll do my best. That is why you were chosen for this. Go now, find him, and make sure he arrives safely at his destination. What is his destination? Only he can tell you that. Go, but be smart. Do not rush into danger unprepared. You have many trials ahead of you. See, this line doesn't really track either. The reality is, Ogden should probably know about Tarir and all that stuff, and he has no good reason to not tell us at this point. So, there are these little wrinkles when you play it back. I mean, you guys got a good headcanon explanation for me as to why Ogden doesn't know? So there you go. So that's patch 1. And what a patch it is. I mean, really. What a patch it is. And we can even go out and explore still at this point. And hear the people shushing us. That's not it for the special archives as well. We're going to come back here in a second too. When does Ogden turn to stone? Between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. They don't really give us any great detail or lore about the... I like how this guy's standing here as though he's still looking at a book. And this guy too. Some dwarves turn to stone later than other dwarves. Ogden chose to delay it. He continued being your regular fleshy hero in Guild Wars 1. After the events of Nightfall end. Like you can have Ogden in the flesh with you in the War in Crater, for example, or whatever. He won't have any dialogue or anything to say or do, but yeah. Alright. Next patch. And this is the shortest one, I think. This patch is very, very short. Logan Thackeray. I'm with Air, Kaith, and Zodger at Camp Resolve in the Silver Wastes. And they're driving me nuts. Kaith can't sit still for 5 minutes. And Zodger has an opinion on everything. Air, well, she's gone all silent on us. So, what are you waiting for? Come and join us. Troops are gathering here for the coming assault on Mordramoth. It's been too long since we fought an Elder Dragon together. Looking forward to seeing you, my friend. It's weird, isn't it? You can feel... Here's a metaphor I would use to describe Guild Wars 2's story. You know how suddenly... Oh my god, Destiny's Edge are back together. We're going to fight an Elder Dragon. You know, it's like, it's just there suddenly, right? It's like... Here's the metaphor I would use. It's like a skimming stone, isn't it? It's like we're skipping atop the surface of the story. That person who said it's kind of like it's the abridged story, you know, yeah, and I get that sense now. You can start to see it coming in, and you're gonna have to learn to live with it, because that's what the story will be like. I think it's fair to say, right? From now on. Have you seen The Name of the Rose? Sean Connery movie set in medieval times, involving forbidden chapters of the Bible, if you remember rightly. No, I haven't seen any of that. I don't know whether I'm really interested in fiction around that. I've got to be honest, though, I didn't know very much about, like Christian mythology. Or, like, what's the word? Jewish mythology. I didn't really know very much of that, and I didn't really know how these religions were born out of the religions of societies before them either. I hadn't really, like, ever wrestled with it. Not deeply, anyway. You know, I've known shit like, oh, there used to be dragons, but they got, you know, removed, blah, 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 blah. I knew, like, vague, like, pulpy concepts, but until I started watching those videos and reading some wiki pages, probably about a week ago.
It's an honor, Commander.
I didn't know how little I knew. Do you know what I mean? And I knew very little. So it would turn up. Here we are, everyone's together except Ritlock. Oh. See, this should be a big moment as well, having Ritlock with us, but they had to make MXM. I'm glad you're going with us. You got my mail about that. I came to tell you that I might not be able to fight with you. What? You're 74.3% of your firepower by yourself? I hate this line. Well, no, I don't, because we can say it's an exaggeration. I'm learning how to exaggerate from Timey, believe it or not. So, why can't you come with us? By the way, enjoy this, guys. Some Zodger dialogue. This is like some of the last Zodger dialogue you'll get. We'll get a little bit in the next expansion, obviously, but I mean, enjoy it. I've been given a different mission that I can't turn down. What are you talking about? We're already one down with Ritlock gone. I have to swear you to silence. This can't go beyond us. I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we can keep your secret. What is it? I had a vision from the pale tree, an important one. Glint had an egg. And Kaith, a dragon egg. Where? It's a long story, but it was in her lair. I've been there. I saw it. You've been busy. What happened to the egg then? I think it's that Logan's talking too much. Air's their leader, right? The Zephyrite Master took it for safekeeping. Oh, I see. Your vision. The pale tree wants you to find and protect the egg. And because of the crash, you're afraid this master is endangered? Yes, I also saw a golden location. I believe he may be taking it there. If he's clever, then he survived thus far. But he's in treacherous territory out there. So you see why I have to do this before I can go with you. A dragon hatchling could turn into an enemy if raised in the wrong company. Of course you must save it. If it were to grow up as an ally to Tyria, it could change the course of history. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sorry, I'd love to stay here and prepare. There you have it. That's basically the story of Guild Wars 2. We're in part 4 now, and we're a couple of hours in, but there it is. The genesis of the Aurene stuff. But Glint never mentioned she had an egg. I would have... It's okay. It has had protectors, and now it has me as well. I'm flabbergasted. A dragon egg. You'll return when you're done, right? We may not leave immediately. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Sorry, guys. Now, if I remember rightly, there's a really cool moment here with Kaith where she walks away on her own or starts acting suspicious straight away, isn't there? Greetings, old friend. I'm sorry you have this mission that's taken you away. You'll be sorely missed. Logan says you've been quiet lately. I suppose I have. I just can't stop watching Bram, thinking about him. I think maybe it's time I made things right with him. Glint's lair is wondrous. It is glorious, isn't it? A work of art made from the magic of her being. I'll never forget the last time I was there. It was the day she died. Will you tell me about it? It's been many years. I was there with Zodger, Snaff, Logan, Ritlock, and Kaith. We've been traveling through the desert looking for her. We planned to kill her so she wouldn't raise Kralkatorrik. But you didn't kill her. No, we misjudged her. She became our ally and died helping us. I remember the first words she ever said to us. At your peril do you wake a dragon. The memory still sends shivers down my spine. She spoke. Not exactly. She spoke to us with her mind. That was her gift and the reason she loved Tyrians. She could read our minds. She knew our goodness. So what was she like? Ancient, wise, powerful? She had the gift of prophecy and the burden of 3,000 years of memories. She warned us about dragons taking over the world. They feast, they said, on all life. What if she had offspring? Would it also be our ally? There's no way to know. It depends, I suppose, on who raises it. There's an old human legend that says she had a hatchling hundreds of years ago. Some humans found it and protected it. Ah, here you go. I forgot that Season 2 did this. This is really good as well. Season 2 is really good. So they're talking about Vlast here. 2 expansions of setup away, this is. Is that hatchling still alive? Unlikely, I think. Gleam, that's what the bards called it, hasn't been seen, and we have no proof the stories are even true. They live so long, it's possible we won't see them in our lifetime. It's interesting, they're almost trying to write themselves away from Vlast here, but I don't know why they did the weird renaming thing. That seems like such an unnecessary move, or whatever. But now there's an unhatched egg. I'll have to find it. There's a good reason to leave this fight to us. But that's a good reason to leave this fight to us. If it's true, there is an egg. You must find it before it falls into the wrong hands. I'm leaving now. I'll find it. Take care, my friend. So much dialogue with air. Easy to miss. I'd like a word with you. I'd like a word with you if you have a moment to spare. All right, what's up? I want to talk to you about Lady Casimir. I've been hearing rumors that she may get her title back. Jenna, Queen Jenna, is considering a pardon for her. Do you know anything about that? I know that Anise has been a benefactor to Casimir and set it up. Oh, I see. I'd hope that wasn't the case. Politics? I don't know what interactions you've had with Anise in the Queen's Court, but I can tell you with certainty that she never gives anything that doesn't have strings attached. Casimir has practiced at courtly politics. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. I'm telling you this so that you can keep your eyes open. I will. Kaz is dear to me. That eases my mind. Take care, my friend. Interesting. I would call that a story thread that they never fully finished. This is why, again, in my rewrite of the Guild Wars story, I don't have the Civil War in Season 3. All this shit, this is all good Civil War stuff. Civil War deserved a whole season of its own. Just like Joko deserves a season of his own, you know?
She was crazy. I've never trusted Sylvari. That just confirmed it for me.
You don't trust anyone.
Oh, this is the thing they do. Yeah, Kaith follows you. Look at this. This is like a masterclass here. Look at this shit. She follows you. And they're very subtle about it. It is really good, isn't it? It's like, what? Why are you following me, Kaith? And you allow the player to wonder that themselves. And she keeps her distance. Or an expansion of its own. Well, I mean, yeah.
It was beautiful. I wish you could have seen it. All crystal and rainbows.
We saw echoes from when the Master of Peace was there. He took an egg from the nest.
A dragon egg?
It all makes sense now. The Master of Peace has been on the run with it since the crash.
We need to find the Aspect Masters. It has something to do with the boss's vision.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to be realistic with, like, you know, how much you do. What I will say is at the end of my hindsight thing, I do have still on the table like 3 or 4 big stories which would be completely untouched and open for, you know, the next 10 years of Guild Wars storytelling, because I specifically pull them away. I say, look, this is too crowded, this is too overstuffed, so let's not do this story. And then it just ends up like on the table still, instead of having fallen off the table or you know, been eaten already. Maybe that's the right way to phrase it. I never saw Marjorie work so hard. She's determined to get good with that sword. It's both impressive and worrisome. She says she intends to kill Morgemoth with it. She wants to go with the Pact. Remember this line as well. We'll get a fun decision later on the expansion. She does. I suppose if that's just what she wants, she should do it. What about your vision, the egg? I'll talk to her.
I'm glad you're back.
Thanks, Rox. I've been thinking about Air. I think I want to spend some time with her, get to know her better, you know? She probably wouldn't want to. You might be surprised. See, they're setting all this stuff up, but they don't get to do it. Ah. Fucking the whole Bram grief thing. Hello, Kaith. If we find the Aspect Masters, we'll be well on our way to finding the Master of Peace. That's right. Have any of you seen the Aspect Masters? Sorry, they haven't come back since they left the last time you were here. Do you know which direction they went? No, but I bet Timey does. Ask her. Okay, let's split up. We'll have more luck finding their trail that way. You bet. What's the plan? Track down the Aspect Masters, find their trail, and signal if you find it. What about me? Well, I need you to stay here in case they or the Master of Peace come back. How can Marjorie and I help? Well, meet with Trahearne. Tell him everything we learned at the Priory. Everything? Everything. Just don't tell anyone but him about the existence of the egg. I imagine we don't want that to be public knowledge. No, in the wrong hands, that knowledge could be dangerous. We'll send a bird if we hear anything. You do the same if you get into trouble. We can be with you in the blink of an eye. Will do. I'm going to talk to Timey. Then it'll be time to head out. She'd never forgive you if you left without saying goodbye. Stay safe, both of you, blah, 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 blah. That's like Final Fantasy dialogue there. It's a whole lot of clicking and a whole lot of talking to get no information across. That's basically how Final Fantasy pads its story. Can I ask her if she's following me at this point?
Don't mind me.
I do mind you though.
Well, paint me orange and call me Rusty. You're getting it.
You doubted me.
Look, I can't take on any more students. Not a problem. Hi, want me to meet with Brun Ingot Spitter? Brun, this is Kleptomania. One of the most intelligent non-Asura I know. My little friend says very nice things about you. That's good to know. It's an honor to meet you. I've heard the stories. It surprises me that someone as important as you has taken time for a cub like Timey. I could say the same to you. Thanks for helping her. We've been learning all about heat ratios and metal density. What have you been up to? Well, I just came to say goodbye. I have to go after the Aspect Masters. Oh, after you left, they took a lot of supplies and headed southwest to look for the Master of Peace. They were packed like they weren't coming back anytime soon. Why do you need them? I'm in a hurry. Can you have Bram explain it to you later? I definitely will. As soon as they launch the packed ships, I'm going back to Ratasum to use all the knowledge I'm soaking up from Brun. I can hardly wait. You can tell me about it when I see you. Be careful when I'm gone. Bye. Okay, and finally, Kaith.
We're ready.
Why are you looking at me like that? Are you following me? No, I'm accompanying you. I plan to go with you to find these masters. It's a far better use of my time than watching Air stare at that young Norn over there. Air's not staring. She wants something from him. Try as she might to hide it, she can't keep her eyes off of him. Maybe you should help me and Rox find the Aspect Masters. 3 humans who are used to flying around on ships are going to leave a trail a mile wide. What if the ships leave without you? Then I won't be going with them. Is that a problem? Not for me.
When you break it down into its component parts, it's...
Simple. It's simple.
Do you know what? I think that this instance here...
We're ready.
This is the instant I would have set on the glory of Tyria.
I did all my homework, and I have a list of questions to ask you.
You undersold yourself when you said you were earnest.
Just when I think they've stopped speaking. I think that, yeah, if you were going to do a director's cut, like a new version or whatever... What presumptive phrase for me to use? I'm not a director.
You must be wrong. That could never work that way.
Look, what do you see here?
Oh, I hadn't considered that.
I think this would... All the dialogue, all the conversations we just had, they could have been up there. And it would have been so meaningful to have us back on the deck of that ship. You know? Utilize it a little bit more, since we saw it at the end of Arah's story. And then obviously get a feel for it in the cutscene at the end of the season. We know what's going to happen. If you've actually been there, you know, and players remember it more. Like I say, a lot of people don't even know the goddamn thing's there. So I think that would have been a really nice touch. Speaking of director's cuts... So, another thing that I've been doing, as we run on over to the cave here now, and do this next little instance, which, as far as I remember, we just basically walk like this. It's not very far. Another thing that I've been doing, yes, I played the Outer Wilds. Fantastic game. Seriously, give it a shot, guys. Is I got back into Oblivion. So, a friend of mine, like a little while ago, was basically just, like, into the idea, and he started modding it. And I watched him modding it on Discord and gave a little bit of advice. And then it became more advice, and then it became a whole big thing. And all of a sudden, by the end of like this 3-hour conversation with him, he had a modded setup going, and it like reminded me everything I know about Oblivion modding, which actually turns out to be quite a lot. Like how to use Rybash, how to use OBMM, just lots and lots of little details about like what my favorite mods are, and you know how to execute a bashed patch and all this kind of stuff. And it just, any time I feel any enthusiasm or excitement for Elder Scrolls, I kind of grab it with both hands. So I thought, well, fuck it, I've just got this new PC. Let's install, let's set it up. So I ended up setting up a new Oblivion install, and I spent hours and hours. Genuinely, I would say I spent the entirety of 2 or 3 days between Christmas and New Year's just playing and modding Oblivion, like relentlessly, like just going and going and going and going and going with it. So I got a really good setup at the moment. I have actually made the difficult, and it's a setup specifically for an LP down the line. I have made the decision to not run Better Cities or the Unique Landscapes, which are like classic mod series, which I was huge fans of in the past. But I've just found I'm really intolerant of low frame rates nowadays. And also there's kind of this thing where it's like not an authentic experience of the game. So I'm not running Oscuro's Oblivion Overhaul. I'm not running Unique Landscapes or Better Cities. But I am using a lot of the other really cool stuff like Oblivion Reloaded and that. And I know basically no one knows what I'm talking about listening to my voice right now. But I had a ton of fun just like refreshing everything I knew about that and remembering it. I got a really cool setup that I'm very confident in. You know, where I've ran like test for LodGen and test for LL to get all my distant landscapes and stuff right. And I've got all the post-processing just right. So anyway, I spent a ton of time with that. The reason I've segued into that, I don't really have too many great stories for you guys. Just that, you know, I've been doing that and I had a lot of fun. And it's nice to refresh that. And who knows, next big Elder Scrolls project I might just skip straight to Oblivion, to be honest. Because I love Oblivion. Oblivion's the one that I like the most. And it's like, I don't know, I'm more excited about Daggerfall or that, you know? And I just got all this thrilling nostalgia and just enjoyment of it at the moment, so... but the reason I segued into that is I just mentioned the idea of a director's cut or whatever. You know, there's one mod series that I think should exist for the Elder Scrolls games, but never has. Maybe it does for Skyrim, I don't know. But I've always, if I was ever going to make a mod for Oblivion, what I would want, and it was going to be a big mod... It's something I don't know of any project that's ever touched on this idea at all, but it's the idea of looking at the main storyline and improving it. It's like an overhaul, but for the main storyline. You take their existing quests, you take their existing dialogue, the existing dungeons, like the Imperial prison and the sewers and stuff that you start out with, and the Battle of Kvatch, and I mean there's been a lot of Kvatch mods and stuff, or like the various Oblivion gates you go, or like the final phases of the story where you're rallying the cities to like fight back against the Great Gate and stuff. You take the main storyline and you enhance and overhaul that. So you add more paths based on whether you're a stealthy character, or a magical character, or a fighter character. Just more choices for people, and expanding on the dungeons, and like adding a little bit more dialogue here and there. And you know, I think that would be such a cool idea for like some kind of an overhaul or a mod series project. Again, I don't know if anyone ever did that for Skyrim, but I always...
The Masters passed through here recently. We're close.
But I always liked that idea, and just no one ever made it, so I don't know. This is going to be a cool instance here as well, by the way. So, oh Christ, so there was something else I was going to say about Oblivion right there. And I think I lost it. I mean, I don't know, there's like certain dungeon patches, there's like snooze dungeons and better dungeons and stuff which can update them. But the idea of just purely focusing on the main storyline and just improving it. Oh, that's what I was going to say. You guys should see as well, there's something crazy going on in the Oblivion mod scene at the moment. You guys know about artificial intelligence voice acting, right? You know, there's like AI algorithms. You know, like you'll be browsing Reddit and you'll click a random post on Reddit and it will be like, my boyfriend says that I was not in the car, but I actually... You know, there's like that stupid, annoying, like high-pitched American woman voice that sounds like overly chirpy and happy. You guys know that voice? I always, whenever I hear that voice auto-playing when I click a post, I just instantly turn the post off straight away. I never give it a chance. But that's like an AI voice that people like put on their like TikToks, I guess, is it, or Instagram or something? I don't know. Anyway, the whole AI voice acting thing is coming a long way. So what modders are doing now is they're training the algorithms to sound like... So say you've got like an Oblivion, like high elf voice, right? Like an Altma voice. They train the AI algorithm by feeding it the sounds of the real voice acting, and then they use it as text-to-speech for their mods. And it sounds really good. How cool is that? So it's like, you know, back in the day, Oblivion mods, quest mods, were really weird and tricky because Bethesda had decided to voice act loads of stuff. So then when you added a modded NPC and they had no voice acting, it would like take you out of the moment, not to mention the technical issues before that OBSE plugin came in. So so it was always a bit jarring, but now they're in a position where you don't need a microphone, you don't need voice talent, and you can actually put stuff in the game that sounds like it's vanilla and is voice acted and stuff. It takes a lot of work to work with the algorithm, but I mean, you know, these modding scenes, these modding communities, they're really, really enthusiastic about that stuff. And I mean, it's just a whole new world. I'll tell you what, being a video game voice actor, I think has been a really cushy gig and a cool idea for a career for probably the past 20 years. But I think it's on its way out. I really do, because you look at shit like that, it's like that's the way the wind's blowing. All those jobs, all that stuff, that's going to get outsourced and it's going to be gone. But the value that will come out of it's going to be huge. All these indie devs and studios, they're going to be able to have so much amazing voice work in their games that they can change at a whim. You know, you don't like this little line, this little delivery or something, and you can tweak it at your fingertips. It is bizarre. And anyway, I've already started to see that on the Oblivion scene that the fruits of the labor are coming through on that. And that seems like a shriveled little husk of what it used to be, you know. I don't know whether it's really going on with Morrowind, because so little was voice acted there anyway, so mods don't stick out like a sore thumb. I assume it's happening with Skyrim, though. But again, I know a lot less about it. So anyway, if you turn around at the start, check it out. There's a flamethrower. Woo! This discarded flamethrower appears to be functional. Take the flamethrower. So also, there's an Easter egg in this where you can see E, or maybe E.
A quick word.
Hello, Keith. So, you need to look in the sky. I can't remember where he is. He's on, like, some overlook staring down at you from far away. He's called the Mysterious Stranger. So, keep your eye out in the cave here somewhere. There'll be someone. If you guys in the live chat can tell me, so I don't miss it. If I do miss it, people in the video comments. Do you think your Zephyrite friends would tell us where the Master of Peace is taking Clint's egg? Let me do the talking. I've given them every reason to trust me. Thanks for the light, Rocks. I'm actually really happy to have this flamethrower because my character's quite weak. He's up here, I think. He's up on this ledge here somewhere. But I can't quite see him. Maybe it's after the cutscene. Oh, you think he might be Balthazar? Yeah, who knows what they were doing. I mean, it really feels like they were breadcrumbing and setting up a lot of ideas for stories and things here.
That? Better check that out.
But then by the time Heart of Thorns was done, and they moved into Season 3...
Were these things just sent to tangle us up here as long as possible?
I can't see the guy. It's hard to fight while also looking up. There. You saw the green just under my cursor? Come on, dude. There, Mysterious Stranger. That guy. There's his face. There's his faceplate. So this here, Mysterious Stranger. That is possibly a hint as to E. Or it was just them dicking around, thinking no one would ever see it. I think he walks away as well once all these Mordrim die. Dude. So yeah, anyway, the thing with the voice acting that I was trying to say is imagine making that... what am I doing here? That ring is quite interesting, isn't it? So don't cross the ring, basically. Imagine making that, like, you know, like a main campaign improvement kind of thing. But you could just do AI to keep voice acting. You could add more lines for Boris and stuff. I mean, specific NPCs like that don't actually have much information to feed the algorithm, you probably couldn't do too well. But generally speaking, though, I think it's really badass. Jesus Christ. I don't understand. Am I supposed to be in it or out of it? Well, I've lost the flamethrower now. Well, you'll probably rally on that Terror Griff, which is nice. Jesus. Wait, what? Since when were this stuff? Oh, shit. Withdraw is not the best heal for this specific combat environment. Can say that much. Alright, there we go. How did I walk past those? Unbelievable. I like how that said he was immune, but it worked anyway. The big 35 poison.
We'll hold them off here. You go on ahead.
It's a barrier, not an AoE. He keeps trying to go through it. Well, no, but I was getting pulsed by damage from being in it as well. If you watch closely there, it's pretty obvious that I'd figured out it was a thing. It was a ring. That I shouldn't cross the perimeter. But being in it also was getting me hurt. Also, a lot of it's just I'm PD and I'm withdraw. I can't really do any damage without the TP. So I'm going to be getting stunned, you know. But at least if I stun break on the other side, I'm both safe. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is awful. My build is so bad for this. Excuse me. I don't remember getting randomly attacked by a billion guys in the back as well here. Right. Just hide by rocks. Maybe I should just use short bow, actually. I feel like this boss is going to be really hard, you know. Oh. It's okay, guys. We're getting to that sweet, sweet Heart of Thorns build soon enough. Oh, what? Why did throwing the one dagger... Also, they're pulling me into the things. Dude, this is insane. I'm just going through the tunnel. I guess it's impossible to kill them all. Which is weird enough. Wow, he stunned me again there. AI voices is a scary topic. It's like deep fakes, but for AI. I mean, it's good for us, for the consumer. It's excellent, really. I mean, it's great for the creatives too. It's still a bit away, all right. But I'm telling you, by the end of the decade, man. By the end, and this isn't like some VR's gonna be here by the end of the decade, kind of like hopium or whatever. It's gonna be a big thing. I mean, you just got to think about the amount of money there is to be saved from that. And the amount of like streamlining that can occur in the development process. It's going to be huge, and not just for indies. I think it'll be huge even for studios like ArenaNet. Any kind of massive game, basically, if you think about it. It's just so insane to consider voice acting everything. Okay, we're actually going to see all the mechanics here, because I do so little damage. That's a very satisfying dagger storm there. See, look, this is good gameplay here. This is a good, like, well-made little fight. Okay, he's dead. This was actually technically before break bars, so I don't think the break bar will do anything. Yeah, it didn't. Is that breaking projectiles? No.
It's charging. Get clear.
Oh shit. Was that just bad luck, or? I think it was bad luck. It looks like he's just going through the middle, so just don't stand in the middle. Yeah. Oh, that was a really satisfying dodge. That was one of the most satisfying dodge rolls I've ever had in Guild Wars. Oh, come on. I wasn't in that. He's tagging me. We got the other phase to do in a second. Well, I don't want to get close. This cascade AoE is kind of an interesting telegraph. It's weird that it's not even fully 900 range, so... I feel like that telegraph works best as a 1200 range thing. 1500, sorry. Because, I mean, everything that's interesting about it, you can just ignore by... They don't really use this much. Aha! How'd you like me now? I still feel like I missed some phases there.
Are you all right?
What about the one where he charges around the center, the outside? Isn't that a thing?
The sun shines on you no more. May you be at peace, free of the sufferings of this world. May Glint find you in the darkness and lead you into her perfect light until we meet again. I'm no good to our master like this. Please, see it through for me.
No. You've suffered enough losses. I'm taking you to the Pact camp.
Please don't. Our master needs you.
Hopefully, we can trust our friend here to see to the master's safety.
Hey WP, fun to see you. Hey Joris, when are you going to do Endwalker? Is it going to be in spring after End of Dragons? No. It's going to be in like next week. This project is probably another what, like 7 days or something? 7 streams? Let's put it that way, 7 streams, because there might be breaks between the days. But it will be first half of January. It will be going on for sure. Hold up, a bit of searching leads to speculation that mysterious stranger is Reginald Merkin from Keswick Hills. Seems like the dude convinced people are out to get him. He talks about Pink Moa, which are in the labyrinth. Is it just like looking at his character model? I mean, maybe it could have been that and nothing more. The Master of Peace left his mark where the path first split, but we took a wrong turn soon after. I'm sorry to ask this of you, my friend, but will you find and help our master? Can you tell me, is the Master of Peace still carrying the egg? It's not my place to speak of such things. If you reach our master, he may be able to answer your questions. Please, if you're willing, I can show you how to help and find him. I want to. Please, show what you know.
This is the mark of the Master of Peace. Follow it, and you'll find him.
I love that. That thing of summoning the mark, the visuals of that, it's cool as shit.
Now I must get my friend here to safety.
Okay. Farewell.
What do you know about these Zephyrites?
They claim to be heirs of the Brotherhood of the Dragon. You know, keepers of Glint's legacy.
We were with Glint when she fell in the Crystal Desert. Where do you think the Master of Peace is going?
I don't know, but a lot of Zephyrites gave their lives protecting that egg.
Any thoughts on Roland and Silvari for Heart of Thorns, but it does ruin the idea. No, I'm doing it on this character. This is a new thief I want to actually play and be connected to, so I'm doing all the story on him so that I can do that. No, that would almost totally defeat the point to swap characters in the middle of HOT. If only we'd noticed these marks on our own, we might have caught up with the Master of Peace by now. All that matters is that we have a trail to follow. We will find him. I have no doubt we will. Ready to go as soon as you are. So, what's the plan? Well, let's split up and look for the Master of Peace trail of symbols. Makes sense to me. So, can you tell the others I sent out ahead? Bram, Casimir, and Marjorie? Yeah, I don't think we have any time to lose. No problem. I'll catch up soon, boss. Thanks, Rox. Alright. Let's get 15 bandit crests. Now we go. I'm surprised that cave instance took as long as it did there. I usually think of that as a little 5-minute thing. He's using the standard beggar model. So, I mean, again though, if it's like a standard model, I don't know whether it's specifically one thing or another. I mean, it's just, to be honest, I would just treat it as something fun to look at on the side that could be drawn to E one day if they wanted or not. You know, because I'm sure that's what they thought as they were writing it. Are there 14 queues better now? You've been waiting to play Endwalker, where you don't have to wait hours to play. Well, that's my hope. The reason one of the reasons this project's going on at the moment is because the queues are just a nightmare. And look, I don't mind waiting in the queue. I don't mind, and then, you know, I'll sit in queue for hours before kicking up the stream. But if I'm in there and then I get error 9006 and it kicks me, that's the nightmare. So I don't really mind, to be honest, the queues. That doesn't matter too much to me. What does matter is that error 9006 goes away, which is what I'm hoping will happen with a bit of stability and a few patches, you know, a couple of weeks down the line, which is what we're essentially waiting right now. So I'm not really waiting for the queues to drop. I'm waiting for error 9006 to drop. Because the idea that I could be streaming and then randomly I'm just kicked out is pretty rough. Would you like to continue your story into the labyrinth? Absolutely. So this is the end of the patch already here, by the way. This is the whole patch done. We kind of skip a little bit of a moment there where maybe the script tunnels aren't up, so you go set them up. Oh, maybe... No, I don't know, actually.
Your friends and I tracked the Master of Peace in here. But these vines erupted and separated us. Some were dragged off, and I lost them in the chaos. You should know there's an especially large predator here with us, too.
This is a great instance, too. I think the gameplay in here is really cool as well. With this Mordrum Lurker that basically can one-shot you. Actually, to tell you the truth, with the power creep and the balance now, I don't know. I don't know if he's as scary as he once was. I mean, let's be honest here. In fact, can I kill him? You probably can't kill him for good, right? I assume you can't. Oh, this is nice. We got the torment on right as his break bar went down. Okay, so he's dead. He'll respawn at some point, I'm sure. Or stand back up, I guess. That's an interesting concept as well. Just of an enemy that stands back up after it's been taken out. It's weird how much focus there is on these instances and how much development and effort they put in, and yet there's nothing about it feels replayable or like end game appropriate or like social.
Hey, is that you?
Which means that MMO players just don't think about it, you know.
Get around to me.
One of the big things with Guild Wars. Damn, shortbow bleeds are really nice actually. Much better than I've been giving them credit for. You know what? I'm actually looking forward to getting Destiny's Edge here with me so that I can kill things quicker. So, it is likely here. It is likely here that I will get lost. I just want to say. You don't know where Casimir is. What about the others? My heart's pounding all these vines. It's going to be okay. Breathe. We'll find everyone. Again, I don't know. I think my character's suddenly too delicate or sweet or something. I talk like I'm a therapist, right? That's what it is. They write the commander like a therapist, these most recent patches, and that's not like... I don't know. I'd rather they do short, sharp little quips. Let me imagine the delivery. Okay, I'm okay. If I can just concentrate, I can sense life force. It's not as strong or reliable, but maybe I can get us to Casimir and the others before it's too late. Work that necro magic. We'll do this together. Okay. So the thing is, right?
Who's there?
Yeah, okay.
You
they
see
do
Bram? You'd think he'd be as noisy as a buck in a bramble patch, big as he is.
Hey, we got some work to do. Bram's still lost. I haven't seen him since the vine snatched us. Don't worry, we'll find him. If only we could get through these vines. But I noticed some patterns, places where they're weaker than others. If I come across a spot, I think I can tear them down. Okay, good to know. Right, so rocks that gives us access to some other areas. I don't think we need them just yet, though. I think at some point you do need her help. But I think first, you can get most of the characters, like, pretty much instantly.
Thank the blessed six. A friendly face. Come to my light. Jory? Jory, is that you? I'm here.
So then everyone else is coming. There we go. Including Casimir with the commander tag. Okay. You're alive! I was so worried. I almost didn't see you. It's so dark here. I can conjure a light source for us. Maybe that'll help. Good. Let's keep moving. Okay, so now she lights the place up. Which sort of vaguely helps, but not too much. Now, to be honest, I don't know the most efficient way to get the last character. This is usually where it starts going to pot for me. But we'll see. See, is minimap navigation even a good idea?
Let's go.
Well, I'll tell you, there's actually two places it usually ends up really bad for me. One of them is now, the other time is getting back. I always suck at getting back. I always get lost on the way back. This is obviously a lot better when you can bounce with it too. I mean, look at that. Right, so I think rocks burning this down is going to be alright. But then they're all stuck with that. Do I have to kill everything? I mean, isn't that a thing as well? Who have we got with us? Casimir and Marjorie. The thing is, I always get the impression they're going to infinitely respawn or something. They're fighting the big monster. Which is obviously not ideal. I really like having the thief mobility in this instance, though. Question is, are they fighting the wolf, or are they just fighting all of this random trash? Okay, he hit me quite hard there. That might have counted as a flank, when it really didn't deserve to. Okay. Should be clear now, and they should actually follow me.
Stand back.
There we go.
I've got what we need to cut through. No telling what's on the other side, though, so stay alert.
You still wait for WP to be recruited into the Screen Actors Guild AFTRA. What's the AFTRA? So he can finally record his divine Tengu and Asura and script voices. Well, see, I liked my my Tengu voice, but Boots told me that I shouldn't do it anymore, so I don't know. Do you remember I did it on stream a while ago, and he was like, "No, it is good to speak with you." I like doing the Tengu. Script's pretty easy. I would consider myself very privileged to record a script for the game.
I thought you were dead. Can you get to me? I'll stay put until you do.
That line from Bram is really weird. He thought we were dead. There's a certain, like, unearned intensity to some of the stuff that they're doing in this patch. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I'll never forget this. Oh, I thought you were dead. Like, every second of every day. It's not really. Totally earned, I'd say. Man, I love CCing them, even though I shouldn't be allowed to. Come on, Rocks.
Stand back. I've got what we need to cut through.
That's
no
clearly
on
not the way I'm meant to go then.
So stay alert.
Right, so here's where I get lost again, because I always mess this up.
Glad you're here. Now we can really do
Alright,
some damage.
I haven't been ambushed that bad since Scarlet knocked me on my rump. You ready to keep moving? Right. So the way back... Shit. I think I came along here. Oh, it's so nice to be able to move at speed. And then... Not immediate left, but through here? This is where rocks cut me through, right? There might be a slightly quicker route. Oh my god, this is so good. When the Season of the Dragon, whenever I just randomly come back and play this instance, I'm always in a rush. I'm always doing it for a reward or something. I'm never paying much attention, and this whole thing is just agonizing, because I just do not have my senses engaged. But look at that, I didn't get lost at all. I just knew the route instantly. Excellent. I'm well happy with that. Alright, so this is the end of the patch now. I remember this one being a bit of a disappointment on launch. But we do get another boss. And hopefully a fun one. He's the bees, right? So... So what is this? Just keep moving so the insects can't catch me? Oh, what's up with the marks? Those are cool. I almost want to get hit by those just to see what the skill is called. Man, I should run this whole series. Shouldn't I have done this whole series with arc DPS and the scrolling combat text? Right? Scrolling combat text is just so cool. I'll probably play End of Dragons with it if I can. Just to see incoming damage. I don't care about outcoming damage or any of that. But just to see incoming damage. When you get hit by something, it says like Teeth of Morgemoth, Jin's Darts, or whatever, you know. Whenever it's like a special mob skill, it's just cool. It's just extra detail about the game that you'd otherwise miss. So here he is, by the way, on the floor with the egg. I like the idea we could just break the cannon now, grab that, and just totally change the story of Heart of Thorns. Get a quickness auto there. Oh, but the choking gas runs out. Just a little bit more PD. I played a tiny bit of Thief in PvP as well. Oh shit. Which was alright. I think I played like one game. I won it, but I didn't really do anything of much value. Honestly, just no builds really clicked for me. None of them. I really am so disappointed in the meta, in the combat design, in the sense the balance team seems to have of what to do and where to go with the game. I think it's just so sad, you know. I'm much happier not really playing it, except just for like the season's loot. I don't even think I did the last season. You know, I always feel bad when I go in there. It's always the same faces, the same people, nothing else going on, just ad nauseum doing the same thing. I mean, it's just, it's really sad. It's good to get out and sort of get a bit of perspective. Alright, there we go. Was I lurking in Wild vs. Wild the other day? Oh yeah, okay, well, hold on, I'll tell you about that in a second. I love the lighting in here too, by the way. What is going on with all the crystals?
I'm dying. You're our only hope now. Listen closely. I have something I can no longer protect. You must understand its importance to Tyria's future.
Here we go. This one's not as fascinating as the other ones, I think.
No time to explain.
Keith, wait. What do you think you're doing?
And she's off. The masterpiece is dead. Oh no, and Keith is gone. So's the egg. I swore... This suddenly feels like this was a crunched instance. I saw Keith run off with the egg. Okay, we'll find her. She's Sylvari. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing. I just... Why would she take off with it? She wouldn't be the first Sylvari we've known who... She did it to protect the egg, I'm sure. I'll thank her. This is a great idea for a story as well, not knowing whether you can trust Keith. I think they kind of messed up here, though. I think maybe Keith should have fallen to... I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can fiddle this around, and the whole foul lane side of it is a really important facet of all of this, too. So, I don't know. We'd better hurry after her before the trail goes cold. Bram and Cass, stay here and make sure the master gets a proper send-off. We can do that, and then we'll meet you somewhere later. Where? In the grove. Whether we find her or not, that's our next step.
The pale tree? She's been in and out of consciousness ever since the shadow of the dragon attacked the summit.
Who knows Keith better? Without consulting the pale tree, we can only guess at Kate's motives.
I'll send word to the grove and find out her condition.
We should return the Master of Peace to his people.
I'll prepare him for travel.
So there you have it. So that's... And again... Oh, this is a Black Lion key patch. Wow, the colour of the mail there looked really funny. So Keith runs off, and again, I think that's a really cool story. You know, the idea, we're starting to move into this space where it's like, do we trust the Sylvari or not? I like how Marjorie, the detective, the investigator, the logical mind immediately starts thinking and questioning. You know, her history with nefarious people and stuff, she would be the first to suspect. Was I lurking in World vs. World? Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a big story about this, but yes, I've been World vs. Worlding as well. I have my PvP season done, and I've been World vs. Worlding again, so I'm done with my diamond chest. I actually beat this diamond chest in 2 days, which I'm pretty happy about. And also, I just got to gold, which I'm also quite happy with. A lot of you guys are going to look at that, and you're going to say, oh, that's not that high, but I never zerg. I mean, I used to zerg. I probably haven't zerged in World vs. World for 2.5 years. So you only get ranks really fast while zerging. This is purely roaming XP, which... I'm quite happy with, to be honest. So I've just been playing Trailblazer Mirage. I think Trailblazer is way better than Celestial. I don't know. I think people are... I see the Guild Wars community a lot of the time, and like their understanding of meta and copycat building and stuff, and I just think they're crazy. I just think the hive mind is so wrong sometimes, and they just don't know what they're talking about. I have no idea why people are so insistent on Axe and so insistent on Celestial out there. Trailblazer Scepter is still the best way to go by far. So yeah, I just kind of run around just killing people and getting pips. So yeah, I got gold. The other cool thing I got too was oh, it's not on there anymore, but I got the camp defense thing as well. Oh, we don't have a title, by the way. We should probably pick one. Bounty hunter for now, I guess.
Understood? Let's continue where we left off last time.
Where is it? Going camping. I defended my 2,500th camp while roaming. I basically realized the easiest, most hands-off way to do it is flip a camp and just stand there. And as long as you can like 1v2, 1v3, you can defend it. And yeah. So that's counting as well towards the global defense thing, which I'm also working on. Stay out, this one here, which is going to take ages. This is a 3,000, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, I've been back there, and the reason I'm doing World vs. World again is because of legendary stuff, you know. Just as with PvP, I'm thinking, well, look, I can spend that on legendary armor. Legendary armor from PvP, legendary armor from World vs. World. It will all come in real quick, you know. As long as I don't have a raiding static, what's the alternative, you know? So there we go. Mender Ain. In a weird way, I'm actually really into Guild Wars at the moment. I wouldn't mind having a daily fractals static. If people want to set that up in Spud Discord, I'd be so down for that, doing fractals every day quickly. Or even like doing a bit more raiding and stuff. I'd be up for it. Because one of the things as well is this library here, the Ascended Item Library. If you get magnetite shards, you can make these purchases without laurels with magnetite. So if I started raiding a little bit more, I could, you know, let's say you get a raid trinket, which is not in this library. I don't count the stat selectable ones. You could just salvage it for magnetite and then buy plus like I think it's like 10 gold each or something. And you can fill it in quicker, so. Not to mention that's also legendary armor. Okay, Mender Ain. Commander, we've heard of your request to speak with the Pale Tree. She has moments of clarity, but they're unpredictable and interspersed with long periods of unconsciousness. Please, come at your convenience, but you'll have to wait until she awakens. Season 2 is really weird, isn't it? It's like the best patch and then the worst patch right next to each other. Echoes of the Past is like 10 out of 10, and then Tangled Paths is like 3 out of 10. Very short. That whole patch was just that little cave and then the labyrinth scene. That was it. So anyway, now we're in the last 2 releases, right? Yeah, Seeds of Truth and Point of No Return. The revelation about the Sylvari and their connection to Mordramoth awaits. Also, we get a little bit more Kiara here. This is a very cool flashback sequence we're about to have. We're going to learn about the Seeds of Truth. We get to play as Kaith, do a lot of fun stuff here. Will we be watching the fleet cutscene today? Yeah, we will. We will. That's what we're working towards. Exactly. This stream is going to end with the end of Season 2. The Newly Awakened. That's what this part of the video series is. And then the next part is Heart of Thorns, all in one day.
Mordremoth has already claimed too many victims. Do you think the Pale Tree will recover?
Our mother is resilient, but the Mordrim tore at her in ways we don't fully understand. We know it affected her mind. She fades in and out of awareness, but she said she was able to protect the dream from the assault.
Wasn't Glint's Lair? No, Glint's Lair was the first release that we did today. At what cost to herself, indeed. Hello, Marjorie. Hey there. I spoke with one of these Savari, and he said the Pale Tree could wake up at any time. I'm glad you made it when you did. They promised to let us know if she wakes. You know what just occurred to me? I wonder if, you know, they've got all these like little setups, like Rox's friend and stuff that never really quite went anywhere. I wonder if they originally had a plan for Heart of Thorns to have some domestic stories. See, I'm of the opinion that every expansion should start with an hour-ish, an hour to 2 hours of domestic storylines, where you, as a child, go home and you hang out with your warband, or, you know, where it becomes the personal story again, very briefly, for like an hour or two, just to start an expansion. I think that would be a really good way to begin them and to honor the personal story and all those earlier choices and stuff. And maybe you know, those kinds of storylines can fit into that. I don't know. The devs clearly never had any plans for that, but I don't know. I spoke with Lisa Zavari. They said the Pale Tree could wake up any time. I'm glad you made it when you did. They promised to let us know if she wakes. Where's Casimir? She stayed in Camp Resolve to help prepare for the launch. Rox and Bram too. Timmy said she was going back to school, but you never know with that. But you never know with that child. Good. We'll make this visit as quick as we can. Are you excited to tell the Pale Tree what you know about the egg? I am. She can perhaps help us find Kaith. Okay, let us hope so. I can tell you want to find her as quickly as possible. Is something on your mind, Jory? You've been quiet. I guess I just don't understand why this egg's so important. How's an egg going to help us take down Mordremoth? The Pact is about ready to leave without us. She's so right here as well, you know. I know killing Mordremoth means a lot to you. It killed my sister. I have to ask you to trust me. Mordremoth is one battle on a greater war. And you're certain this egg will help us win that war. Okay, boss, I'm with you. I need your support, Jory, your friendship. Thank you. Again, I don't like the way that they write the commander anymore. What is this? And there's something icky about it, like that they presume that this is... I don't know. I'm off the deep end. I'm whining about something I shouldn't worry about.
Good news, hopefully. Friend, she's aware now, but we can never predict for how long. Follow me, please.
Okay. Oh my god, there was a billion things I was about to say. Wait, what just happened there? They went in and now they're running to the other way up? What are they doing? This is clearly not not working the way it's supposed to be. They're just doing laps. They're racing. Oh, one of them's despawned now. Go on, Marjorie. I think she's supposed to be up there and it doesn't know how to path her up there until I go up. The Silvari corpse on the LA beach. Sorry, what's that? WP, which expansion do you prefer? Heart of Thorns or Path of Fire? Path of Fire by a country mile. Path of Fire is a million times better than Heart of Thorns. Path of Fire is an excellent expansion. It's got its rocky bits and it's got its cut sections and so on, but Path of Fire is twice the expansion Heart of Thorns is. You got to remember, a lot of the development that went into Heart of Thorns is like system stuff, you know, which sort of cuts into the budget and whatever. POF is a very, very good expansion. The player base doesn't really remember or appreciate that because Heart of Thorns had the better like end game repeatable stuff, so it gives you the illusion Heart of Thorns had more to give, but it didn't really. Path of Fire had way more.
Mother, I've brought the Pact Commander who asked to see you.
Good. I was hoping to see you soon. The vision.
Okay. Have you made any progress with it? I believe so. I found the egg, but what a relief. You may have just saved Tyria. The struggle is far from over, but if you had failed to find and protect the egg, it would have been over before it began. So Kaith has the egg in her custody. We're trying to find her. Kaith has the egg. Why? This was a brilliant moment here as well, wasn't it? It was so fascinating to see that Kaith was going rogue even away from the Avatar of the Tree, which is like a big red flag. You know, that's a signal that this is not correct behavior, that this is possibly Mordramoth's influence. Kaith has the egg. Why? You're the one who must care for it, not Kaith. That's why I gave you the vision. I know, but for some reason I don't understand. She ran off with it. Oh, well, you must find her. I can help, but my powers in this regard are limited. What can we do? Maybe if you knew more about her past, I can give you memory seeds. They'll allow you to search her memories for places that are significant to her. Ain, please give Kleptomania Artist 4 memory seeds. They'll reveal a slice of her history to you. Among those memories, you'll perhaps find something that will guide you to her. How do I use them? I'll let Ain explain them to you. I'm so tired. She has all the knowledge you need. Ain, if you please.
Use the first seed, here in the grove. It's where Kaith's roots are. Ask me if you have any other questions about them.
Okay. How do I use them? Well, actually, let's read this. They'll sprout when you choose the right spots. The seeds are magically attuned to read your intent. If you think about Kaith, your intuition will guide you to a place that was important to Kaith. And you'll view one of her memories. Where do the seeds come from? They come from her mother. They're highly magical, can be guided by your will. They allow me to see others' memories, events. My assumption about these memory... Do they work with anyone? No, only Sylvari. There you go. They're tied to dream magic. Yeah. So this is kind of a cool little MacGuffin, but it's only going to work with Sylvari. You know what I would adore? I would adore a storyline in the future that uses memory seeds again, so that they don't look forgotten. So they don't look like this just like hastily constructed little thing for this one story, but like an actual part of the world, you know. You got to use it a second time. So here she is. You think these are Final Fantasy XIV style cutscenes? Maybe.
Don't tell me you're up here contemplating the words of a long-dead centaur.
I know what you think of Ventari's tablet, but I find wisdom in it.
Do you even consider other views? Filling the heads of this new crop with only one side doesn't seem responsible.
Ventari's tenets will help them make something of themselves, my dear. All sentient beings feel that urge.
Exactly. To make something of themselves, not to live up to someone else's ideal of what they should be. Kaith, can we talk for a moment?
Absolutely. Hello.
After the gathering today, we must corner Wynne and get her to tell us what she was talking to Mother about.
You're obsessing again. You know how we Nightblooms are about our secrets.
This is
I
important.
love the fish there.
She knows something that could hold sway over all Sylvari. That's not trivial.
You don't know that's true. You overheard a portion of a conversation out of context, no less.
I know. Come on, we're going to be late for the gathering.
There you can see there's little... I mean, that's an interesting glimpse into another way of Guild Wars storytelling. Those little cutscenes like that. I don't know, the camera work was a bit... it depends how efficiently they can be dropped in and how good the camera work is and stuff. This is a really important bit. I mean, there's a lot with Heart of Thorns that I wish did more with Faolain. I'm very, very grateful to have this. And especially with Trahearne in the picture. This is a great sequence. For any Sylvari... for any player that's been following the story, really, I think. Not just Sylvari lovers. And finding Kiara here of the Secondborn... The fish was there for all the important events across Tyria. Hell yeah.
What do you suppose they're going to talk about?
I imagine they're as surprised as we are that we awoke. Do you suppose they want us gone?
Don't be ridiculous.
I tried again to talk to Kiara.
Seriously, why don't you just leave her be? She doesn't want company.
Over 2 years. That's how long the others were here all alone. Just the 12.
It explains why they're so intimate with one another. I wish I'd been one of them.
The elders follow without thinking. This tablet, it's a farce. They cling to it because it tells them how to behave. But we have our own minds. We do not swallow whole the old philosophies. We are better than that.
It's so good, man. They even put Cadian in here. And have Fowlane talk to
tomorrow
him.
night to discuss the tablet. Midnight.
I'll be there. It'll be good to speak with others of a similar mind.
Oh, it's so good, man. I don't know when I can stop and start ranting about this stuff. I fucking love this instance. You can tell there's a lot of love and care that's into all the different areas of the story here. Some of us are meeting tomorrow evening to discuss the tenets of the tablet. They don't resonate with us or with all of us. You're welcome to attend. Fowlane has said she'll be there. I've only been awake for a few months, but I can already tell that the tenets don't cover all facets of the vast nature of life. They're too idealistic, so just ignore them if you don't like them. How can we? Traherne and some of the other elders, even our own mother, force them down our throats every day. No one will listen to our counter-arguments. They expect us to just fall into step. The blossom is brother to the weed, a tenet that does seem to apply here. See, he founds the Nightmare Court. I mean, Christ, if there could have been more Cadierne stuff in Heart of Thorns too. My rewrite of the Guild Wars story has Cadierne survive the Twilight Arbor and has a role to play later. But I mean, I love that he gets this little glimpse in Season 2 for sure. Where's Kiara, by the way? She is here in this instance. This is an interesting person here, by the way. Why is she named Fianna? Also, one of the many mysteries that I have, by the way, is the remaining Firstborn. You guys realize there's still... what's the number? 4? I think it's 4. I think it's 4, but there's a chance it's 3. Firstborn that we've never met. We know nothing about them. Some of the Firstborn. I mean, how cool is that? The idea that they're away doing other things. This is all really good. You know, another thing that I really like about their society as well is this idea of, like, the elites amongst the Firstborn and how everyone's like a second-class citizen. There's a lot of really fun stuff and tension and fun things about the Silverite to look at. Here she is. What? Her? This better be important. I was on the edge of understanding this device. I was just curious. What is that? I don't know. I found it in the woods beyond Mother's roots. I'm taking it apart to see if I can figure out how it works. It's absolutely fascinating. Don't let me interrupt then. Good day. I mean, look at how good all of this is. I feel like I should have been Let's Playing this stuff back when it was originally coming out. They were really on top of their game, and I feel like I never really gave the right feedback back then, you know? Because I didn't ever really LP any of this. I love how, by the way, she's here, but she's not even the focus. They just kind of walk past her, you know? I think that's so cool.
Thank you all for coming. We're here to discuss our newly awakened and how we can best assist
See,
them.
this is only 8 Firstborn here. There's 4 missing.
You mean mold. You want to make them all into your version of good little Silvari.
No. As Firstborn, it is our responsibility to care for and guide these Secondborn.
The newly awakened, let's not call them secondborn, could benefit from our knowledge of Ventari's tenets.
Oh, please.
I'd love to be an ant at their feet, to hear what they're saying.
There they go again, probably talking about us.
Why aren't we involved in their discussions?
Someone had, like, Kanak's voice there, didn't he? Fianna is the Secondborn who died and empowered the Terebinth in Brisbane? In Brisbane? I'm not sure I know that story. This is a waste of time. These newly awakened don't need to be coddled. We didn't need anyone holding our hands or indoctrinating us with unexamined philosophies. I love that phrase, unexamined philosophies. Oh, Fowlane, you got something done so dirty in Heart of Thorns. I guess we'll talk about that tomorrow. But they're not us. Maybe Wynn's right. Maybe we should, if we do anything, we should encourage them to think for themselves, depend on themselves. Besides, Wynn can't be trusted. She keeps secrets from us. That is true. She does seem to be hiding something. If Wynn knows something of import, she will tell us. But let's not change the subject, please. We're discussing the Secondborn, that's Traherne. Are we officially calling them Secondborn, then? That's a terrible name for them, Traherne, and thus we make official the chasm between them and us. We're all just Silvari. We did awaken first, though. I like how I get to roleplay as Kay through the speech.
Wynn. You know I'm right. Whatever your secret is, I'll dig it out of you.
I have no secret. You know everything I know.
Don't lie to me. I heard you whispering to Mother.
I hate this bug.
I heard you say there was something that could give unspeakable power over all Silvari. What were you talking about?
I have
Please
to go.
fix this.
I'm traveling to a Centaur refuge in the Silver Wastes to research Ventari. We'll talk later, Fallon.
If you're not going to do an immersive camera, cutscenes or whatever, let me do my own by zooming in, but then you cull the text away.
Please,
Listen.
I don't want to have to zoom this far out just so that I can see the text. Let me get close. I hate that bug so much.
Take a deep breath, Sapling. What's your hurry?
Small, imp-like creatures. We just wanted to explore beyond Mother's roots. They appeared out of nowhere.
The Asura.
Asura, I'd guess. Malamedes had an encounter with them not long ago. He was lucky to survive. Where did they go?
They took them northwest into the forest.
Poor things.
I followed them a while, but then I felt I should come get help. They said something about returning to Metrica before I lost their trail.
Kaith, Fowland, you two had the most experience in the wild. Would you scout ahead? The Second-born are precious. We cannot allow them to be killed to assuage some ignorant race's curiosity.
At last, something we agree on, Traherne. I can't wait to teach these imps a lesson. You and me, together.
We'll rescue as many as we can. They treated Malamedes terribly. I hope they're not so harsh with this group.
They're going to remember the day they met the two of us.
Camera's alright in this little cutscene here as well. So we go. Were they calling themselves Firstborn before they even realised they'd be Secondborn? Probably, yeah, because they could see the pods and stuff. They probably did assume more were coming, right? They saw how they were born. They saw, you know, there's a certain melancholy and sadness. It's quite evocative actually about the Silvari. It's so sad that Ronan and Ventari are dead and gone before the fruit finally flourishes. You know, these people are completely alone. They don't even know what the Asura are called or about. They're alone. They have nothing. There's something really sad about that, you know. There's not a tiny little bit of overlap where the wise old centaur at least gets to see the first of them. No, that's it. They're just dumped here in a world filled with stuff. And the story never really accentuates or talks about that, but I think it's a nice little bit of them. What happened? What did you see? I was Kaith more than 20 years ago. Fowlane and Traherne were there. The leader of the Nightmare Court. It must have been fascinating to hear how they interacted back then. I'm jealous, but did you learn anything that will help us find Kaith? Well, I saw their destination, Metrica. Metrica Province. That area is populated with Asura. Why are they going there? They're tracking some imps that they'd kidnapped a group of Secondborn. Imps? Alright. Rox is expecting me for sword practice. I better let her know I won't be there. I won't take long. I'll meet you there. Okay. How is Rox with the great sword? I've never seen her fight with one. She's surprisingly good, though she says it isn't her weapon of choice. She learned when she was still in school, and she knows a ton about battle stances. I'm learning a lot. I plan to keep at it. Wow, I just pronounced stances weirdly there. I have no idea how that ended up happening. I'll see you in Metrica. Okay. So yeah, that's instance 1. It's a bit of a tangent, but this bit's good. Yeah, it is a bit, but this is breathing room though. This is we're not skimming anymore, are we? We're not skimming stones. I mean, they're building to the Wynn revelation and what her secret is, right? So I can see how it's all essential. But it has that slight air of not being entirely essential, which I actually like. Guild Wars needs more of that, I think. It's so weird that you're literally older than the Silvari as a whole race. I think there was a thing where it was like...
This is the place? It's run by Inquest. We'll have to be careful. I'll watch your back while you're in the vision.
I think it was pretty... What was it? It was a Guild Wars Guru thing. I think it was like... It's a common thing for people to literally be the age of the Silvari. Like, how old are the Silvari now? 35? Or something? 34? How old are the Firstborn today in the current storyline? Does anyone know? Anyway, I think that was a really common thing around the Guild Wars 2 Guru forums. That they were like, people were excited about. Like, oh, they're the same age as me. You still have the memory seeds, right? I do, and I'm certain the target's here somewhere. Let's look around. The number I gave there might have been a bit big. It's down by the bridge, isn't it? I love the lighting here, by the way. I love the architecture and visuals of Tarnished Coast and Asura stuff so goddamn much. And here it is. Yeah, 25 at launch, so 9 years on.
You're right.
So it's 34, right?
Stealthily and see if we can take them by surprise. There are too many of them to attack head on.
Hold up a second. Why are you so interested in Carrion and his dissenters?
It's simple, really. From the moment we awakened, our mother has molded us into an idealized version of nobility. She doesn't see or care who we are, so long as we match her ideal of us.
I felt it too. The pressure to be perfect.
Yes. And the pain that comes with failing to live up to her expectations. Why can't she love us unconditionally? She claims to believe that all weeds and blossoms are equal, yet she tries to make us all into blossoms.
I love you, just as you are.
We belong together. Come on, my darling. Let's go rescue our sprouts.
Put your hand on my arm.
But if your way fails, we do it my way.
Stay close.
A little bit of shadow portal there. Hinting at the skill that would come in years later. Am I right, guys? That's totally a hint. I like how the fish is coming each time, too. There it is. Oh, that's so good. Oh, what the fuck? Are you fucking serious? Alright, well, fine. I'd rather just brute force Ooga Booga my way through this. So let's see. I gotta remember, like, what my skills do. So she gets a triple death blossom. This is so cool, by the way, having all these skills.
Wait, there's a guard ahead. Take it out from behind.
Yeah, the game is real life 1-for-1, yeah.
I keep hearing things.
So every year in real life is supposed to be a year forwards in theory.
Great. Now we can get that gate open.
Oh, that one's meant to happen?
I
Oh, okay.
didn't see a thing, because we took it down first. Now we can get in.
Odd smell.
I already have all the achievements, and I'm happy to admit that, because...
Crew, we got a runner.
Oh, wow. How did they turn? I'd rather just get through this rather than fiddle around with it forever. Right, let's see. So, toxic caltrops. I like how we have toxic skills here as well. All these little things making you question Kate. Why is my dagger storm getting interrupted? Paralytic dagger. These are fun skills, man. She has a crazy heartseat. How strong are my auto attacks? Okay. If I die, I get a checkpoint. Does it refresh the whole instance? Oh, it does refresh the whole instance. Wow. Why can't I assassinate this guy? I didn't think I was in a cone earlier. Was I in a cone? Oh, I was in a cone. I was in this guy's cone. I see. I misinterpreted it. I thought the cone was on the other side. Alright, that's fine. There we go. She gets dash and escape. Someone said something in chat, and I've missed it in the live chat, and I can't remember. There's a whole topic I wanted to go into.
Those
I've completely lost it.
look like they could detect us if we get too close.
Unexpected sound registered. Investigating. Log. Quirk log. Door activated. Shutting down for diagnostics.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I was just all tabbed there for a second. Trying to scroll up to see what the message was, but it's gone. Season 2 had some tough achievements. You had to do them all.
Bad things. Let me see if I can figure out this console.
No. Do you see? Bodies. Everywhere. What's taking you so long?
Almost got it.
They're killing them. We have to go now.
No, thorns. I can't open it from here. There are 2 more panels that control this door.
I am going to kill every last one of these monsters.
We can't go charging in. Our best bet is to sneak in and take them by surprise.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting.
Break's over.
It is interesting looking at, like, the rewards to these, you know? Like, an ascended ring and whatever.
Finally, the console's working. I swear, sneeze on that thing and it breaks.
Which obviously I've got my library idea in my bank now, which I'm excited about. But generally speaking,
My tests on the leaf patterns around the central body produced fascinating results.
they seem so, like, bad as rewards in the game now that the armory's in. I don't know. I guess that's just my veteran perspective, is just completely throwing the thing. This is probably a terrible idea, isn't it? No, we got him.
Why do I have a bad feeling?
I don't know why you have a bad feeling about this. I'm not in that code. I thought that would have triggered it, to be honest, at that point. That's...
Alert.
Wait, what?
Intruder detected.
Sorry, what exactly did I do wrong there? Wow, Dash is crazy. By the way, Dash, you might look at that and not really think much about it. But remember, this is before Heart of Thorns. Dash obviously was going to come in as a Daredevil Grandmaster Trey. Should have done the special Heart Seeker there. What's it called? Viper's Leap. It's weird. I'm taking to this like a duck to water at the moment. I usually, whenever I'm here playing this, I'm thinking of like, it's like frustrating. This is cool as shit, by the way. She has Basilisk Venom. She has Basilisk Strike. She has just Bassy Venom on her auto deck chain. Look at that. Oh, her positioning on that is really weird, to be honest. Oh wow, does that multi-hit? Oh, it's got a long cooldown though. Yeah, she is OP. I love the idea of sequences like this on all the other characters too, right? Like, let me play Ritlock sometimes. This is something that Final Fantasy does really well, you know, where you get to just flash sideways, play another character briefly. But look at how sophisticated ArenaNet is. They give you a whole skill bar with a special build and all this other stuff going on. I'd love if they logistically figured out, like, what Logan's bar would be like or what Ritlock's bar would be like. I suppose, for that matter, I'm meant to care about playing as Casimir and Tiny and stuff too, so... them too.
Let our people go, or we will destroy this entire place.
What is this? Who let this creature out of its cage? Someone's fired!
You monster. You're dead.
Oh, security! Security!
I'll take care of them. Go stealthily and neutralize their leader.
So it's Vorp, which is also a nice little touch here. Wait, what do you want me to do? Oh God, what's going on with my brain here? Does Kate have her skills later down the line, like in Season 4? I don't know, honestly. The thing that I usually don't like about stuff like this is I don't like constantly learning new skill bars. I just said a second ago I'm taking to this like a duck to water. But the truth is, most of the time, it's like frustrating to like learn a bunch of new stuff. So I like the idea of like, you do this with Kate, and then it's the same skill bar every time, you know? It should always be her same abilities. And like, you know, it's a bucket of skills so that you have that expectation. It's like any other part of the build craft, you know. When you're a warrior, you learn greatsword once, and whenever you equip another greatsword, it's consistent, you know. That's what I would like.
Yes, one down. Wait, what?
No! Cease your attacks. I feel a strong, energetic connection between us and those constructs.
Oh, you noticed. We've learned that your kind's life force does wonders for our golem's power levels.
This stops now. These monsters will pay a steep price for their cruelty. Focus on their leader.
Hello, crew? Some reinforcements would be appreciated. Okay, crew. Your shields will protect you against the creature's attacks. Now find that creature while I maintain the shield generators. Be anywhere.
WP!
Generator
they're still
malfunctioning.
talking.
I nearly lost my shield.
WP, I recently finished the Ghost of Ascalon audiobook you made. Do you have any plans to do the other ones? Thanks very much. Not at the moment. I would love to, but it wasn't a very highly viewed series. So it was a bit unsatisfying to do, to be honest, as a project. But I would like to do it for completionist sake and for my own fan geekiness, you know, which is usually my only motivation at this point. But yeah, thank you for watching it. I really appreciate that. Right, what do you want me to do? Just hit all the shield generators? That's one. Oh, he moved, but then he didn't move. Oh, wait, that guy's looking at me. Turn around! Come on! Thank you. I like that arrow UI. The arrow UI showing where Vorp's about to teleport to. Pretty cool. See? That arrow over there? Gotta be careful of that little golem. Oh, this guy might be about to look at me. Okay. Oh, they all just moved. Okay, this is good. So as long as I'm behind Vought, it's fine. There's probably a couple too many of these. Oh. Oh my god, they're dying back there. Am I going too slow? Come on! Oh wait, sorry. Is the arrow telling me that I only need to hit one shield? Oh, I see. I see. It's just the one shield generator. Well, whatever. We're about to break them all, I guess. Do the one with the arrow on it. I get you. I'm probably going to mess this up here. I bet they look at me. Okay, then. Alright, one final one. Oh, he's repairing them. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, so... Wait, can I break it? No? Oh, what is this now? Oh, wow, this is like so much more sophisticated than I thought it was. I know, I'm sorry, I'm getting you all killed back there, but I already have the achievement done. They're all broken now. Oh, do I really have to sit here and wait this whole time now? Oh, no, he has no shield. That's good. Okay. Boom.
I'm more resilient than I appear. It'll take more than that to best me. Distant! Crew, hook the babbling one up to my golem. Immediately! You're surprisingly formidable, but this should re-establish my superiority.
Okay, so he's got all of his shields back. Alarm sounded. Well, whatever. Can we just kill him? Jesus, I should have just let the alarm sound all this time ago. Oh, I had chill there, so Viper's Leap didn't move me very far. Quite funny. Where is he? God, there's so many packets of damage that Viper's Leap does. That's hilarious. Whoa, and I have like super speed in her death crossing. Oh, what? And also, its movement is really bizarre. Let's dash over. Like, I actually have to face him. Ah. There we go. Do I have to stomp him? I keep expecting Scorpion Wire to be AoE, but...
Curse you, creatures! It will be short-lived, I assure you.
Sorry, I probably made that very boring to watch and take way too long. I do apologise for that, everyone. Spent about 10 minutes longer in this instance than we ever needed to. To be honest, I was expecting to be in for the long haul on the Kaith instances, though, because they're all a little bit more intricate than you expect, so...
This is real life. Pain.
Pain, humiliation, and eventually death. For us, and for them. You have to kill them.
Me? It was all in the interest of knowledge gained. You beings are an anomaly. It wasn't personal.
I am going to tear your ears off. You! Don't let it get away!
And away he goes. Don't let it get away. So yeah, this is classic Canuck here. So young.
No, where did it go? No! It got away. Forget that monster. It's time to go home. We have to get the injured back to safety.
I don't like being bested. I refuse to be anyone's fool. Not these horrible creatures, and certainly not Wynn's.
Stop obsessing. By now, Wynn is all the way out in the Silverways. And you're not a fool.
Wynn is guarding an important secret. No one person should control our fate.
My love, You really think she knows something she's not telling us?
I know she does. She said to Mother, they can never know. It could exert unspeakable power over all Silvari. I must know what that power is. Once the Sprouts are safe, you and I are going out to the Silver Wastes to confront her.
Okay. And then this is the end of the patch, isn't it? I mean, it was around here that I started to get the sense that a patch was like 3 instances or something, right? So tell me everything. What happened? What did you see? Faline was obsessed with Wynne. She thought Wynne had a secret. What did Kay think of that? She wasn't sure. She didn't overhear Wynne and the Pale Tree talking. Wow, isn't this just a complex mystery? So what are we going to do next? Well, let's go to the Silver Waste to find the truth. Okay. There we go. Poor Marjorie doesn't get to join in with us. It would have been kind of interesting if Marjorie was inhabiting Foul Lane while we inhabit Kaith. And what a coinkydink! Back to the Silver Wastes. Oh, that's a hard fight solo, is it really? Wait, which one? The thing we just did a second ago? There were times I took quite a bit of damage, I'll say that.
What have you got for me?
Is there something I can do for you, Commander? Do you know of any centaur settlements found out here in the Silver Wastes? It said a tribe was once encountered by a firstborn Silvari in the far Silver Wastes. I suspect they may share a common origin with the Maguma centaurs of Restoration Refuge in Drytop. So, where are the far Silver Wastes, and has a pack found a route there yet? The region is even north of what we call the Northern Silver Wastes. You should ask Seraph Master Sergeant Heish. How would we say this word? Hesh? I understand she's been on patrol. Thanks. So again, it's kind of nice how like you meet some centaurs, and then there's the book about centaurs, and then centaurs here again. This last little moment.
Is it true?
Welcome to our own little corner of Camp Resolve, Commander. Have you found a way north of even the Silver Wastes, the Northern Silver Wastes? Not as yet, but you might want to ask the Ambassador Iktik, the local script of tunnels that reach even the most remote areas. Okay, and here he is.
Hello, you have questions? I have answers, maybe.
Might one of these tunnels of yours lead beyond the Northern Silver Wastes?
Yes. We have tunneled even out to the far Silver Wastes. You can use them, but close our tunnel network up when bandits take over. Pick a room scratch.
Consider your bandit problems handled. Okay, so it's open for now, which I'm very happy about. So let's just dig in here. I don't actually know where this will take us out, but hopefully somewhat near the hole that I'm looking for. Yeah, pretty close. Awesome. So we're just going to go north around here. Bada bing, bada boom. You know what's interesting as I'm playing this? Like that sense of where all the actual places are you end up going in the story. You know, like we've never been to Sorendra, right? At no point in the story will we ever go there. You know, I'm sure there's some places in like Timberline that you will never ever go in the story. I'm thinking like the mines on the top right and stuff. It's weird to think, obviously I did map exploration on this thief, I sort of ran all over the place, but imagine you didn't. Imagine you only ever did a beeline through story and that was it. I wonder how little map you would have seen by doing that, you know? And obviously you could take it to an extreme and use like TP to a friend to have it as minimal as possible, but I mean just in a general course where you would end up going. So enter tunnel. So I still got a bunch of stuff on my list here of things to talk about. People in Spud Discord earlier, just to knock this one out, was talking about Harry Potter, and like I do like the idea, and I am still playing Lego Harry Potter, just very slowly. It kind of took a backseat to Outer Wilds. I've got to admit, I actually find the game kind of hard. Like you think the Lego games aren't hard, but somehow I always seem to be struggling in that game, not knowing how to beat a puzzle or where to go or what to interact with. I always like stall with it for a long time before I finally figure out, oh, I've got to like use a mandrake to shatter a window or use Wingardium Leviosa on this. Or I honestly, I take ages, and it's like these are proper kid games and I'm not instantly figuring them out. And that worries the hell out of me, as you know, it's like this brain fatigue or delay from getting older or something, and I refuse. So anyway, I will beat it. I'm on currently the end of the 3rd year. No, the start of the 3rd year? But yeah, that's where I am with that. And I wrote that in the little notepad. That was another little thing I was doing over Christmas. Okay, Marjorie says, now we're out here in the far Silver Waste. Where does your intuition tell you to plant the next seed? Well, I feel as if we're very close to the right spot. Yeah, I know there was that HBO special about Harry Potter as well over the holidays. I never watched it, though. My gut is that it's probably not very good. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyone in chat watch it? Is it actually worthwhile? This one's always really tricky. There you go. To get the spot just right. All the case relived memories seem to be taking a toll on you. I'll survive. It feels like we're getting close to something important. Cool. Playing as a human male is so vanilla, you know. Like that, a line like that, I'll survive. If I'm an Asura, it kind of has a meaning to it to me. Or if I'm a Norn, it kind of has... But if you're a human male, it's just kind of a meh line, you know.
I hope you don't mind that I invited some friends in case we need backup here.
I love the lighting, the sepia and stuff here. It's even better than in the personal storylines arch and stuff. Feels really good. Actually, I'm really impressed with, like... There's not many jaggies and problems, right? Always makes me think about doing it on a 4K display and how Guild Wars really looks there, but... Hello, Cadian. Here he is. You've got the shadowy warriors and the bulwark and so on. Oh, this is something I wanted to say earlier. You know, all this foul lane exposition here, this works so well in Season 2, if you imagine that in Heart of Thorns, she had a big arc, right? Like, a lot to do. Imagine there was really a good amount of time to, you know, maybe we get separated from the rest of the adventuring group for a while and we're stuck with the Nightmare Court as they struggle against the Mordrum. So it's an enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing, like a frenemy situation with us, the commander, and Foul Lane. And we really get to spend time, you know, there was an actual arc, like a long time with Foul Lane. And then her ultimate writing out or death or whatever at the end. All this stuff in Season 2, if it's like setting you up and reminding you about her, as a staging ground for all this amazing stuff in the expansion is such a cool idea, and then it just wasn't there. God, Heart of Thorns with its gaps, you know. We have her now. The Centaur encampment up ahead must be where Wynn's hiding. How are you so sure she'll share her secret? I'm confident that the two of us can persuade her. Then why have you involved others in this? Our new friends are just here in case these creatures become hostile. You won't even know they're here unless we need them.
Why don't you do the talking with these creatures up ahead? You have a better way with strangers.
Okay. So here they are. I love this instance. I remember this being hard as well, by the way, so forgive me. Welcome to the Outer Refuge. What can I do for you this day? We're looking for another of our people. Her name's Wynn. Yeah, it's been our great privilege to have Wynn as our guest. She and our scout, Neki, have already become close friends. Neki was the center of our refuge when I last saw her. Thanks. You've been very helpful.
They are like Wynn. Like the ones nurtured by Ventari's words.
It must mean something to have the people of the Pale Tree among us now.
Dude, the best thing about the centaurs is their voice. I can't get over that comment that someone made on one of my videos saying use Greatsword 3 as a centaur. Warrior Greatsword 3, the spinning thing.
How could Wynn live among these animals?
Alright, Foul Lane, chill out.
She mocks us as simple beasts.
They are not what they seemed. Not so much like Wynn after all.
Oh, it's so good, isn't it? Yeah, these guys, just the way they speak makes me excited to get more centaur stuff. I feel like centaurs in Tyria should be bigger. You are like our friend Wynn. Are you from the Grove we've heard so much about? That's right, and we've come a long way to speak with her. Where is she? I cannot say for sure where she is just now, but she should return to break bread with us later. If you don't mind, I'll just wait for her. Oh, by the way, a little bit more context about the player base at this time. Like, this is all pretty good story, and it's okay, but one thing I really want you guys to get is a lot of people weren't happy with the story anymore at this point. They were sick of Sylvari stuff, because Season 1 had been all about Scarlet, and they just, I guess, had overloaded. And the core story, even with the Traherne emphasis and stuff. And so, like, where I see this and I really enjoy it, and it's sort of building something good, I think a lot of people were fatigued by it. And again, that's another reason why they jumped the gun with Heart of Thorns. Heart of Thorns should have been X-Pac 2 or maybe even 3, but not 1. So there could have been a bit of a break and a bit of a back and forth. And then also, a lot of people didn't like the Destiny's Edge 2.0 stuff. If you don't mind, we'll just wait for her here. I remember the forums and Reddit and stuff being especially salty around these patches.
How do we know they are lying to us? Let's just go track her down.
People fuming that the patches only took an hour to beat, and there were no dungeons with them, and there was no, you know, big world bosses and stuff.
Look who's here at last.
I mean, the Silver Waste had the metas, so you can't argue with that.
Wynn, look, you have visitors.
Keith, Fallon, my friends here had ancestors who knew Ventari. They're almost like cousins.
I am no kin to animals, and I am tired of Ventari's nonsense. You need to come with us now.
No, Fallon. I go where I please. And just now, it pleases me to stay among friends.
You've already dragged us halfway across Tyria to collect you, dear.
Wynne, you may remain with us as long as you wish. As our guest, you are entitled to our protection.
This is no concern of yours, my friend. Wynne is our sister.
Keith, I would have words with you. Now.
By all means, have words, Keith. Just make our point clear.
I like Fowlane's line that they've travelled halfway across Tyria. Because we all know they haven't, but they're naive Sylvari that are just getting to grips with the size of the world. You know, I'm really excited about the game expanding to new continents and new totally unseen areas, as long as they're just as richly drawn and have got as much detail and moving parts and pieces and people and places as Central Tyria does. So, Neki Burnhide says, we established this refuge to put some distance between our tribe and its violent past, but we will defend ourselves if we must. No need for that, but you must know we've come a long way for Wynne. She's not property of yours to collect, and if you have no need for violence, why have you brought soldiers to the waste? A precaution only. These lands are hostile and unfamiliar to us. It is you who are hostile strangers here. We won't abide by such tensions in this refugee. Is that a threat? Wait, what's going on? Stay here and stay out of this. That's a nice little moment there as well.
They've turned on me.
I need more by my side.
I love how they synergize like they had the scripted cue of the NPCs in the background while we were talking. That was really, really cool.
No! Stop this at once! I regret
this. So here we get to roleplay a little bit as Keith being kind of brutal and edgy and immoral, which is a really cool side of her personality that exists in the novel, I should say, and in like a couple of the personal story instances at the start, but after that it kind of all goes away, which is one of the things I never really liked too much. But I mean, obviously the whole story of her taking the egg and we don't know why and whether we can trust her and stuff, it's a great time for it to show these sides of her again. So I like that it's here in this patch a bit. Hopefully this is... I mean, I don't know how to be more efficient about my fighting here. By the way, you see how we're doing 14k damage at the end of the Whirling Blades? That, hold on, do my stats actually affect this? Surely they don't. That's actually like, that was like high spectacle kind of damage back when this came out. For a lot of players. You know, people that would do dungeons and stuff with really good comps, you know, would have seen a lot higher already, but you've got to remember, this was from a different level of power creep, a different day. God, the sound of centaurs as they die is not one I particularly enjoy. So I'm not actually evading doing this, eh? I am whirling. And that one's a leap. And that one's a projectile. But I don't have a field. Was Caltrops once designed to be a field? Do I,
If she wants a chase, so be it.
Holy shit, Shadow Stab. I didn't know I got Shadow Stab. That's cool as shit. I can't weapon swap either. Do I need to kill all of them or just follow? I mean, if I can avoid more bloodshed, I will.
I will bring a swift end to this.
Oh shit. Instantly knocked back. I also really like about Keith's skills that they feel, you know, if you play just a little bit of Thief, they're going to feel familiar.
I do not fear.
I feel like if you were going to play as Ritlock or if you were going to play as Air or whatever, they could have done a similar thing, you know. You'd just be like as an OP as shit Ranger or an OP as shit Warrior. Maybe with Ritlock you go a little bit more special because of Sahothin. Maybe with Zodja you go a little bit more special and you don't have her as an Elementalist, you have her as a Golomancer and it is like totally new. Or you just do Asurus racial skills but better since they don't have the... since they're not doing that anywhere else in the game.
back here this instant.
Bram's ridiculous shield of abs.
Leave me alone! What have you done?
Now, you know we didn't plan any of this.
Wind, heed my call.
I remember this one being tricky. I can't remember the specifics of it right now, but I remember this one being tricky. We'll see what it is.
Be allowed to escape after what you have done here.
Cave, handle this. Winds run back to the refuge.
I think this was mostly tricky playing on North American latency. But hopefully, today I'm playing on EU, so hopefully it won't be a big deal. God, the Heartseek not actually going in is really interesting though. Is he backstabbable now? Oh my god, it's a shadow step on it as well. Oh, that's so cool, isn't it? You know what all these abilities are? They're Grandmaster traits. Don't you guys think? They're all Grandmaster traits. This, Reverse Blossom, that's a Grandmaster trait. It's an acrobatics trait that says upgrade Death Blossom to Reverse Blossom. And it's going to triple cast it for you. Shadow Stab, that's a critical arts trait. Critical strikes trait that says, oh, maybe it was just the achievement, I remember. That says backstab now has a shadow step on top of it. Upgrade backstab to shadow stab, right? It's a Grandmaster trait. Viper's Leap. Heartseeker now applies poison damage or something, you know, whatever. And what you're doing as Kaith is you're playing as... It's like the fantasy of being a thief with a million specializations. And a shit ton of GMs stacked. Because obviously any player can only ever have a couple. Oh, come on. I killed the thing, though. Do I have to kill it next to him? I feel like I'm doing really low damage. Is that just the balance, or is it because I'm on Trailblazers? And it does. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to have it. There you go. Oh, it's so weird that there's no field here. I guess play it co-op and get someone to give you a field. I would have loved to see Kaith abilities with the new user interface UI that shows. Oh, this will be a good Caltrops here. That shows the skill highlights. Oh my god. It's interesting that they'll stand there in the Caltrops in stealth, you know. And down he goes. It's a good boss fight. I think Season 2 was good at boss fights. I like how Kaith is using Withdraw, by the way, just like I do. Except this basically feels like standard Withdraw.
I'm so sorry.
Some friend you are. They gave you shelter here so you could hide with them from us. Then you set them against us, and just look what happened. They might have overwhelmed Kaith and I, had my friends not happened along to help us.
Stop. I can't be here another moment. I won't.
She runs off. It's so weird, isn't it? It's like the season could almost end right here.
Again.
This could be the end of the season, but of course there's a whole other visit to the library we're about to do before. The brightness is bad here. Well, it's meant to look stylized. It's not bad. That's a very odd description, saying it looks bad. Backstab has a shadow step and can be used 10 times. Well, obviously they would balance it, right? I'm not saying wholesale it would be copy pasted. I'm saying it's a concept. Hello, João Francisco. You just noticed Kate takes Wynn's hair after these flashbacks. Oh, is that what she does? She like honors over that. You look shaken. This is always a weird moment where I feel like I'm back in the open world, but we're not. We're still in the instance. You look shaken. I'm glad I didn't see whatever you relived this time. Wynn sent our friends turned on them. Things escalated violently. Gods, she's been to some dark places, hasn't she? Speaking of, I think she chased Wynn into a nearby cave. If you're up for it, we should take a look. So, I mean, seeing how scary Kate's been in her past, right at this moment in the story, is like, it's such a good move from ArenaNet. But I wish they'd gone further with it, you know? I wish they'd reminded us of how she just, like, coldly killed a Nightmare Courtier at the start of the personal story and stuff, you know? I wish they'd really driven home just how evil and iffy Kate can be. Well, not evil. But, you know, she's a very grey character. At her best, she's a very grey character. But I think they were too nervous of that. They were too scared of us not liking Kate. I think that's a real problem with ArenaNet. They're scared of us not liking their characters. So they don't write anyone very edgy or very real, you know, or... I don't know. Am I talking shit? Maybe I'm talking shit. Didn't they do that with Bram? I might be talking shit. No use. It's sealed up tight behind that magic symbol. In there is where I'm meant to plant the last seed. I'm sure of it. It kills me to suggest this when we're so close, but I can research that symbol back at the Priory and send for you as soon as I dig anything up. Do whatever it takes. Just find us a way. So there you have it. So that's Seeds of Truth, and now we're on the final episode. And annoyingly, we're not next to the cave. It would have been really good if it dumped us out by the cave again. I remember there was so much fun speculation here at this point with the game about that cave and the forgotten symbols and everything. Now, to be honest, of the last patch, I remember the cave sequence, obviously. And I remember the second Priory instance. Is that it? Is there only 2 instances in the last thing? I can't remember what else there is to do. I feel like there's one tiny little beat in Season 2 that I've forgotten about. But here we have this. And I remember people looking at Guild Wars 1 art and stuff, seeing what they could find. So the goal is to get into this cave, reveal the last memory, what Wynn knows, and take the assault to Mordremoth on the ship. And we're going to see in this last patch, both things kind of happen at once. Sort of. Marjorie. About the symbol. Ogden believes he may know the origin of the symbol we found at the rock wall. He wants us to come to the Priory to see him. Maybe he can help us figure out how to open the portal through the rock. I want to thank you too for taking me on this journey to find Keith. It's keeping my mind off Belinda. I know I haven't been myself lately, but just thanks. Okay, so let's go. So playing through this season has been really interesting to me, by the way. Because I'm doing this in the middle of a Final Fantasy XIV playthrough. And in that game, what I'm very preoccupied and curious about is, like, their patches between expansions and, like, the length of them and how they feel and stuff. You know, how they continue their story in patches versus how ArenaNet has continued their story in patches. And I'm very fresh and I have a very good memory of all the Final Fantasy stuff because I just played it. But I was wondering if I'd, like, fallen out of touch with how Guild Wars did things. How does Season 2 compare to, you know, their patches? Which don't really have a season kind of name. And I gotta say, it feels like every one Final Fantasy patch is like half of a Guild Wars season. It feels like, you know, Gates of Maguma to Dragon's Reach is like a patch. And it feels like 5 to 8 is a patch. That's how it feels compared to Season 2, I would say. Which is interesting, in terms of like the quantity at the very least. This is all much higher quality though, I would say. Hello, the sous chef. Commander! Chef Roberts told me to leave the wards open for you and Miss Delacroix. She's already inside, so step through when you're ready. The storage room is unlocked at the moment. Thanks, I'll be going. Was there any interesting Easter eggs or things to find around here? I love the thought that maybe they wanted Season 3 to have a ton of, like, Vigil headquarters stuff. And maybe Season 4 could have had a ton of Whispers stuff. I don't know. But then all the plans changed and everything. I don't know. One day I would love to have a treatment like this, but for Vigil Keep.
I drew Ogden a sketch of that symbol we saw in the Silver Wastes. He thinks the Priory may have something that can help us dispel the magic that's locking us out of the cave. If we're lucky, it'll lead us closer to Keith and Glint's egg. Ready when you are, boss. Ogden's waiting for us inside. Lead the way.
Bram's inconsistently written. It was eye-opening to me when the story devs admitted during POF they didn't know where the story would go after Heart of Thorns, so they winged it. That seems like I don't know. I get the sense. It's kind of like what I was talking about, listening to D&D after an episode of Game of Thrones. You know, that can end up biting them in the arse or whatever.
That cave. That vision was from years ago.
See, the commander can't respond at the moment. In very soon, the commander will get their voice back. But I think this works, you know. Marjorie asks, we don't need to respond. I'm happy to imagine my response, you know. It's funny, they probably spent so much more time and money and energy voicing, 15 lines for every one commander line. When, to be honest, that moment, that beat works perfectly without the commander actually verbalizing any kind of response. It's a great value to have the commander speak, but it's a high price. I don't know whether it's worth it.
We meet again. Miss Delacroix already filled me in. Shame about the Master of Peace and the egg. It seems a magic barrier stands between you and your quarry. It belongs to the Forgotten.
You get that they wanted to leave plots open, but they tried to figure out how to do dragon versus dragon plot or a god versus dragon plot. And even then, Balthy wasn't the original villain in POF as they considered other options. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the truth is, I've never been in there in the studio. I don't know what the process looks like, you know. I don't know how flexible and malleable they have to be, you know. Maybe it's by raw necessity that many doors have to be open and many things have to be considered at all times, you know. Maybe not having a skeleton is right. All my instincts say no. All my instincts say is that that's not good storytelling. But I don't know, because I've not been there. I don't know what it's like to work in the industry with a ton of people and a ton of moving pieces, you know, so... Who am I to say? But I would have preferred a very structured idea. I hope for this new era after End of Dragons is done, they do have that great blueprint, you know? Because there's got to be a blueprint. There's got to be some immutable things from years in the future, you know? I don't know. I feel like I don't have enough puzzle pieces to have a great answer to that. I know this symbol. The Forgotten were an ancient and powerful snake beings, very similar in appearance to the Crate, but far more advanced and intelligent. They wielded great magic. This is their symbol? I feel like Ogden should say they worked with Glint too, by the way. It's known as a Forgotten Seal. I've seen something like this before in an ancient tome here in the Priory. Based on Miss Delacroix's description, I'd say you found a slot for one of their seals. See, Ogden in theory should have met Forgotten. I mean, they were Forgotten around in Guild Wars 1. Maybe he just didn't go to the Crystal Desert. A Sylvari once inserted a golden seal to trigger the cave's portal to open. Yeah, that would make sense. According to my records, they were sometimes used as keys, among other things. I presume the key is now lost? I don't have it. What should I do? Well, perhaps we can override the magical lock. I've read of a way to reproduce divine fire. It's extremely dangerous, and you only get one shot, but the divine fire could influence forgotten magic. What is divine fire? Well, your race's benefactors, the gods, enchanted their favorite followers with their magic. It allowed these humans to access hidden places. You'll not be ascended, however, so touching it could kill you. This is important. I need to get into that cave. Very well. It's your death. Since you insist on continuing, go up to the special collections and find the tome about gods and divine fire. Your journey starts with this page.
I'll provide help when I can. Otherwise, I'll remain here, quietly judging your progress from afar.
So this was a weird thing, a confusing thing to the community too, because a lot of people thought we became ascended here. And I don't know, did the team rewrite it a little bit just to clarify and clean it up?
First things first. Let's find a book on the Forgotten.
Oh Christ, I can't remember where the Forgotten book is. I think it's called Divine Fire or something.
A book about dispelling barriers.
All the books are generally grouped. I would love to read all of these. I really would. I do already have videos reading all of these out to you guys. So.
On arcane magic.
Here it is, Fire of the Gods. This massive book is titled Fire of the Gods, The History and Structure of the Trials of Ascension. It's well worn with dog-eared pages and dozens of bookmarks. Take the book. Oh god, seriously, I keep thinking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. And never in my life have I ever been properly captivated by the idea of finding like an ancient tome and like lost knowledge out there in real life on Earth. But ever since I watched those goddamn videos, I'm just obsessed with it. I mean, it's just so cool, isn't it? Let's take a look at these markings. Interesting. Are you familiar with Ascension? Long ago, there was a process that allowed Tyrian humans to draw power from their magical benefactors. What does that have to do with me getting in and out of this cave? Well, you won't be ascending, but the ward keeping you from entering the cave is undoubtedly similar magic, since the Forgotten were servitors of those beings. That's good news. Good news. Does that mean there's bad news? Nothing I didn't predict. There's a wax seal in this book, bearing a symbol like the ones Miss Delacroix drew. If it's destroyed, it initiates a series of events. I'm not exactly sure what will happen. Well, that's not very comforting. If I'm right, you'll encounter an echo of Chiriosa, but don't let it get ahead of yourselves. To ensure success, you need to find 3 relics. So I'm not going to ask about the extra lore about it. I think this is a bit iffy, to be honest. I think this is too big of a story.
That Ogden's a cranky old boulder, isn't he? At least he's on our side.
It doesn't properly lead into anything either in the immediate future to teach people and talk about Chirai and so on. As much as I love Chirai. That's another thing, by the way, in my Nightfall thing. Sorry, have I messed something up here? Like, I'm gonna have a Chirai episode. It's the season finale from season 3. Let's go over here actually first. Which is basically when Varesh flees to the ruins of Moira. The last moment when Nightfall actually properly starts and things are really shit's really hitting the fan. Anyway, it's going to show basically it's the slaughter, the massacre at the Temple of Lyssa, which is this horrible scene and this terrible event, and that would come across on TV really well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this really horrible stuff about Varesh and like her ambition and how driven she is and how off the deep end she's fallen. And it's going to be flashing back to Chirai, her ancestor, who's driven in his own way.
Magical wards have been used throughout history to contain threats or lock intruders out.
And that'll be showing, it's sort of suggestive of the Ossa line and how the Ossa line has this crazy ambition in it and has ended up committing these horrible things as Chirai, a demonstrated hero, ends up corrupting his legacy and leads all these people to their death in the Crystal Desert. I think that's a really cool story to tie and point at, right as you look at his descendant Varesh doing something equally terrible. Here? And there's kind of that idea of ego and vanity in there as well, which I kind of want to play with the two of them too. Alright, so we get the basket. And the last one's downstairs, isn't it? Isn't it in the mirror or something? This is really clever, by the way. Oh no, never mind. It's not what I thought it was. This mirror is coated with grime from centuries of disuse. It's impossible to see your reflection without proper lighting, but you sense something moving within the glass.
Oh, you'd better check this out.
It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. 3 needles, the relics could be anywhere. I really need to talk to someone about organizing. Yeah, whatever. Here's a map. This map shows the route Chirai Ossa and his pilgrims took from Alona to the lands of Palawa Joko. Chirai himself has made notes on the map.
Nicely done.
Ta-da! These ancient artifacts will do nicely to anchor you. I'll break the wax seal and then give the tome to Miss Delacroix. She can advise you while you complete the challenges. Are you ready? I'm definitely ready. There's a bonus thing with the mirror later. Yeah, I seem to remember something about the mirror. I don't know why. I guess I've forgotten a bit. Well, I'll make sure to interact with it at the end of the instance. Didn't you want to talk about the Hero of Slayer title from earlier? Oh, that was just Oblivion. I was just going to mention that I've been playing Oblivion again, and I've been modding Oblivion again. In Oblivion, you become the hero of Kvatch. You know, you're not the hero of Shamor, you're the hero of Kvatch. And anyway, that was all it was. It was just a bit earlier in the video. I didn't want to go on a massive rambling rant about Oblivion that early, so. But that's all it was. I said Kvatch, and I thought, I'll tell that story in a bit. That was all. It worked. That's Chirai Ossa, I'm guessing. An echo of him, according to the tome. The spell woven by the wax seal must have worked. Read ahead. Does it say what to do next? Let's see. It says you should accompany the ghostly hero. Its words, not mine. 1 second. It doesn't look like you fight it. The tome implies you must work with the ghost and protect it. So this is basically just the Ascension trials from Guild Wars 1. It's the 3... It's the 3 missions in the Crystal Desert in Guild Wars 1. Thirsty River.
And now another ghost sits upon my throne. I beseech you, help me rid Earth
It's weird. He's talked like a Halloween character. Is it because he sounds like Madkin Thorn? Is that what's throwing me off here?
We need to help the ghostly hero reclaim his throne. Are you ready? Here we go. I hope this works.
Nerevarine, Hero Kvatch, Dragonborn, they love their titles. Well, it's not just that as well. When you join the guilds, you get the titles too. I mean, they're just useful. It's not even just Elder Scrolls. Mass Effect kind of does it too, right? Well, no, what am I talking about? You're just Commander Shepard in that, no matter what. Why do I feel like they give you a title, though? You definitely do. At the start of Mass Effect 1, you're known as, like, a hero of some place. Cestus 9 or something? What is it? I can't remember what it is. Am I getting my stuff confused there? I've been back into Star Trek again, by the way. The main TV I've been watching lately. I watched the movie Don't Look Up.
You need to relive history. If I'm right, you'll receive the enchantment once you've passed all 3 trials.
I watched Don't Look Up on Christmas Day. I was absolutely drunk out of my mind at the end of Christmas Day. It was like, I guess technically it was Boxing Day already. Everyone else had already gone to bed, and I was still up, but I was just slaughtered. So I just put this movie on Netflix, and even as drunk as I was watching it, and I was thinking, this is an Adam McKay movie. I knew nothing about the film, but I was like, this is an Adam McKay movie. Because last year I watched The Big Short, and I talked a little bit about that. Now, stylistically, I think that The Big Short's a really, really great movie. And I could just feel it dripping off of it. I could barely, like... You know, I was in that state where you don't really have the greatest situational awareness or whatever. But I just got new, and I got half an hour in, and I turned it off, and I ended up falling asleep. The next morning I woke up, and I think it was a pretty good film. So, yeah, anyway, I watched that film. I've watched a lot of films, I don't know. Can't remember what else. But, yeah, I've sort of got back into Star Trek a bit because I was logged in on WoodenPotatoes 2. Which means all my YouTube recommendations were, like, really out of date and old. And anyway, it was trying to recommend to me Deep Space Nine clips. So I watched a few, and now I've just had random Star Trek episodes on in the background. I'll get back to finishing the original series eventually. Eventually. But, yeah, I'm kind of in this... I wouldn't call it a proper rewatch, but I've been watching some full-on Deep Space Nine episodes, not even just, like, YouTube clips. In Season 4 at the moment. Basically, Worf just rejoined the show. And that's where I am. Like, all this time I've been spending in World vs. World these past few days. And in PvP yesterday and the day before. I just thought about Netflix on in the background. I don't know, I'm just in a generally really, like, sci-fi mood. You know, one other thing I kind of have been doing is when I started modding Oblivion and I set up my install, obviously thinking about mods and stuff, I'm thinking about the mods I was making and the Tyria project for Stellaris and stuff. And I was just reading a lot about it, and that game's just like, there's something weird about that game where I love it so much, but I also am so... Jesus Christ, these things are hitting me really hard. I'm so, like, at odds with it, though, you know? The one thing I can say is I do really like learning how to code and how to, like, use their scripting engine and stuff to make mods for them. It feels, like, really cool, even if the mods aren't really that great or the next YouTube playthrough isn't that great. It feels good to, like, be learning a skill, you know, and something kind of almost computer sciencey as well, which is, you know, valuable to have. So yeah, I've just been doing a lot of reading there. I don't know, I'm in a weird place now though, where last time I was modding Stellaris and, like, building all the Tyrian races and, you know, changing First Contact and all that stuff. My big motivation was YouTube. It was you guys. It was the audience. It's, oh, I've got to show them this game, but I've got to show them it as good as possible, and this is my dream for the best version of it, blah, blah, blah. It was all about you guys and doing a great series. But it's weird, now that I've already done a Stellaris series, it's like that's not a motivation at all anymore. It's like, it's just for me. And that, you might think, oh, well, that sounds good, you know, that's nice, but in a weird way, it's kind of not. In a weird way, it's like, I'm less motivated now, because it seems pointless now, because it seems like, well, you know, how big of a splash would another series really have, or whatever, I don't know. I still love the idea of doing a Season 2, with better galaxy settings, that means that you get a really good end and mid-game. And you know, like this here with my bank as well, I'm looking at all of these, I'm like, man, wouldn't it be cool if the Tyria mod added relics that you could collect, and the relics were different things like this, you know? What if, like, the Charisma or the Conundrum of Mort was, like, a relic you could find as a part of the mod? Or Zin's Data Crystal, and they give you, you know, some kind of passive and an active. They're all kind of layer into the build craft. I think that'd be so cool. Like, maybe the objective of the series is to collect all of the Asura devices or all of the, you know, rings or something. Boss, the tome says that the next trial you'll be purifying the tainted souls of the Ossa's army. Are you ready for this? I am now. Okay, so come on to your right. So I think there's 2 more trials to do, right? One of them is very simple.
This feels like we've taken a step back in time.
Does it, Marjorie? It feels like someone turned out the lights. It's quite cool to hear him talking about Balthazar there. This is some of the last you'll see of this build here, by the way. Well, I don't know. What weapons are we going to run in Heart of Thorns? I don't know what we're going to run. It's weird to think in that term, isn't it? In those terms. That we're on the edge of elite specs right now. It's very odd to think about that. Because I don't necessarily want to use a staff. I want to use Condi. I want to use dodge rolls. I want to use Condi dodge roll stuff and throwing knives and things. That's what I want to use. I want to be a pure throwing knives, like, aesthetic, you know? I think that'd be super cool. These guys actually have all interesting builds and stuff. Look, Fear and Earth Armor and stuff. It's a shame that they're not tuned well enough so that if you play with 2 players, they're just gone straight away. Look at this, by the way. Disabling shot 100% projectile finisher through choking gas. Dude, I'm telling you, that telegraph thing, that UI about combo fields and finishes, has made combo fields and finishes feel so much more fun, even though the balance hasn't changed at all. Like, I love this. I never would have been thinking about using disabling shot. It's genuinely made me a better player in some places. What was it I was playing the other day? I think it was when I was in World vs. World. Oh yeah, on a Mesmer. How do I phrase this properly? Basically, casting the Chaos Storm on top of your illusory duelist so that he spams a ton of confusion. That's a really cool little combo and a really cool little synergy and a cool little point of efficiency I never played with before this patch. But this patch made me think about it, and now I do it, and it's like an extra fun little thing you can do while playing. It's cool, man. It's a very cool patch. Very subtle patch, but it's excellent for the game. It's the same thing as, like, if that scrolling combat text thing came in native. Like, it would be so good for the game to have that native, you know? That you don't have to do the add-ons for it and stuff. Okay, so there should be one more now in this central room.
Lastly, we have to combine the crystal shards.
Do I plan to start Heart tomorrow?
Good luck, boss. I'll be here in case anything happens.
I don't know. Let's just say next time I'd like to do Heart of Thorns. I also think I should just do a regular video or something. Also, I don't know. The likes on this stream are a lot lower than they were before, and I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the numbers and stuff go. But I don't know whether basically what I'm saying is I don't know whether my enthusiasm's going to drop, and I should just do regular videos instead. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I would like to do it tomorrow, I'll tell you that much. The next stream will be Heart of Thorns, though. All in one day, yeah. The big HOT day. Oh, I didn't remember one of these being in this whole room here. Oh, it's a huge channel, is it? Okay, very clever. Let's line of sight these guys, and then... Those chaotic echoes actually a little bit more dangerous than I remember. What the fuck? There was one behind us the whole time. I had no clue. Grab this. 1 vision crystal. Now, in theory, I could shadow step, but I'm actually gonna be a little bit more cunning than that. Oh, we got sieged. Do you know what I was thinking of doing there? I guess we'll have to fight with you right here. I was gonna swap on shadow refuge, because we can probably do all of this for free with shadow refuge. Oh no, there's no enemies here at all. Still only have 2 minutes left. We are on a time limit here. Basically, they are trying to, like, approximate the old Guild Wars 1 missions. If I fail, how do they reset the whole thing? No, I just feel bad for devs that have to do, like, all this code and stuff for, like, fail states that most people will never, ever, ever see, because then the balance is going to come across and be so conservative and, like, cowardly and simple that no player will ever struggle. But, I mean, I'm sure I'm wrong in thinking that. I'm sure there's always someone that's struggling and will fail at the timer. I mean, hell, we're kind of at risk of it here. We've only got 90 seconds. Let's say I go down here and I go down a second time. That's it. We would be out. So maybe this current situation doesn't really apply. Right, well, there you go. I'm sure with some stealth cheesing we'll be fine. That fish, man. The fish wobbling along there really made me think that it was an enemy. It was moving so violently. Aha! Yeah, Shadow Step and Shadow Refuge. Exactly. Those two would get you done with this real quick. Smash the like button, punch it hard in the face. Yeah, if you guys want to, please feel free to. Take that the torch of divine fire.
The gaze of the gods shall be focused upon you, and your path will be made clear. A Balthazar grant us strength and courage.
I don't remember Churai being a big... Oh, by the way, that was really cool. I should have stopped there. That was like some Zelda stuff, wasn't it? The item on the floor spinning, and you can press F to pick it up. We're actually holding it here. By the way, that's kind of a crazy torch. I'm surprised that hasn't been released elsewhere as a skin at this point. So what? Oh, don't I go to the mirror with it now? It's the doppelganger scene.
Oh, I was right.
The boss passed the trials. We have what we need.
Very good. Be careful on your journey. We don't have any information on what's inside that cave.
I like how Marjorie's actually holding... Like, this book appears as a back piece in the game. I like how she's actually holding it, and it's open, and there's actual text in there. Has anyone ever tried to translate this? Has anyone data mined that out and read that? Speaking of data mining, I mean, it would be so perfect for there to be interesting lore revelations in this book, because what you guys are going to remember is the previous patch, when the library first came in and you had the library floor, the carpet there, if you data mined it and translated it, you got all this incredibly fascinating information about the distant areas of Tyria. And I'll tell you, it was really cool doing that process. Basically, Shaman let me in on it, and he and I translated it like very quietly in the background, and then released what we'd found with it, applying like high contrast filters to it and so on. And the devs knew that had happened, so the idea that on the next patch they do again as like a knowing nod would be so cool. But that's so hard to read. I mean, you'd have to data mine the texture, or maybe it means nothing, and it's somewhere else in the game, and we're more than familiar with that fact. It'll be interesting to see how Divine Fire interacts with the entrance to the cave. Theoretically, it will have an effect, though I could be wrong. Take it there and see what happens. This fire, it's not hot. Could it be dangerous? Of course it could, but to whom is the question? For all we know, the fire could fade over time, and the wax seal is broken. We can't repeat the ritual. Take the torch and go straight there. I'll meet you when I'm ready. You want me to take the torch? Yeah, I trust you to keep it safe. It's like the Olympic torch. Oh, that's really cool. It was actually in her hands as she sheathed. Is it now with a mirror? You sense something move in the glass? I don't know, actually. Do you speak to someone and then go to the mirror? No, that's the same dialogue. I don't know. Maybe whoever that was in chat could illuminate me about the mirror. Because we don't come back now, do we? This is it. Imminent departure from Logan. This is the end of the season right here, guys. See you in Path of Fire. You alright? Yeah. Oh, I needed the torch first. Oh, did I? What happens with the torch and then you interact with it? Yeah, I figured I got that out of sequence there. Yeah, I understand that you use the mirror before you speak to Ogden, but then what happens? What is the... What's the note? You used to call your housemate at uni the Olympic torch because he never went out. Wait. Oh, it's an achievement to do that. Oh, that kind of ruins it a little bit, doesn't it? Mainlining it in that way. It told you needed a light. You get to fight a hostile doppelganger. Oh, I see. There you go. That was it. So it was the doppelganger. I'll tell you, between Guild Wars 1 and 2 at this point, there's been a lot of doppelganger sequences. It's okay. We'll do the real deal in POF. The best expansion. Okay. Oh, wait. What am I doing here? I need to go back to the northern... Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, at least he's low on health. Air, Zodger and I are all together at the Pact's forward base in the Silver Waste. The assault on Morgemoth is about to happen. Troops are gathering here. What are you waiting for? Come join us at Camp Resolve. Yeah, whoopsie. I was on my way to the tunnel there, but... kind of messed up. Again, this sequence here, whatever this is, this should be on the Glory of Tyria. This should be on the deck of the ship. You got away. Is that a privilege, is it? Can I just say thanks again to the people who did the super chats there. Whenever I look over at YouTube, I've just got them on big... There's just like a giant display YouTube gives you. And again, I keep looking and I keep wanting to say thank you again. Especially Alodis there with the 100 Swedish krona, was it? Thank you, dude.
Hey, over here.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Oh, wow. It's cool to see Zodger doing the wave animation.
Everyone, this is my son, Graham.
What did you say?
Yes, I see the resemblance.
Like they haven't even heard before. This is kind of like a dirty little moment here because it's like, oh, everyone just buys it. You hung out together for 5 years. Oh, no, wait. How long did they hang out together? Oh, maybe it is totally buyable. How long was Destiny's Edge active? How long does that take? I had the sense it was 5 years, but I think I'm just getting that confused about the fact that the novel takes place 5 years before the game. I don't know how long they were hanging out. You made it. Great. We've just been introduced to this young Norn here. He apparently is Air's son. A fact I didn't know when I first met him. You didn't know that? Interesting. I saw no point in mentioning it. Brown was raised by his father. Brown's made quite a legend for himself. You should be proud. It's my great honor to meet you all. I've heard stories of your deeds since I was young. I don't mean to cut this short, but Logan, I can't stay long. What? But we need to launch our assault on Morgemoth now. We risk losing the fleet to another sneak attack if we stay here. What? Another sneak attack? Is he talking about like the Concordia sneak attack? I agree, but I can't come along. Remember what I said about Glint's egg? Remember? I've been eager to hear what happened. Did you find it? Look at her face up here and the dialogue. I did, but then Kate ran off. I'm trying to track her down. She came through here not long ago, but she didn't stay and barely talked to us. She said she had something she had to do. If Zodger hadn't noticed her, we would have missed her entirely. Did she say anything about what she was doing? No. Only that it was a matter of life and death. She took off before we could even offer to help. Don't be too angry with her. She's independent and stubborn. I just wish I knew what she was up to. Kate is one of us. She saved all our lives at least once. I don't think you have to worry. She's just rash. I know. We'll see you again at the end of this. You know what would have been a great short story? Oh, I remember. Yeah, this.
Weapons out.
Okay, so this one couldn't have been on the deck of the
Am I
airship.
the only one surprised to learn Air has secret progeny?
Damn, some Zodger voice
Didn't
acting.
see that one coming.
Wow. I wonder if Felicia Day recorded that line at the exact same time as she did her other Heart of Thorns lines. Probably, right? They probably got her in once to do it all at once. You know what would have been a good short story? It would have been hanging out with Destiny's Edge at the Glory of Tyria. Well, yeah, at the Glory of Tyria. At the camp here in the Silver Waste. Over the events of today's stream, I would say. Everything that's happened so far in this video, just like a little short story set around that period of time of those guys hanging out. And just the kind of thing, just like a slice of life kind of fun little thing. Hearing Zodger apologizing for being so rude or whatever. Hearing them speculate among themselves what's going on with Ritlock. You know, shit like that. I would have loved that. Because that's stuff that the game never had time to do for itself. You know, I'm really wondering if the best way to tell an MMO story is to supplement it with short stories like that, right? Like we've seen, Final Fantasy does those lodestone stories very well. You've seen over these videos I've made of this playthrough, we did like the Zephyrite story and stuff. The short stories are good. They're cheap to make or whatever. They're not bad. The problem is that they don't put them in game. Both MMOs have that problem. So that's the problem to solve. How do you adequately, appropriately put those short stories in game in a way that the majority of your player base will enjoy them? You know, how do you shove them in people's faces in game and make them non-missable? How do you do that? That's the problem to solve, and then you can just do a ton of short stories. Whenever you're not going to have time for Foul Lane in Heart of Thorns, or Malik in Heart of Thorns, or more detail about the Ratanovus lab in Heart of Thorns or whatever, you know, the short story series paper over those gaps. If you don't have more time for Joko in Path of Fire or in Season 3, short stories paper over those gaps. The game is, because you've solved that problem of how to put it in game. And once that's solved, there you go. I don't actually have any solutions in mind. But I mean, I'm sure if you were a dev being paid to think and have meetings about that kind of stuff, you could come up with something, right? I think that's a cool idea. And that would support, you know, not just Guild Wars, but Final Fantasy too, and obviously. Maybe that's the way that you get to have your cake and eat it. Because short stories are great, man. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I know some people have really low attention spans and stuff. But look, if you're into the story, having the subject material there in some form is obviously better than not having it there, right? The people who are into the story are happy to... If people are going to read a novel about the game, you know, that's basically what it is. You know, the argument of saying, oh, yeah, but a lot of people won't do it, is kind of like, well, that's irrelevant because they weren't your target audience anyway. Of those in your target audience, they would, you know. Am I expressing that? Am I articulating that properly? By the way, I don't know how this mission works. I don't know whether it's time-gated or what. Oh, okay, and one final thing as well. The last game I've been playing, here we go. We've basically come to the end of my list here. My Total War campaign continues. And I'm still on the High Elves.
We need to retreat.
To be honest, I haven't played it for about a week. But I'm still very much enjoying myself. I've learned how, like, all the water stuff works. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I'm sort of looking at the Stellaris again now, because I see how good Total War is at doing things that I wish Stellaris was good at doing. I mean, that game is just so amazing. Like, I've learned that I can, like, have my leaders on, like, mounts of different kinds of dragons, and there's, like, star dragons and shit. And it's like, there's just so much detail, you know, and there's all this different equipment and stuff I can set up on people. It's just so cool. So anyway, I've just finished sieging a place. I've learned how to, like, sail, and I had some insanely huge battle against a bunch of, like, undead pirates with these crazy crab creatures that almost destroyed me, but I just about managed to survive, but it, like, decimated my army. It was like a Pyrrhic victory or something, and and I'm not quite sure how to replenish. And anyway, my quest is to get a load of waystones so that I can open the vortex or something. I'm not too good with Warhammer lore, but I want to be good at it. I mean, everything I've seen about, like, the Total War 3 and stuff, it looks so cool. Warhammer is, like, one of the franchises to know about, right? And I don't know shit about it, but it's so cool. So yeah, I'm playing as Tyrion, for anyone who does know.
Over there.
Come on.
I think the thing about Season 2 instances, like, this is fun, I guess. I mean, it's just combat. But why do they all feel like they overstay their welcome a little bit? Like they're a little bit too long or something? I don't know what it is. It took a lot of thought, I think. But there's something about basic Guild Wars combat that's being missed at the moment, which makes this unsatisfying because it feels too long. But the combat itself is fun. So what's my problem? I don't quite know. Obviously, if it was on a better build, we'd be out of this instance already. Yeah, I'd completely forgotten that this was the last bit. I knew that I was forgetting something about the final episode. I guess the fact that there's a generic attack at the base is... Actually, is there a little bit of dialogue out of sequence there? Is this what Logan was alluding to a second ago? When he said another sneak attack? Is it slightly out of order? Maybe that's what it is. I wonder if that's worth it, using the evade bow strike. Just apply the poison, because I know it will work. It's probably not worth the initiative I'm spending on it, right?
Everyone, pull back!
Okay. Did Zodger just say Mordrum everywhere? Is that a specific joke about the Risen everywhere? Wait, who says Risen everywhere? I thought it was a Risen... Wasn't it the Risen themselves that say something? They say something everywhere. What's the line? $40k lore is a thing from your childhood that bubbles to the surface every now and then you go wiki searching. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about either flavour of Warhammer, really. 40k, least of all. I know vague bits about 40k, only as much as because I know that StarCraft essentially aped it, right? Or StarCraft was originally going to be 40k. So I know that, like, oh, shit. You know, there's equivalents to, like, Zerg and Terran and Protoss and stuff. But if I remember rightly, just to illuminate how bad I am with that stuff, there's an episode with balance. There you go. That's a legit death there, by the way. I mean, it's a bit unfair. I just got blown up by something. But there's an episode of Balance with Boots where he gets me to rate his fashion at the start. I don't know if you guys remember this episode. But if you go to Boots' channel, you watch Balance with Boots. On one of them, he's there and he says, "Hey, what's my fashion?" And I have no idea, but he was a Space Marine, and it was really obvious if you know what a Space Marine looks like. But I didn't even know what a Space Marine looks like, and they're like the iconic embodiment of the franchise, aren't they, really? And I just had no clue. I was sitting there going, Oh, I'm thinking of the Risen saying, "Everyone come." Yes, I am. I think that's it. I'm thinking of "Everyone come." Yeah, that's true. Wow, that's so weird that I got those confused. But also, you guys knew what I got confused, so I guess it's not that weird. 40k has interesting lore, but the nerds are smellier there? Oh, God. What does that mean? Once again, you've proven yourself invaluable. This battle could have gone very differently. If our launch window is rapidly closing, had we lost today, I fear the war would have ended before it began. Again, imagine if this was set on the Glory of Tyriot, and we were defending the deck of the ship. The pack pulled it off. I worried the Mordrum would overrun us. You were a big part of that. You were the only one able to get the signal fire. Without you, well, thank you. So, you decided to launch now. Is our fleet ready to take on Mordrum? Our fleet. We're back to skipping stones again, aren't we, here? Suddenly, you get that big feeling of it's just skimming across the top of bridge. This is our moment to strike before the dragon is fully awake and before its minions can swarm this staging area. We'll launch our ships as soon as we're ready. You don't need to convince me, Marshal. I hope I can join you. So, this means you're definitely not coming with us. I have a mission I need to finish first. I understand. Marjorie Delacroix explained it. The egg. You're right to make it your priority. Be safe. We'll share a drink and stories when we meet again. Oh, that line there. That's like Black Widow saying, "See you in a minute," before going in the teleporter. I'll see you in a second, Traherne. But that's it, isn't it? Really, basically. Did Kate tell you why she was taking the egg? No, she was just gone. I wish I knew what she was thinking. I don't like this telegraphing, these icons. This is wonky here. Kate has always been different. The first time I met her, she walked into our camp like the queen of the world. No fear. Britlock and I were both there and on our guard. Kate wasn't afraid of you? Kate's a linear thinker. She thinks everything literally. If she took the egg, it's because she felt it was necessary. She does nothing without a reason. Do you have any idea why where she would go with it? Kate is written like she's on like the autism spectrum in the book. I'm not saying that to be wry or jokey in any way, but like she really does exactly how she reads. And for a while I thought that that's like the play that they were making with all Sylvari across Tyria. But by the time the game came out, I think they sort of lent more into just sort of like general naivety more than anything else. That's what that makes me think of when I hear Logan say linear thinker. Not exactly, but I know she has secret plans and hiding spots that hold significance for her. She's probably in one of those. So, about Bram. Air ever told you she had a son? Never. It helps me to understand her better, though. I always suspected she had a secret sadness. You could see it at night around the campfire. She'd get quiet, lost in her own thoughts. And you never asked about her? You never asked her about it? I know about as much about Ritlock's history as I do about Air's. We were usually too busy discussing the day's battles or planning the morrows. It's strange how you can work so closely with people, ... and still know so little about them. It's strange when you put it like that. I suppose we learn what we need to know, whether we can trust the person or not. That reminds me, did Kate ever mention a cave to you? Not that I remember, no. You think she's in a cave somewhere? I hope so. It's the last place I would know to look. There's a weird thing going on with that whole conversation there.
You, Logan, you can't assume that Kate knows what she's doing.
How long have we known Kate? She doesn't think like other people, but she chose the path of good.
You saw how she hightailed it out of here to go after the egg. It had her attention the moment it was mentioned. Maybe we should tag along. Try to find Kate.
No, Zojja, we promised to go with the pact. They're counting on us. Morale would drop if we left now.
Reminds me of...
Don't even say it.
Oh man, it's a real treat to have her here in the story and talking, isn't it? You be careful out there. Timmy would be devastated if anything happened. Just Timmy? Not just Timmy. Can I confess something to you? You don't have to say it. You don't even know what I was going to say. You were going to say something sappy. I don't do sappy, not even with you. You know me better than that. I was going to say I'm disappointed you might not be coming with us. I'll try to get back in time. Get the egg and hurry back, okay? I'll see you soon. Man, some real moments with Zojja there. Who would have ever known that we should cherish these to the degree?
The first time I understand what it means to be a legend larger than your own life. I see it before me. In you.
But I could have been a mother.
At least, now I see why you left us. I see what Father saw when he agreed to let you go.
I wish you knew how hard it was for me to leave you. To say goodbye to you. And your father. And how many times I wanted to go back to you. I couldn't bear to have you look at me as if I were a stranger. To see you wondering who I was.
I don't want us to be strangers.
I'm glad. When I get back, let's go on a hunt in the Shiver Peaks together.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay, and that's another little moment, like the Trahearne moment there. Okay, so, yeah, there's a weird thing with them saying, all that conversation, oh, you don't really know them, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, like you guys just said in the live chat, the thing about how, like, about how Ritlock has a son, so it's, like, ironic or something. I don't know, there's something, it's like they're trying to justify something that I just don't buy, and that's the idea that you can know nothing about these characters and they can throw these curveballs in. Sorry, the idea that Air had a kid and no one knew at any point, I don't buy it. I don't think it was told well there. I don't think they can justify it well. I think it was a shoddy idea from the off, and well, maybe not. It's possibly not totally doomed as an idea. But you have to write like a whole story about there being a cover-up and stuff, and a specific reason to not mention it. Not like this laissez-faire, like, woohoo, we just didn't know, lol. Like, that's the thing I don't buy, you know. And I don't buy it when it comes to Ritlock's kid. It's just a strange thing. But it feels like the studio's perfectly happy to give that impression of all of its characters, you know. To a certain extent, I like the idea that there can be unrevealed truths about people, but, yeah. This is somewhat scary because they originally intended to kill off Logan in Heart of Thorns too. Did they? I don't remember that quote. Did they really say that? Right, let's get into the tunnel. It's possible it would never come up. Of course it's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's so implausible that I can't suspend my disbelief, and I don't think it's a great story. It doesn't have to be impossible. It doesn't have to be merely plausible for it, therefore, to be a good story, you know? There's a hell of a lot of middle ground there. And, I think most of that middle ground is unbuyable, and I think what they gave us is unbuyable. To me, anyway. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I think where Costage is pretty good with the story is he's followed dev comments about it very closely. So he knows a lot of these little comments and things. Here you go, guys. This is the end of Season 2. This is the start of the expansion, right? In a minute. Hello, everybody.
Looks like somebody's been here recently.
So this is where we're planting the last seed.
Keith was in here years ago, so it's as good a place as any.
The boss's last memory vision showed Wynn running into here. Keith and Fowling were right behind her.
If this place is of any importance, maybe we'll find something that will lead us to her.
Okay, boss. Would you like to do the honors?
I remember people applauding this on Reddit after the patch came out. I kept the torch safe, just like you asked. Now you know how to use this thing. Wave it around and hope something happens. Good enough for me. You think we'll be attacked? Always a chance. I saw Mordrum stir in the north, closer than I'm comfortable with. They might be full on us.
Do your thing. We'll watch your
Okay,
back.
if that's how you want to play it.
I like the idea of being stalked by Mordrum. But yeah, this moment here where they defend us, it's like a role reversal. I remember people complimenting that on Reddit, and I think they were right to compliment it. I think this is a really cool little moment.
Can you go any faster? We've got company.
So we got to light all three. Oh, they let one pass. Seriously? Oh my god, it missed. What? Oh, please tell me. Yeah, okay, good. Guys. Can I stab with this? Oh, I can. Oh, it applies fear. The tooltip is bugged on that. That's fear auto attack. That's Scourge as it was meant to be, everybody. Alright, next one.
What's happening?
I remember for me, when these patches came out, I was really into the Forgotten stuff, and I was really into the God stuff. I'm thinking it was going to have a really deep meaning and stuff. And most of it was pretty much irrelevant or speculation that didn't need to happen. Strange, as soon as you completed the ritual with the Divine Fire, the Mordrum got spooked and ran off. Almost like it was warding them off. Perhaps, come on, we should hurry in case they return. So, like, this is a weird thing here as well. There's something very, very, very big that they allude to in this dialogue and then never really gets touched on or utilized. What they're alluding to, if they're saying Divine Fire scared the Mordrum off, they're basically saying, you know, someone said gods versus dragons earlier? They're basically saying gods can deal with dragons, right? If the Divine Fire freaks them out. Understood, Rox, but can you carry the flame for now? Sure, boss, hand it here. Here you go.
Yes, some spells take longer than others. Thanks for opening the cave for us.
I kind of think that Cormier scene in the library, there's so much to dig into on that. I mean, get ready for that when we get to Path of Fire soon.
Come on, boss. Let's see what's inside.
But I kind of feel like that scene is going to have... you could have done better if it had really said, gods can take out dragons.
All right.
We just couldn't deal with the...
I wasn't expecting that.
I'll light the way. Stay close.
The collateral damage. And I know they vaguely sort of talk about, but I mean, really emphasize, really make it very clear. The gods can deal with it. Look at the Divine Fire. Draw a direct callback to this moment. And then say, but the collateral damage would have been insane, so we chose not to. I think if that was all laid out very clear for everyone to see at this point in the story, that would be really cool. And that would do a lot for the post-End of Dragons story as well. And the prospect of seeing more gods or creating more gods. Blah, blah, blah.
Half the cave system knows we're here by now.
I love the lighting here, by the way. ArenaNet needs to do this so much more. Isn't this amazingly cool? Hey, thanks very much. Arish Gannon gave a $5. Thank you very much. WP, what do you think about the Necromancer trait Terror? Terror is double fear duration, isn't it? And life force. I love those traits. Terror, Dread, and... Oh no, Terror is just damage on fear, isn't it? I love it. It's one of my favorite traits in the game. I think it's really flavorful. One of my other favorite traits in the game was the original Necro trait, Bitter Chill, which meant chill do damage. I adore how it transforms a condition in such a major way and makes you think about buildcraft differently.
Things were left here by the Forgotten.
I really, really adore that trait, and I wish there were more traits like it. I wish Bitter Chill hadn't been changed. I was playing a lot of Cornecro just yesterday, getting my Byzantium chest in PvP, and I was running Dread on that, Terror on that as well. Really, really cool. I mean, what else is there to say? It's just awesome. So yeah, thank you very much. Look, if anyone asks a question on one of those super chats, I'll try and give you as good of an answer as possible. I appreciate some people on the receiving end might be annoyed by it or something because they think it's overpowered, but that's just a matter of tuning. The trait itself is awesome. And in fact, I think it's not, you know, and talking about counterplay and stuff, it's fear. There's actually a lot of ways to get rid of fear because both stun breaks and classic combi cleanse works on it. So you have a lot of tools at your disposal. I think it's really cool. I love it. It just occurs to me we're going to do another big cool boss fight. It looks like Season 2 spent a lot of time trying to do boss fights, but never gave them currencies or co-op repeatable functions or anything like that, so they all feel a bit iffy. But we're going to do another boss fight with Quip. I kind of think in Heart of Thorns we should get rid of the pistol. At least main hand. Yeah, you can create your own light here. There's loads of ways to create your own light. I'd rather not break the ambience, the ambiance. Welcome, welcome, Seth. Thanks for the compliments, man. And thanks for being here. Can I just say again, if you guys are enjoying it, please remember this is a normal video, so you can like and dislike it and stuff. And I'm hoping that these will be successful, reasonable videos that the algorithm actually pushes to people and stuff, so please feel free to. If you haven't yet, or if you've forgotten to, or whatever. Yeah, check it out, the Golden Cave. And again, this is kind of weird. I feel like Heart of Thorns is missing just a little bit talking about the Forgotten a bit more, and talking about the construction of this place and Tyria. I got to get a staff. Well, I don't know whether I want to do staff. I mean, I might do staff in Season 3. I'm going to do a build in the main expansion, and then another build in Season 3. The question is, what at what point, you know? Such high frame rate in here. While streaming, I'm maxing out my refresh rate.
Oh, what is this place?
Boss, didn't you say there was a golden location in your vision?
Does it feel like this is the place to plant the final seed? What's your intuition telling you?
My intuition tells me that yes, but as we all know, the answer actually is the golden place we see is Tyria itself. This place makes my skin crawl. Too much magic all in one place. I don't think I care for these forgotten creatures. Brilliant line here. I love them drawing the races apart and stuff. I wish this were real gold. Can you imagine what Holbrad could build with it? A new lodge honoring one of the spirits, maybe. That's a nice thought, Bram. See, in the drawing the comparison here and like the Pyrite Peninsula and stuff, I think there are stories untold still. Boss, my heart is pounding. This magic, this energy, it's faded, but I can still feel it. It's like nothing I've ever known. Though these ruins look civilized, the magic is primal. I wish we knew how long these ruins have been here. Stools and steins. In the middle of this magical and mysterious place, it feels odd to find something as mundane as a stool and an ale mug. It's sad that they have to write that there so that players will draw attention to it and feel the right thing out of it. But I mean, I totally understand why it would happen. A bristleburn brush. Its scarlet colour warns away animals and adventurers who might stray too close to this bristleburn plant. Its prick is renowned for causing the most excruciating pain. We also have the sleeping sack here. Nothing about this could seem more out of place than a sleeping sack. There's nothing ancient about it. Someone was here recently. There are no identifying marks to indicate who or what. It's interesting, you very rarely see like the travelling supplies and stuff of people as they adventure. But here we have it from Keith. Also, lovely floppy fish here. Alright, the revelation that I'm sure you've all guessed at this point.
You're not leaving until you tell me the truth. Why? Why are you doing this?
Because I need to know. We need to know. Tell me what you and Mother were talking about that day.
Fowlin, this isn't necessary. Please, Fallon, stop this. Please. I promised our mother I wouldn't tell anyone. Please. Let's go talk to her.
I'll make you wish you'd never left the dream, traitor.
Here we are as Keith. And it's funny, we're in such a pretty ambient cave, and then the sepia comes in and kind of throws it. By the way, I think there's a lot of like unique music here you won't hear anywhere else in the game, so enjoy it. Keith, I swore to Mother. Wynne, just tell her what she wants to know, and we can go home. She's betraying us all, Keith. It's as clear as the tears on her face. Fowlane, maybe this has gone far enough. No, it hasn't gone nearly far enough. Maybe pain will make her talk. I saw a bristleburn plant on the way in. Watch her, Keith. I'll be back shortly. Wynne, please, I'm tired. I just want to go back to the grove. Tell her. The centaurs didn't have to die. You must see that she's going too far this time, don't you? And she's dragging you along with her. I need time to think. Those poor centaurs, man. I do feel bad. And Fowlane's out of earshot.
I can't tell her what she's asking for, Keith. You've seen what Fallon's capable of. She massacred those centaurs.
They attacked first. She had to defend herself.
She struck first. He was unarmed.
No, I don't think she'd...
She'll torture me until I tell my secret. That will be the end of our kind.
The end of Silvari? What do you mean?
We come from the jungle dragon. We belong to it. We're meant to serve it.
You're lying!
I saw it in my dream. And if Fallon knew, she wouldn't keep it a secret. She'd use it against Mother. When word got out, the world would see us as monsters. You know her. All she wants is power. Think. She will break me unless you kill me first. Fallon must never learn. Please, kill me now. She's coming.
I will bear your pain, sister.
Hurry.
I like this beat. I think the cutscene could have been done a bit differently, but everything tracks really well here. You know, so I really do like this little bit.
Kate, what have you done? Did she talk? No. Nothing of consequence.
Yeah, the line "the jungle dragon" is a bit weird. Yeah.
Keith is here.
It's one of the little things that they kind of have to skim through because they never had a moment where, you know, maybe there could have been another flashback where some of the Silvari become privy to some information about Elder Dragons or something, but yeah, they kind of just hope to gloss through that. Needed a flopping fish to lighten the mood, indeed. Hello, Keith. I know what you know now. It was a weird moment for me as well, because obviously the big secret I'd known for ages, but the revelation, the way it comes out, and that Keith knew the whole time is quite cool. So there's her backpack. Did we ever get that as a backpack? I don't think we did, right? Totally should. Some kind of Heart of Thorns bonus reward, maybe? Was that a memory seed I saw? It was. The pale tree gave it to me. Then you know what Wynne told me, and what I did. What are you going to do? Tell me, is it true? Which part? Did I murder one of my fellow firstborn? Did we Silvari come from an Elder Dragon? Yeah, it's all true. So good, isn't it? On paper, it's such a good... why was Wynne the only one who knew the truth? She was the first of the Night Blooms. Her dream revealed it to her. I know now that she viewed protecting us from truth as a wild hunt. See, this is kind of glossy as well, because surely other Silvari would end up with that bucket of water from the dream too. Does the Pale Tree know what happened with Wynne? Of course. She felt Wynne's death, and the dream revealed what had happened. I've never seen her so heartbroken. Over time, she forgave me, though I don't think she's ever forgiven Fowlane. So what now? I know the secret... The idea that the tree would have a grudge against Fowlane too is such a cool, like, rich, untapped area of the storytelling too, in Keith's story. In Fowlane's story, sorry. So what now? I know the secret too. Do you expect me to keep it to myself? It doesn't matter anymore. The secret will come out on its own soon enough. Already, Silvari have been losing control of themselves. Morgemoth won't stop there. Why'd you bring the egg here, of all places? This place, it reminds me how far I'll go to protect my people. The egg is critical to our future. This is also, like, flimsy as well. You need to give me the egg.
The egg must be protected. You and I are on the same side. Don't ever forget that, my friend.
I really would have rather a moment where I get to ask her.
Shadow is upon us.
and she dips. It's a great idea to go into Heart of Thorns not knowing whether you can trust her, whether she's falling to the dragon or not.
Boss, can you hear me? We're cut off. I'll try to help you from out here.
Oh my god, the screen shake. Holy shit. That's some major screen shake. This is a really cool instance, by the way. This is a very cool fight.
Look out! Dragon's headed straight for you.
There's a lot of cool stuff, I think. The logistics of how everything lines up and so on.
Use the divine fire.
A lot of fun animations. So grab the fire. Press F. Bram protects me.
I'll shield you when I can.
No valid path. Oh, come on. I didn't mean to withdraw into one of those. So we just got to wait for more fire to come in from Bram here. And if I slow down a little bit, I'll see which one he protects. So that's not going to work. So let's go to this one over here. Oh, he's protecting that one over there. If I get attacked again, I'll go over to that one. No, we're okay. Oh, okay, so yeah, Rox throws the fire. Bram creates the shields. You'll see Casimir and Marjorie's influence in a second. Damn, the FOV is so weird here. Look at the range we can fire. Oh, Bram doubled up on this one. It's really strange with the FOV like this. It feels like I can infiltrate his arrow really far away. There you go, thank you, Bram. The red telegraph there is really awful. Oh, dude, what? That's supposed to keep me up. I can't remember if you can one burn it. Probably not. I was so worried for a second there that I couldn't Condi it. What's this field? What's this purple field? Some kind of Casimir field, I guess? I wonder what that is. So now all the smothering shadows come out and they put the fires out. It's weird because I wouldn't even know that Casimir had cast that if it wasn't for the new telegraph option. So that's quite cool, you know? It would have just looked like an indistinct combo field to me before. Mid-phase. This is one of the candidates for a cool strike mission, I think I said before. Take out the shadow tendrils. So remember how in the last patch they said plant and shadow? And now we see these shadow tendrils? Or mind and shadow, didn't they call it? Sorry. Wait, what did they call it? Plant and mind. Did they give Zaitan shadow? What was it they gave? Anyway, now these appear. Because there are a lot of suggestions of the magics blending and the realms blending. Because the whole thing about the blighting pods in Heart of Thorns in a minute is what do Marjorie's minions do here? I don't even know.
It's heading back underground.
The whole thing about the blighting pods is that it's essentially Zaitan influence that's building its ability to do that. Again, that's all story you can read about outside of the game, but isn't properly articulated in the game, which sucks because that's really cool world building. You know, that's really cool like concepts that they've got.
I'll shield you when I can.
I love all their concepts, generally speaking. Oh, come on, come on, come on. I got it. Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm doing very badly at the moment. I really want to be withdrawing right now, but it's more efficient to do it this way. Okay. Ow. Yeah, sorry. I forgot. I need to actually fight these as well. This is a good little fight, this. I do like this fight a lot. Oh. I'm gonna fucking die. I missed the fire. How many more shadow creatures? Oh wow, Galen Frog, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do, WP. Oh, you should have asked me a question. Galen, that's very, very lovely of you. Thank you for that. Honestly, if you want to ask a question or something, I'll look at the live chat in a second. Apparently this is intense enough that I can't look at chat too easily. Oh, dude, what? Invulnerable? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, the thing is that I'm now realizing. Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. I'm gonna die, first of all. I need to get the Divine Fire. Only with the Divine Fire can I fight the shadow creatures. So hold on.
Here, take this.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Am I traded for tricks? I'd best bloody well be. Okay. I was so close to getting hit by those rocks there. Okay. So I need to recollect fire first, so I can't hit this yet. Oh god, I need to stay out of the middle. Okay. Yeah, and you can one-shot them too. Talk about the epitome of mechanics, not build. Oh, does that actually take the fire off of me as well? So what's Marjorie's contribution? It's bone walls, isn't it? Well, no, it's the... She's summoning minions, but what are they doing? Dude, why did that hurt me? I'm not even standing near it. Okay, there you go. Right, and I think... Oh, no, but we consume the fire, so... This is one of those ones where if you play it co-op, like so much of this... You know, I really feel like I've done a disservice to my experience in Guild Wars 2 and probably love Guild Wars less than I should. You get that? Okay, we did. Because I've spent so long doing a lot of this shit co-op, and the content is just not as good co-op. Because they don't scale. I think it's one of those like fundamental things they decided not to do, but is a painful thing. I mean, Christ, if it wasn't that they weren't doing in something else, I'd be complaining anyway, so... I don't mean to sit here and whine. Oh, it's just a time warp. That's all it is. It's just time warp. I see the giant bubble now. I swear that effect was culled out before, wasn't it? Thank you, Kazmir. It disappoints me that even on my quite weak build, the burn phases are a bit too simple. I think it needs to be burn phase plus bullet hell. That's like the best thing. Any burn phase you proc should have bullet hell as a part of it. Well, maybe not any. Anyway, yeah, Galen, thank you again. Alright, this is it. We get the cutscene now. So there's actually multiple things. There's 2 Heart of Thorns trailers, this cutscene, and the Easter egg cutscene. So there's actually quite a lot of those, but I think I'll set those up. Oh no, we can maybe watch one of them now, actually. We'll see. We'll go on through. Well, maybe they are. Maybe it is better to do a lot of those next time. So here he is, and we can press F. So what this is this is a little callback here to the end of Season 1, where it ended with press F to... There's nothing here to indicate you turn this cave the colour of gold, but the lingering magic is still apparent here and there. The very air is thick with promise, the promise of discovery. So, it's a shame how empty this room looks, to be honest. I feel like... Anyway, I'll get distracted myself. Season 1 ended with press F to stomp Scarlet, and then they're doing press F here again at the end of Season 2. And then it comes back again at the end of Heart of Thorns. Heart of Thorns ends with the big press F moment as well, okay? So, I'm just trying to think right now how the final boss battle at POF ended, whether they carried on the legacy. I don't think they did. But yeah, here we go. So, first we stomped Scarlet, now we stomp this. What will we kill the third time? Who knows? I love his breathing and stuff, the light going out.
Attacked the grove. You brought it down for good.
You were amazing. And now Tyria has one less dragon minion to worry about. The perfect warm-up to take down Mordramoth.
We won the battle, but we lost Kate.
She fled during the attack.
I've had it with her secrets. I know my mother trusts her, but I don't. She took the egg, and we need to get it back.
We're out of memory seeds. Her guild knows her better than anyone. Destiny's Edge may have an idea of where she's gone.
We should hurry back to Camp Resolve. With everything we had to deal with here, the Pact fleet may have already launched.
You're confused as to why I'm doing a playthrough? Won't all the content be here after End of Dragons? Yeah, but I've never done one. Here we go. I should have the audio good here as well. Let's turn this up. I love this cutscene. One of my favourite cutscenes in the entire franchise. Something about the art I think is all really great. Like, I feel like the thumbnail for today's video, I was gonna grab from this cutscene, but then I got lazy and I just put the general glory on it. Less spoilery, I guess. But yeah, I feel like you can screenshot any second of this. But look at that. That right there, that's a thumbnail. You can screenshot any second, and it's like, wow, this is gorgeous. Also, doesn't the art there look unfortunate? I wish I could get the uncompressed, non-bink video version of this. Can you imagine? They must have that at the studio. Can you imagine? They should upload the uncompressed, proper version of this on their YouTube channel. I bet they have uploaded it on their YouTube channel, but I doubt it's fully the full quality one. I mean, maybe it is. That shot there as well with the power core and all the flames, so good. So there we have it, the mystery cave complete. Exquisite charged ambrite jewel. That's such a rare item as well. Okay, oh look, and we get the ominous portent. Takes effect immediately upon a receipt. A vision of things to come. We should get the second cutscene as well now. Here you go, and now here's the other one.
The dragon is rising. And no one in Tyria is safe from its deadly reach.
The way she's animated there is really interesting. They never came back to this art style, sadly.
But we can break free from destiny.
There's a lot of stuff hinted at in this one.
It will require strength, strategy, and insight.
That doesn't actually come into the game.
You can't trust Sylvari. They belong to the dragon now.
Ritlock's back! Oh my god! Where have you been, Ritlock?
Stop treating us like monsters. We are not the enemy.
See all this Canuck and foul lane stuff? This is so... I would have loved to have played through a bunch of story about this kind of stuff. Blood on the lens there. The moon reminds me of the Sylvari intro.
We take the fight to Mordremoth!
Boom. Sadly, POF had a lot of brilliant stuff, but it didn't actually have an equivalent to that. I mean, it kinda did. The Janthir vision doesn't end with a big bit where the logo appears, does it? I don't think it does. Nothing like loading back in, being attacked by an arid devourer. So there you have it. That's season 2 complete. Check it out. All these stars you've completed. And we've done my story, and we've done Scarlet's War. So that's the first 3 blocks done. Next, we're moving into the green boxes. This is Heart of Thorns. You've got the expansion itself, and then the following season. The expansion will be on the next part, which I think will just be 1 video. And then maybe season 3 will probably be 2 videos, probably. It's less episodes overall, but I think we'll probably do 3 and then 3. And then we're into POF and the modern stuff. So, yeah. that's it, I think. There are some more cutscenes and stuff, but we can start the next part with those. After this, Lion's Arch gets fixed up. Man, my frames feel so good right now. What is this? The specialization update comes in. Lion's Arch gets fixed up. They actually go on a big gap, you know. It's a bit like this gap before End of Dragons here. They go on a big, big, big wait before finally, Heart of Thorns itself comes out. There was like a mini patch where Mordrum attacked like some basic areas and some currencies got added. Like there was a little event here, and then there was a little one I think somewhere out near the Dermond Priory as well. But nothing too major. So yeah, someone in chat just said they've just become a patron and they're looking forward to the next Super Q&A. Thanks very much for doing that. I really appreciate that. I haven't plugged Patreon for ages, and I feel I'm at that point again where I'm nervous to look at it to see how many people might have left or whatever. So the thought that people are still joining, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. There's a link to that in the description if anyone's interested. And yeah, I'll get one of those out soon as well. I think we've been inundated with tier lists and stuff recently. So yeah, I think that's the end of the video. It feels very abrupt, really, doesn't it? This part has been a little bit shorter than the one that we did on Christmas Eve, but I mean, there you go, that's the content done. And I think the reason it's a little bit shorter is because two of these patches, Tangled Paths and Seeds of Truth, they were both a little bit shorter, you know. We spent ages, and basically half of this was in Echoes of the Past. And a good chunk was in this last one. These middle two were a bit shorter. But yeah, so that's it. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you all had a nice New Year's and Christmas and all that. Shall we open up our Black Lion chest and see what we get? Alright, pretty rubbish. Oh, no, an armor unlocks. Pretty good. So, yeah, it's amazing doing a full story playthrough, how many keys you get, actually, isn't it? It's quite funny. Do they dry up at this point? I don't remember. Do you get a key from the Heart of Thorns story or the POF? I assume they get a bit stingy about it afterwards. Here's the rest of these items, and yeah, I'll open these up and clean these out and sort this out. Probably off stream. And yeah, so thank you guys. Seriously, to those who came live as well, much appreciated. For all these super chats and things, that's been really lovely. The project will continue. As far as my plans are right now, I would like to continue it tomorrow. But I'd also like to do a regular YouTube video. So you never know. I might wake up tomorrow, do the regular video, and think, I'll wait. So just who knows. Just keep an eye out. Keep an eye on my Twitter. If you guys look below the video, there's like links to Discord, my Twitter where I announce these. If you haven't at all done it, please feel free to like or dislike the video. That will help tremendously. And I'll be watching, you know, the analytics and stuff afterwards. But until next time, guys, thank you all. Hope you have a lovely day. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care now, guys. Bye-bye. Oh, and if you've got any questions, Dead Sea Scrolls, Stellaris, Total War, Don't Look Up, whatever we've been talking about, feel free to shoot me a message over on Discord. That's where I'll be looking. Thanks, everybody. See you next time. Bye-bye.